not a better place for a boat race. This is the lake to do it.
I mean, there's not a bad place to watch this race right here. I mean, it's almost like you're watching it in a stadium.
And it's a proven thing. Like, everybody in New Orleans always remembers the boat races. They don't forget. They love the boat races.
You can't beat the people here, man. You know, at breakfast, we talked about what we're eating for lunch, and at lunch, we talked about what we're going to eat for dinner.
The parties Big Al used to throw in the event, the way he used to put on powerboat racing in this league. It was just such a family event.
Our rule is no matter how bad we beat you, we'll still feed you. We're going to ball about 400 pounds of crawfish and 200 pounds of shrimp. We've got a lot of people coming to this race that are cheering on Team Louisiana. So, you know, our hometown race, we know this lake. You know, I think it's ours to lose.
I'm nice out here in the pits. I'm nice. I love everybody, but we want to win. I got to keep the legend going. It's the Legend 504 boat race team.
Lake Pontchartrain is 630 square miles of water, notoriously shallow with an average depth of just 12 to 14 feet. Mix in snakes, alligators, and oh yeah, even sharks, making Lake Pontchartrain one of the most challenging bodies of water on the IHRA Offshore Powerboat and IHRA Pro Watercraft Tour. Today is the home of the New Orleans Grand Prix. Hi everybody, Ralph Shaheen alongside my good buddy Shane Landis as we get ready to go racing here today on what is turning out to be a pretty darn nice day here in New Orleans. Yesterday, Shane, a lot of wind, a lot of whitecaps out there, rough water, really tore up a bunch of boats. We'll get into that later as the day progresses on. Today, much calmer waters. Looks like things might be a little bit easier on the machinery because it really tore up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot of carnage yesterday in practice and qualifying, so these guys had their work cut out for them. Some teams worked through the night. The weather looks pretty good right now, I have to say, but I think the wind's going to kick up a little bit later, so we might see some changing conditions between race to race as the day progresses.
Yeah, and if you're going to be with us all weekend long, as we hope you are, because we'll be racing all day again tomorrow, we're hearing wind's going to pick up tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be pretty nasty. I think guys are preparing for that. They're making adjustments. They're nut and bolt checking everything, looking for stress cracks, and they're ready to get after it.
Well, here's how we're going to pressure test the day. We're going to have a whole bunch of racing beginning here momentarily with our first pro watercraft event of the day, which will be Pro Endurance Moto #1 for them.
Yeah, you mentioned snakes and alligators. I hope those guys stay on their skis today, boy.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually, they call it a lake, but it's actually an estuary, which means there's fresh water and salt water, which is where those beloved sharks swim into the picture.
Yeah, they come in and out quite frequently. But I know they got guys watching for marine wildlife, so hopefully those guys are on their game today.
Yeah, it should be a wild day of racing. There's a good look at where we are, and we are spread all out along the shoreline here at Lake Pontchartrain, so we'll be covering a lot of distance from pit area to pit area throughout the course of the day. Well, it's time to get into our opening ceremonies for the day, so please welcome District 5 Jefferson Parish Councilman Hans Lieseberg.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Jefferson Parish right here, a beautiful day in District 5. I want to thank Harvey Gulf Marine, who sponsored this event, along with Jefferson Parish and my office in Council District 5. It is a beautiful day. God has blessed us with a beautiful lakefront and a beautiful lake to welcome your event. We're so happy y'all are with us for our second year. And speaking of God blessing us, I want to turn the mic over to Jim Black for an opening prayer. Jim?
Thank you. Hey, let's pray together if you would. Lord, we again thank you for a great day, for a place like this where we can gather. We pray today you'd help us to be thankful for all you're doing. Protect those that watch over us. And during this weekend, and especially today, we ask your blessing on each and every one, the event, those that are racing, those that are taking care of us. Lord, might we have a great time. We'll thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, getting ready to head back down there momentarily for our national anthem as we work our way through opening ceremonies. Shane, tell me a little bit about racing here on the lake. What's it like? What do the competitors tend to think about when they hear the name Lake Pontchartrain?
I think rough conditions are definitely going to, factor in for them. They're going to set things up, as you can tell right now just by looking at that. The tidal effects, the wind has been pushing water in. We had high water yesterday, or higher water than what I think they normally are used to, and the tide was actually out. But all that extreme wind we had just kept pushing the water, into the lake here. So, I think that's going to play an effect on these guys. Some of these, these currents and this wind is going to give them a run today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please honor our nation with the singing of our national anthem by Mr. Andrew Butler.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And a great job by Mr. Andrew Bolter to sing our national anthem as we get ready to go with our first race of the day, which is going to be a part of the Pro Watercraft Championship. And joining us to help call that, our good buddy Michael Young, sliding on into the booth, literally, right?
That's it.
You spent the first part of the day yesterday all the way over on the other side, because the Pro Watercraft pits are, a couple miles from where we're sitting.
Sure. Yeah, it was a little challenging, with everything that's going on here. But let me tell you, we had some great racing yesterday, and the watercraft racers, they really love that rough stuff out there. And the rough stuff, it really separated the men from the boys.
Yeah, and we're going to start the day off here today with an endurance race. So what can we expect in this first moto of endurance?
Well, I'll tell you, we got 15 racers from all over the U.S. and beyond. Jay Finlinson coming in with the bullseye on his back. He took the win. Him and Farthing were actually tied in St. Pete, but due to the number of wins, Finlinson ended up taking the win. So Farthing's going to be back, and he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. I think you can expect that.
Let's take a look at what we can expect weather-wise here today. 68 degrees, supposed to warm up a little bit, I think, from there, isn't it, Shane? I'm hearing a little bit more into the 70s by the time we get to the real high part of the day.
I'm ready for that. The light breeze is a little cool, so bring on some temperatures.
80% humidity, plenty of sunshine, and there's a good look at that wind, 9 to 13 miles an hour.
That's gonna really play into these guys' endurance, especially today. It's gonna beat them up.
Well, I'll tell you, yesterday it was about 20 mile an hour, so I think that the endurance guys are kind of wiping the sweat off their brow.
A little bit better, right?
There you go.
And let's show you the course map for what our Pro Watercraft racers are going to be dealing with here today. Here's a look at that. Here it comes. Break it down for me, Michael.
Well, I'll tell you, it looks like they're going to be starting from the outside. You can see they'll be going up. That'll be literally it's flipped over. That would be the top left-hand side of the track. Then you got kind of a slalom down that back section of the course. A lot of dog legs, and a lot of these endurance racers aren't used to going through a split section, but we're going to have a split, we'll have a merge, and then they'll meet back at the start-finish line.
Much different course layout than what we had at St. Pete. At St. Pete, we seem to have a lot more long straightaways where these guys could really open the things up, really find out who's got the horsepower. Today, you got to figure out how to get that thing to handle.
Yeah, that St. Pete course was about 2 miles in length, and this one here is only about a mile. So it's going to be right in front of everybody. It's going to be great for the race fans that showed up here in New Orleans today.
It looks like it's going to be a lot more technical today.
Yeah, yeah, and see, the endurance racers are used to kind of going roundy round. They're kind of like NASCAR, on water. But this year, with the IHRA, they put a lot more turns, make it a lot more technical, and really it's going to separate, who can ride and who can't. We got 15 racers ready to take on Lake Pontchartrain here. And like you said, I hope nobody comes off with the sharks, snakes, and all,
that's my thought.
All the creatures out there in the water.
Let's go down to the Pro Watercraft pit area and introduce you to our colleague who'll be covering the action over there. That would be Taylor Snyder.
Well, the vibes over here in the Pro Watercraft pit are always high, and it's probably even higher because we are in the Big Easy. What an incredible start we're going to have. We obviously have our pro guys heading out bright and early. And who's to say about the weather, the conditions? It's really going to be something interesting out there. I was able to speak with Ramji Powell before, talking about the split lane. What's going to be the choice? They're saying the outside looks faster right now, but obviously in the moment, it's anybody's game. So it's going to be an incredible race. The pressure, the challenges, those head-to-head battles, they're really going to be big. Mikey, like you said earlier, Finlandson and Farthing, neither one of them is giving an inch, so it's going to be really exciting to see who comes out on top in this Moto 1. So let's get started. Let's get to some racing, boys.
All right, Taylor, thanks. And the racing is already just getting underway, so let's get into it as well.
Alrighty, so we close in on our leader here. We'll try to let you know who is in the lead.
We've got Commanders, Sea-Doos, and Yamahas and Kawasaki's all competing in this one. This is a sit-down category.
And it looks like Jay Edworthy. No surprise there. Edworthy again with a couple of great starts in St. Petersburg. Unfortunately missed a buoy on one and had a mechanical issue on another. But Edworthy always up there near the top. VR Racing, Banji Ramjeet currently sitting in second with New Zealand's Noah Skips. Actually has moved up into second.
Ramjeet our lumberjack Noah Skips on the 373. Of course, Pro Runabout Endurance 300 is stock-based. 2 to 3 seaters, runabout class, open to OEM stock, 4-stroke watercraft, producing up to 325 horsepower.
We got Edworthy up in front, and we talked about the calmer water plays to Sea-Doos. And you can see right now Edworthy on his Sea-Doo, sponsored by JetX out of Canada. And Noah Skips riding on the Farthing Racing Yamaha. So we'll see how the Yamahas fare against the Sea-Doos today. Just maybe a little rougher than what it was Saturday in St. Pete.
Which should be an advantage for the Yamaha. The big wave runners tend to handle that rougher water a little bit smoother than the Sea-Doos and the Commanders.
Yeah, Camden Powell currently moving up into third. Dennis Mack finds himself in fourth place, one of the elder statesmen there. And Eric Lagopoulos, who took a win in closed course in the GP3 runabout class yesterday, has moved up into the 7th place position.
Love watching how these machines handle. Just incredible, the turning radius in these machines. As big as they are, as powerful as they are, Shane, they can turn and twist on a dime.
Man, I'll tell you, if I had one turning that hard on me, I wouldn't be on it long, boys.
Yeah, there's a lot of G-force, when you're making those turns right there. And it's unlike the boat racing where a lot of them are canopied and so forth, and they're strapped in. These guys aren't strapped in.
Yeah, these guys got to really, really be in some amazing shape to be able to handle this condition and be able to hold on to that machine.
Since it's an endurance race, our distance is 30 minutes plus 1 lap. Just about 5 minutes in already on this one.
Yeah, and this is the first of 2 pro endurance races that you'll see today. The second pro endurance race will be coming up right about 3:45 this afternoon.
Just about enough time to start to feel like those muscles are relaxing a little bit, and you got to go push them to the limits once again. You can see how far out into the lake the course goes.
Yeah, like we said, going to be about a mile in distance, a lot smaller than what you've seen in St. Pete. Your race leader, sponsored by Riva Racing out of Pompano Beach. I'm sure Dave Bamdis is watching on down there in Riva.
Look at the air these guys are getting, too, as you watch Edworthy working. Edworthy, Ramjeet, Skips, Finlinson, and Devin Farthing. That's your top 5 right now. Farthing out of Ackworth, Georgia. Yeah. Farthing Racing, Monster Energy, Yamaha, Yamalube, 100%, VP Fuels, AP Designs, Jet Pilot, Progressive, Cabrera Motorsports, and a whole list of others all helping out that Farthing operation. 3-time world champion in the pro categories.
Yeah, Dennis Mack has moved up into that second place position on the Farthing Racing Yamaha, and this is his best position that we've seen here in the last couple of years. So he's really been working hard. Like I said, he's one of the elder statesmen, but he still comes out week in and week out. He's one of those blue-collar racers, I call him. He brings his lunchbox to work.
He's out of Loganville, Georgia. Farthing and Fly Racing helping him out.
Back on board there with your leader, Edworthy, on that
Edworthy
Sea-Doo.
at the very front. The black and yellow, and that's Farthing, Devin Farthing, giving chase and closing in a little bit behind him.
Yeah, so Farthing able to get ahead of Mack. Powell, George Powell with him. Powell up there in the top 5 as well, out of Syracuse, sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels and Speed Racing. Finlinson has moved his way up to 4th. Jay didn't get the best of starts right there, but he still sets one position in front of Farthing, and that's who he tied with in St. Pete, and ended up getting the win. So a lot of lead changing up there at the top already, with Edworthy actually staying in the lead, but Ramjeet, Skips, Finlinson, and Farthing all swapping around, and Powell, who was in 2nd, finds himself in 6th here on their 3rd lap.
You know, so the last lap for Edworthy was a 2:06.371. Ramjeet a 2:07.4. And it continues to flop around. Noah Skips now, the lumberjack, moving to the top spot with a 2:08.221.
Yeah, the fastest lap time recorded so far today, I believe, is the 2:04.093 from Jay Edworthy. So Skips in the lead. Now, you got to wonder if something's wrong with Edworthy, because Edworthy just keeps going back here on our leaderboard.
There's Edworthy there.
I think these guys are going to have to save their equipment. I mean, they're going to get beat up.
Yeah, they got 3 motos, 3 30-minute motos, plus 3 laps for the weekend.
I got to say, I'm not so sure the timing and scoring is right what we're seeing, because Edworthy on the screen is out front significantly here. And now it pops back to him up front. So something's not right with the timing and scoring, but Jay Edworthy still leading here.
He's got Ramjeet and Skips and Finlinson chasing him. Farthing back in the 5th spot.
Ramjeet's pulled a 2:03 there.
So Edworthy, Ramjeet, Skips, Finlinson, Farthing still correct top 5.
Yeah, Banji Ramjeet originally from the Cayman Islands, now makes his home in Georgia as well. But Ramjeet on the VR racing boat is also wrenching on Garrett Lofton's boat, who won the amateur class back in St. Pete.
Yeah, he's a world title winner from a year ago.
Yeah, Banji went in the IGSBA World Finals in the Pro Runabout Stock Division.
Doesn't like to practice, doesn't like to train, just likes to work on the machinery and go racing. And hey, you know what? Makes you a world champion, that's all right. Whatever does it for you.
Sometimes turning your own wrench will do that, right? You know your machine better than anybody. So
yeah, look at how fast and how far Edworthy is flying.
You can tell from watching yesterday, just watching him and watching race yesterday and watching some of the boats practice, the wave crests are a little bit further apart today because the wind is laid down a little bit. So I think that's definitely going to affect how they're going to ride probably throughout the course of the day, unless we get some wind changes.
Yeah, if you watch the style that Edworthy is riding with, he's kind of standing up, especially on the straightaways. But then when he comes to a chicane, when he comes to a turn, you'll see him pop down real quick, and then he'll pop back up. See, there you go. Riding in that attack position with the elbows up.
I feel like he's got a little bit better control in that position, probably so.
Well, 20 minutes into this one, need that little bit of break, and sometimes you can get it sitting down, sometimes standing up gives you that break, right?
Right. See, you can see him sit down as he goes through the turns, but on the straightaways, he's going to pop right back up. Try not to hurt his back, because that's a lot of jarring on your lower back.
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
going right up your spine. Use your whole body. And we'll see the much quicker, lighter, faster stand-ups coming out later, but boy, you see these big sit-downs moving through the water, and you really get respect for how big these things are and how fast they really go.
In these conditions, you're probably looking from 65 to 72 mile per hour, but most of these boats will go 80 plus.
Well, and the other thing about them is how quickly they get there.
Yeah. The acceleration. They really have to hold on to these things.
You better have the grips firmly grasped when you get a hold of that throttle.
You just see me toppling over backwards, Mikey.
It's going to leave you right where you start?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, we buy our boats now based on cooler space and not on speed.
I want night lights on mine so I can come home late from the bar,
There you go.
A little different. Things change with time, right? Edworthy, as we dip inside of 20 minutes, continues to lead over Ramjeet, Skips, Finlayson, and Farthing. Edworthy at 2:06.560. His fastest lap still at 2:04.093. So he slowed down a little bit here as we're inside of 19 minutes now, plus one lap.
I was looking at 6 through 10 right now. Camden Powell.
We got one off here.
Uh-oh.
One boat floating by itself.
And look how far the separation was.
Yeah.
Wow. Course marshal coming from outside the picture there.
Back on board. The lanyard connected and hopefully fired up and right away.
Now, see, it doesn't look that rough when you're taking a look here from the shoreline, but if you see it here.
It's pretty rough here, I was going to say.
It's very, very deceiving if you're here live.
And I know we got guys of all ages out there, but I really feel like this is a young man's game.
Well, we've got Dave Davidson out there who's my age, 59 years old.
Yeah. You mean 59 years young, Mike?
59 years fast. There we go. So no passing that last time around as we were under 18 minutes. Still Edworthy, Ramjeet, Skips, Finlayson, and Farthing. And I'm looking to see this battle here between 55, Finlayson, and Farthing. I'm wondering how close Farthing is to him because you know that Farthing has that chip on his shoulder from St. Pete.
Well, it looks like Farthing's running about 3 to 4 seconds quicker. Here's the incident. There you see the rider come off. Yeah, not able to confirm who that was. Haven't gotten a close enough look at the boat to get a number on it.
And it looked like there was some contact, Ralph.
Yeah. Oh, we're told it was Farthing that fell off, confirming that. And you can see he's moving down through the running order. So, yeah, Devin Farthing having a little contact we're hearing out there.
Well, he's still got some time. We got 17 minutes left. So, I mean, he can dig.
Yeah, Devin actually ran here in New Orleans with an endurance race last season and ended up winning the race. But we had a major rainstorm come through, and he said he had polka dots all over him because the rain was pelting him so hard. And, you know, that just speaks to the speed of these boats right here. And even though we have safety equipment and everything else on, if it starts raining here, it can light them up.
But do you think these guys are setting these boats up a little different, you know, compared to St. Pete with a larger course? I mean, are they making any actual just physical adjustments in the machines for this? Or is it just a riding style difference that they're going to, you know, change for this?
I think that what they'll do is some of the times they'll change their handling or their scoop rate, that type of thing, so they can make sure that they stay hooked up in the water. A lot of times they'll do a prop change as well.
That's what I was wondering, if they change an impeller, if any of that makes a difference for them on this, or if you know, within rules, if they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that in this class here, but in our amateur class, you have to have the stock OEM prop
machines. Yeah.
This being the pro class, they can do just a couple more things with our new IHRA rules.
Boy, with Edworthy, as he comes riding by, you can see all the muscles in his arms just all flexed out, as giving it everything he's got. But you look at his body in general, He looks very much in control, looks very loose, having a smooth ride, but boy, you can see the work the arms are doing, hanging on and absorbing all the impacts.
Yeah, Jay's he's like a thin, lanky rider. You know, he's got like his own particular style. Like I say, he down
much
those
like
straightaways.
Shane.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that's not even close to how I'd be a
He
rider.
described you to a T, buddy.
Thank gosh I'm sitting down once they pan the cameras our way, right?
Right. So still Edworthy, Ramjeet, Skips, Finlinson, and Powell. Dave Davidson moving up through the pack and sits right behind Powell right now. Another one of our Canadian friends that comes down and been racing for about 35 years.
Let's get more on Devin Farthing with Taylor. She's with Dustin Farthing.
Well, I sure am with Dustin, and I don't know how we're feeling. Obviously, racer yourself, but these are your kids out there, and unfortunately, Devin did have that little incident. What does that feel like for him right now?
Yeah, you know, he was charging up. He went to make the pass, and, you know, just rider mistake, to be honest with you. And I wish I could say that it was somebody else's fault, but he threw it in to make the pass and actually would have made the pass and, you know, came together and bumped each other, and it split him off, and he went swimming and took him a minute to get back up, but he's working his way back up, making for a pass right now. I'm watching, and so as long as he just keeps his head down and needs to be consistent, right? At the end of the day, you can go as fast as you want. He was moving, probably one of the fastest riders out there, but you got to stay on the ski and you got to be in front.
You got to finish to win, right? And obviously he's hungry. We know he's hungry with that tie-in points, but he said he likes the rough water, so he hopefully will have some energy and some stamina to push through these rough waves.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a talented rider. He's got tons of rough water experience, and probably that's what suits him best. But, you know, he's got to sometimes slow down and use his head. I'm always on him about paying attention, taking his time, you know, picking the right place to pass somebody and not making some mistakes like that. He's definitely going to be beating himself up on that one.
We're going to hear from Dad after, too. Thanks for chatting with me. Let's get back to racing.
Well, Dad was a champion in his own right, so there's no doubt Dad's going to have quite a few thoughts on what Devin did right and what Devin did wrong. Chances are Dustin's right in his analysis.
You know, I've had a lot of conversations like that over the years where I've heard a lot of conversations, renditions of that. So that's definitely good dad talk, and he's probably going to get it a little rougher later, right?
Oh, yeah, we call that a trailer talk. That's when they step inside the trailer and close the door.
That's our flag stand right there.
He's hanging out there today on the old boom.
It's Ryan who's waving the green flag. In endurance racing, that means that the race is over halfway complete. Here we got about 13 and change left to go. Going back to Farthing, yeah, Dustin has over 30 titles, so he definitely knows, you know, how to train his boy. And Devin Farthing has been cross-training by racing in the stand-up ski class. So that's really helped him out. And as we talked in St. Petersburg, he's also in the top 1% of the Peloton Challenge.
Talked to the flagman the other night. Super nice guy, great dude. But he said, "Man, I was blowing that whistle so much in St. Pete that I went hoarse just for blowing the whistle." He was busy.
Yeah. Ryan, he's a great cat. Been working in the industry here for about 5-6 years and just loves it. Jay Edworthy looking to go wire to wire here, though. I haven't seen too many mistakes from Jay.
And you know, I was just thinking about Dustin there too. Is it a little bit of the do as I say, not as I did when it comes to Devin? Because Dustin was known for being extremely aggressive as a racer, and now he's telling his son, hey, be a little bit more patient.
Maybe it just takes us that long to learn from our mistakes.
Yeah,
you know
right.
what I'm saying? As a middle-aged dad, I'm kind of figuring that out.
Hindsight's 20/20,
Yeah.
right? You know all the mistakes you made and how you should have done it better yourself, and he's just trying to make Devin a little bit quicker.
Well, Dev Dog working behind Torrey Snyder right now, battling for 7th. They're just in front of, or in back rather, of Dave Davidson. No changing in the top order, though. Still got Edworthy, Ramjeet, Skips, Finlinson, and Powell.
We got Devin all the way back in, what, 8th right now?
Yeah, he's lucky he didn't lose more positions than
Yeah.
that. You know, I mean, like Dustin said, it took him about a minute to get back to his boat. So they were definitely way out there in front. He lost about 4 positions on that mistake. I see the Syracuse Mafia currently running 4th and 5th right now. Camden Powell, Jay Finlinson, 2 best friends from up in the Syracuse, Indiana area. Both of their fathers were racing champions back in the 90s. Jay's dad, Brian, and Camden's dad, Derek Powell.
that's great to race with your buddies, but it's also tough racing with your buddies.
Yeah.
You know,
well, the cool thing is these kids grew up together. Both of their dads were racing, so they were playing in the sandbox in the pit area somewhere, back in the 90s.
Well, the other interesting thing is we're seeing that big generational shift in pro watercraft racing where all these guys who were the stars when the sport really was reaching its first peak, if you will, have now all become dads, and their kids are now the stars of the sport. So that second peak building now with the IHRA Pro Watercraft Tour, and we're seeing a lot of familiar last names. Just the sons and the daughters of those legends are now the ones that we're talking about.
Yeah, going back to Jay Finlinson, who currently sits in fifth, happy birthday to him. He just turned 21 today.
I remember those days.
Yeah, that would make us all feel old.
You said his birthday is today, is that right?
Yeah.
Man, do you think he's going to be good tomorrow, too? Is he going to go out and celebrate tonight, or is he going to save that for next week?
I told him, I said, stay off of Bourbon Street, whatever you do. I know it's your 21st birthday.
That's a heck of a place to turn 21. I'm telling you what.
Right.
What a great town, though, man. Great food.
Oh, the food is amazing. Yeah, it seems like every night we went out to a different restaurant here, and we're going to continue that pattern tonight.
Yeah, it goes back to that lanky physique that I possess, Ralph was talking about a little bit ago.
Every time he went by the seafood truck over here,
I was like, man, give me a shrimp basket.
Like, wait. Let me off the golf cart. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah, that Cayenne food truck they have over there, they won some awards, and I'll tell you, it was really, really good. Anybody walking around the pit, even if you're not here, you're not here yet, get in there and get down to the food trucks. The vendor row over there is amazing. So a lot of good options, a lot of good stuff going on today in the pits.
Well, Camden Powell now able to get past Noah Skips, so Skips back into that fourth position. And Powell, who had some mechanical issues in St. Pete, looks like they've got them worked out.
We talk about it a lot, Noah being a lumberjack. You don't see that often on a guy's resume that's also a racer these days. Way back when, you might have seen that more often. My grandfather was a lumberjack at one point in his life. But I got to believe working as a lumberjack is such a physical job, right? Even with more modern technology than maybe in my grandfather's day. But I got to believe his day job helps him train for his race weekend job.
Yeah, I would have to say that, too. I mean,
arm strength and lower body strength and all that, right?
One of the things I will say, Ralph, is I've never met a lumberjack with purple hair.
Not many.
He's running
You've met one.
Yeah. He's running the Farthing Racing colors, on his lid right now.
Yeah, you got to have a different hairstyle if you're going to be in the Farthing camp.
That's it.
That's why I can't do this, boys. I'm losing what I have. I can't put a mohawk on it unless you want to see it buzzed or bald. That's where I'm going.
I'm telling you. That's what they tell me. I got a made-for-radio face with this haircut. So Ed Worthy with just under 7:30 left to go has been in control, been dominating.
Here he is again. We get a look at him just screaming along the front. This is where the longest straightaway is along the front of the race course, right along the shoreline here, where the fans are able to stand along and watch. Now we're going way out. That's where the Pro Watercraft pits are, to the far right over there on that point, sticking out into the water. Just over, a mile in length is our Pro Watercraft course here, and then our Offshore Powerboat course, Shane, is going to be over 5.5 miles in length, right? Inside of 6?
Yep, it's a little bit further out. You can see that boat out there in the distance, actually. That's kind of where the start-finish line is for the offshore course, yeah.
Devin Farthing charging hard right now, just turned in a 2:01.372, and that is 9 seconds faster than what your leader turned in.
Yeah.
So he is charging hard.
But he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's moved up some, up to 6th now, but he's got a ways to go to catch Edworthy with just 6.5 minutes and a lap to go. That's the advantage. Edworthy can slow down, ease the pace up a little bit, save that body strength, because Edworthy also has to think about, I'm guessing right now he's going, I've got this one pretty well in the bag if I don't do anything wrong, but I got to save myself for later today as well.
Yeah, you got to save yourself and you got to save the boat.
Machine, yeah.
Yeah, because the boat, taking a rough toll on all the boats out there, this conditions, the water conditions that we got. So, that can knock screws loose, that can knock hose clamps loose, So you want to go in after this race right here and check everything that you got.
Yeah. Taylor, speaking of the water conditions, what are you hearing and seeing from down there in the pit area?
Well, it's a bit hard to judge, obviously, if we're not out there on the water, which is unfortunate. But what I do have is an entire pit wall full of, these guys know their stuff. I was just talking to Garrett Lofton down there, and he was saying this back section closest to the PWC pits, that's where it really gets the roughest. Once you hit that red buoy turn, that's where things get rough. I think that the water from out is coming in and really making it a little bit rougher, and then this is blocking the rest of it. So I think the far side of the course is the roughest, and then when you get towards the inside of the course, it's a little more flat. How that's going to play out as this race continues, we're going to find out.
What's really interesting is how high the water is to those walls. You can understand, Shane, when you think back to Hurricane Katrina when it came through here in New Orleans and tragically did so much damage, how easily it was for Lake Pontchartrain to flood the way it did.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said yesterday, they said that the tide was out, but, heck, the water was up over the boat ramps and, up to the edge of the seawalls, pushing into the grassy areas and stuff. So, I can only imagine with even worsened conditions how it would get.
Yeah, with all the crushed cement that lines the shoreline there, the one thing that we don't have that we had in St. Petersburg, we had a solid seawall. Well, this is able to dissipate a little more, so it doesn't make the conditions even rougher than they already are for our guys that are out there.
Edworthy spending as much time in the air as he is touching the water here today.
Airing it out, a.k.a. the Chicken Man. As we take a look at the Monster Energy Farthing Racing team, Tattoo Rich looking on. He is Devin's mechanic.
He's probably thinking, what am I gonna get dealt here in a minute?
Right, exactly.
Once that boat comes back, he's probably gonna start thrashing, getting ready for the next one.
Well, like I said, it did look when they had that incident, there was a little contact, so he's definitely going to take a look at it. So Camden Powell has moved up into second place now. It's worked his way from 8th to 2nd in the first 26 and a half minutes here.
He's been kind of silent back there, but he's just been sneaking up and just, making passes and moves. So do you think there's enough time left for him to move any further, or what do you think, Maggie? Well,
I'll tell you, Edworthy has, I believe, a healthy lead right now, but if anybody could do it, Camden Powell could do it, because this kid's like an Iron Man. Just like his father was. We used to say he eats iron and spits nails.
They seem to all be taking the same S.
There's a good look at that shoreline right there that Taylor was talking about.
Yeah, a little rocky shoreline there.
Is that the red buoy that she was referring to, I believe?
Yep.
Or is it the further one out?
It's that one right there that they're going around right now that you see on screen. Noah Skips in the 4th position. Again, out of New Zealand, coming off of a very successful season, because their season's opposite our season. Their winter's opposite ours. So they just had their runabout Australian national championships, and he was able to win that event.
And I think that's a huge advantage for a racer if you can just continue on racing, right? You get a lengthy downtime, then you got to find a training part of the season to get back up to speed, as opposed to a guy who's just been racing right along. I think the guy who's been racing right along has a bit of an advantage that way.
Well, Skips comes over here the last couple of summers, and he stays with the Farthings. So he's trains with them. Yeah, he is good to go. If you're going to train with somebody, you train with the best.
Well, plus he's done all the racing down under, so that when he gets here, he's already dialed in and race mode.
Yeah, because they're probably in opposite seasons, right?
Yeah,
so,
right.
I mean, he's coming off his season, coming up here and just continuing. He's already got some momentum and steam that maybe some of the other guys don't have yet.
Edworthy, inside of 2 minutes and a lap to go, and with laps at about a 2:08.044 on the last one, he's probably got 2 laps to go here, lap and a half.
Ramjeet and Powell putting in the fastest laps that last time. Powell with a 2:06.867, so he is gaining on Edworthy.
I was going to say that. I mean, he's pushing right now.
You can see it right here. You can see it on the screen, but Farthing still back in 6th, so he's going to have to start thinking about Moto 2, Farthing. But Edworthy, he's got the lead, but can't get too relaxed just yet. We got to see when they hit that line, if they get zeros or if they're going to have to go an extra lap before they get to the 1 to go.
Yeah, when you think about that, this being probably about a 3.5-minute track out there, if he comes through with 5 seconds and they don't put the white flag up, then that's 2 more laps. So it's actually like a 35-minute race.
And when every muscle in your body is screaming, an extra couple of minutes is not what you want to see.
No, not in these conditions.
Edworthy and Powell, that's the battle inside of 30 seconds and a lap to go. We'll keep our eyes on the flag stand to see if the white comes out. They hit it at zeros. Edworthy still working his way around.
Jay's still riding pretty smooth out there, in great shape.
Yeah, not charging as hard as he was before. Ran a 2:06.780 on the last lap.
Yeah, you'd never be able to tell that Jay's 52 years old. So wherever Jay's at, he will get the white flag on this next trip around.
So the clock has gone to zeros. We'll see if they get the white. Quick look over the shoulder. There's the competition right behind him. He knows Powell's right on him.
Goes to the MasterCard buoy. He's going to opt to go to that outside split, which we talked about earlier. That was going to be the favorite.
So going into the split now, so he should be seeing the white when he comes by here because that's before. Oh, he made a mistake there. That cost him. That cost him big. Can Powell now capitalize on that?
Powell's right there. He's just waiting for a swift trip or a wobble.
He got the door open. Edworthy with that big mistake, but Powell doesn't seem to be able to capitalize. There's the white. One more trip around for Jay Edworthy. You can see him the straightaway here. He takes full advantage of that. Opens up a bit of a gap over Powell with 1 to go.
And speaking of gap, the age gap between those two are 30 years. Camden only 22 years old.
Powell ran a 2:07.727. Edworthy ran a 2:07.670. So about a 1/10 of a second difference between the two of them on that last lap.
That looked like it was possibly Finlayson there. It was coming out of the split, currently sitting in the 5th spot. And the points leader coming into today. So Edworthy with about...
There he is. Here's Edworthy right here, working that final lap. Big bit of air there. Now where's Powell? Powell will be right behind him. Let's see if he's able to gain any ground. Edworthy ran his personal best through the north side sector. Powell did his personal best through the east side sector, which was before that. There's only 3 sectors on this race course here today in New Orleans. East side, north side, and then the split lanes, which will be coming up next for Edworthy. And that's where he made that mistake on the last time around. So he's got to get through there clean on this final lap in our Pro Endurance 300 category event. Opening race of the weekend here for us. There's a quick look over the shoulder. He sees Powell right there. Right behind him, right in the spray is Powell.
Well, I'll tell you, being this close after 30 minutes plus a lap, speaks volumes of both of these racers. Powell not giving up. Pole in the water, and Powell went to the inside. We're focusing on Edworthy. The inside's comprised of the green buoys, so we'll see how they come out and go down the splits. Powell went in about a 1.5 seconds after Edworthy.
He was looking for that fresh water, wasn't he?
Yeah, looking for something clean out there. And you can see Powell coming out right there. It's Edworthy.
Coming to the line. Here's Edworthy. There's the checkered flag, and Jay Edworthy is going to hold on for the win in Moto number 1 at Pro Endurance 300. Jay Edworthy with the big win. The Riva JetX back Sea-Doo and Camden Powell, the Caldwell Racing, Speed Racing, Circus Media Ignite Racing Fuels, Riva Racing, Commander Industries, Commander finishing in 2nd, and Vanjie Ramgeet will hold on to take 3rd. The Dean Strong Performance, Fly Racing, VP Racing Fuels, Jet Trim, BP Concepts, Victory Marine and Performance, Strapino, Senior Sports Photo, He'll be on the podium as well at the end of Endurance Moto number 1. The last lap, Edworthy turned it on. He ran a 2:06.810 to Powell with a 2:07.248. So they were a tenth of a second apart on the last lap, coming to that white flag. And then on the final lap, Edworthy found about a second out there, and that was all it took.
Yeah, able to keep Powell in his rear view mirror, so to speak. Banji Ramjeet turning in a 2:03.841 with one of the fastest laps, but the fastest lap time, Devin Farthing, with a 2:01.372.
All right, so Michael, that was our first endurance moto of the day. We're going to see a bunch of sprint races coming up, stand-ups, as well as sit-downs. So what can we expect out of the quicker races?
Well, I'll tell you, Camden Powell, who just took second in this one, he will also be in the ski GP race. Last week, fastest qualifier from yesterday, Coy Curtis, who won in St. Petersburg, 155. You're going to have to watch him on the TC riding machine. Devin Farthing also going to be in that Harley Ritchie Pastorello. We've got a lot of top riders from all over the world, not just here in the United States.
Should be some great racing action, so stick around with us. We got a lot more, including boat racing action getting ready to go, Shane. That's right around the corner when we come back here to Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. So we're coming right back with more of the New Orleans Grand Prix. Stay with us. Coming right back.
GSMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hayden Deegan wins the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross 250 West #1 plate.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock.
Ew. Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Welcome back to Lake Pontchartrain. We are here in the New Orleans area, getting into some boat action here next, and it's going to be a qualifying session, Shane, for Superstock.
Yeah, we're going to have, this is one of our bigger classes here this week, and I think we had 15 or 16 entries, in Superstock, so these guys are going to get out there. They got a little practice time yesterday. They were getting bounced around pretty hard yesterday, so I know some guys that took their time, tried not to tear up any stuff, and then some guys went full send yesterday, so they've got some repairs to do. So we'll see how it shakes out. It's going to be wild.
Let's talk a little bit about why we had the carnage out there yesterday with it wasn't boats getting together, it was boats getting torn up.
Yeah.
And for a couple of different reasons. Some of it was holes in the water, which if you're not familiar with boat racing, I know that sounds a little unusual, but it's the way the waves come together and the topography of the ground underneath the floor of the lake, if you will.
Yeah, you have holes and you have bowls. So, like as the water runs in, gets pushed around, there's some, currents and undercurrents and stuff that's going on in there. So that'll really make the boats do some funny stuff. You'll see boats get sucked down and then launched out of the water. So you'll probably see a lot of air in certain areas of the course. I think one area on the back, going into the back stretch, and then one area around the slot buoys. There's some funky stuff going on. You're definitely going to see some of that today.
And then there's just the shape of the waves in general. The guys talking about how some of them are coming off the top of the wave and just getting slammed back into the water, and that was causing damage to some of the boats. Here's a look at the results. Pro Endurance 300 of the race we just had with our IHRA Pro Watercraft category. Jay Edworthy getting that win on the Sea-Doo. Camden Powell on the Commander, 2.8 seconds back in second, and then Vanjie Ramgeet holding on for the final spot on the podium, 8.5 seconds back on the Sea-Doo. And Farthing, after crashing, got going again, all the way up to sixth on his Yamaha, 39.6 seconds back. All right, let's touch base with our offshore powerboat pit area, and we're going to go, over to the Pro Watercraft and hear from our winner. Here's Taylor Snyder.
You sure are going to hear from the winner, and I spoke to you before this race. We were nervous, maybe just a little less nervous, but let's talk about that last lap. That turn right there, you made a little mistake, but you held on to it.
Yeah, I made a little bobble come through the split, I think, on the last lap or second last lap. Cameron got a little close to me. And then as I came around, I was kind of checking a little more than normal. I should have been just focusing on my job. Got a little ruddy coming to the top corner here. And, boat kind of kicked a little bit, and I went sideways, kind of stalled or, stuffed it in the corner. I just kind of took a look, collected myself, and then went back to what we're supposed to do is come out and win and have a good time with all the racers and all the good people that are putting on the event, too.
That's what it's all about. And you got that moto win in St. Pete for Moto 1. What do you have for the next motos? I know you're itching to get that sweep if possible.
It would be really nice to sweep a weekend and just get some points. The best thing is we can come out and be competitive now and move forward. Look at the points championship like we talked about at the beginning of the year. Really want to go after that. And today in the rougher water, I seem to be able to hold on to it. I think I got a little better control now. And just want to keep moving forward and keep getting up near the top 3 or 5 or 1, and we'll just keep on collecting points and keep moving forward.
Awesome. Congratulations, Jay. Excellent win for Edworthy.
Yeah, he's got to relax now, get his body rested up, ready to go, do the things he needs to get himself physically prepared, let the crew go to work on the machine, and then get ready for Moto number 2. And here come the Superstock machines out for their qualifying session.
Man, you can see them just on idle how the forks in the front of that catamaran just kind of dip right down, So we don't see the white caps today, but we definitely see some rougher conditions than you can tell just by watching the live stream.
There's the X-Insurance boat.
So that's the Demon
Reichman
Bikini.
Racing.
Yep. There's Chad wasn't in the boat. He had a fill-in for the first race because he just had a recent neck surgery. And I asked him, I said, hey, how was everything yesterday? Are you good to go? He said, yeah, let's send it. So
yeah, let's go introduce you now to Tristan Garvin, the 4th member of our broadcast crew. She's over covering everything in the offshore powerboat pits.
Hey guys, I'm down here at one of our cranes, and our Superstock and Supercat classes are craning in right now for their qualifying. So what that looks like is they're going to go out and do some time trials, see how quickly each boat goes around the course, and that's going to be how they start their races tomorrow. We're going into bracket class racing after that, and then this afternoon, Pro Class 1 racing.
It's going to be an interesting day and a wide variety of boats out on the lake here today.
Yeah, you're going to see the loud Supercats, and you're going to hear the hornet's nest get kicked with the Superstocks.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a lot of variety out there going on today.
Demon Bikini, one of the fan favorites in this category.
That's a great looking boat too. New wrap for this year. They had some struggles in St. Pete. They had some delamination issues. Had to do a little boat fix, and but they got it fixed and put back together for 2 weeks ago, and here they are again, ready to go.
Leanna Shadlow, the driver on this machine. Chad Havens working the throttles. One of the most popular boats in the pit area, and as colorful as it is, not just the boat, but the whole entire team, no wonder why, right?
Yep, great apparel trailer, too. So,
Yep.
I mean, when you're going on vendor row, there's a bunch of our vendors over there, and that's definitely one you have to stop and see. They have some entertaining, T-shirts and hats that you might be able to take on a boys' weekend or a girls' weekend somewhere. It looks like we're having an intense conversation there, or some strategic planning session right there.
Some strategery going on over here. Just bobbing out in the water right now, trying to get it all figured out. We need a little help here. I think we need a little help.
Hopefully they're not broke. They're just floating and ready to go. They need to be in the boat, right?
We had an opportunity to go behind the scenes and learn a little bit more about this team and this operation. So let's take you back behind the scenes with X Insurance Racing here.
Greg Reichman, I'm the owner and throttleman of the X Insurance, the Jones Soda Wright Trailer Superstock 88 racing team. First race was in 1992, actually in Marina Del Rey, California. I raced a class, at that time they referred to it as A class. 2025 for me, and we have a high-level team. So we have a lot of haulers, we have a lot of equipment. I had to go buy all this stuff. Our pit is very detailed. It takes a lot to put it all together. So I threw it all together really fast. And then I had to get a crew that was capable of keeping up with us. I don't think there's any slow boats. Look at the guys at the front, right? The guys at the front are professional. If he's not racing his Superstock boat, he's racing Formula One boats in Dubai. He's doing this, he's doing that. He's on the water every weekend. Tough guy to beat just because time in the boat is what matters, right? Experience matters. They're not going to make mistakes. I think it's the most difficult class to win. They're not focused necessarily on being your buddy. They're focused on kicking your ass. I expect by the end of the year I'll be running with them, maybe sooner. In our class, there's so many boats. There's actually a lot of passing. Like if I had 2 more laps, I had been fighting with the guys at the front that I probably don't have the skill set to fight with yet, but I've been fighting with them anyway. I don't take anybody lightly. It's possible that you could be in 5th place and 4 guys break on the last lap. I've seen it. I like it when people underestimate me. I got pitched out of a boat in Dana Point, California. We tripped and stuffed in an open cockpit A boat, 28 foot. I got sucked out. And I actually got back in my boat, bleeding and halfway dead, and finished the race, which you're not allowed to do anymore. If you're pitched out of your boat, your race is over. So I call it the Greg Reichman rule because they created the rule because of me. I would never say there's no way you're going to win this weekend to anybody because I don't believe that. I'm showing up here to win. I'm showing up here to beat all of these guys. And if you're in front of me, I'm going to try to run you down.
So we have the Reichman rule. What would the Landis rule be?
Man, I don't even know what I'd come up with. As much dumb stuff as I did. I'm just glad that we didn't have iPhones when we were growing up.
Oh, buddy,
that's all I got
kidding.
to say. They'd probably have actual legislation in effect if they could see some of the stuff that we did.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, this is Superstock, which is, of course, one of the most competitive categories in all of offshore powerboat racing. It really, I think what's great about it, Shane, is it bridges that gap between the production boats and then the big high horsepower, big money that you'll see later on with the Supercats and the Pro Class 1 machine. So a very exciting category. We'll see that in action with qualifying when we come back here shortly to the New Orleans Grand Prix here on Lake Pontchartrain. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is competitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
And we are back here in Louisiana. Boats getting craned in all over the place around here because we got pit areas spread all around the lake here.
Yeah, we've got 2 cranes, 2 different split pit areas, which I think the racers like that. They get a little bit more room to spread out, but the fans they're going to have just a little bit more walk to go see everybody. But you know what? It's definitely worth it. The sights are beautiful. I mean, the path between pits is amazing. You just there's even a bleacher stand there right behind us that's starting to get a few folks in it. So, everybody's coming in. We're ready.
Comes the Ray Marine boat getting put in as well.
Yeah, that's going to be Gary and Cole. I like those guys. They show up with an F450, a truck, and a boat, and they have the most competitive drive and spirit to be here. Cole said, I have so many people that I work with and deal with, manage, whatever. He goes, I don't want racing to be work. He goes, I want to show up and have fun. So those guys come with a little different attitude, but you can never count them out. They are always in the mix.
They sure do. That's Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou. Ray Marine right there.
Yep, that was
beautiful boat.
Yep, that was a brand new boat for him this over the winter. So, like I said, if you ever get a chance to meet Cole, he's probably like, I don't know, 6'10" or something.
It's a big boy.
He is tall, man. So he had to have a new boat built with a little bit taller canopy, keep his helmet out of the roof. So probably a smart move on his part. But he's got a fresh victory there that looks pretty good, and it's an aggressive boat.
Yeah, his seat's actually a little bit lower in the boat than Gary's, and Gary sits up higher. So when they're in the boat, they're eye to eye, but it takes them a bit to get there. There's Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping Offshore Racing Machine. Billy Allen on the throttles. He's the owner of it. Sabrina Kowalik is the driver. Andy Sanders, Jeff Walters, and Mike Murray, the crew on that boat.
Yeah, those guys do a pretty good job. They were doing some practice, like I said, at Lake of the Ozarks before St. Pete, trying to get Sabrina kind of dialed in and ready. And she looked pretty good, for her first run. So I'm really excited to see what this team has to hold for the season.
You see a whole bunch of stickers on the side of that one helping them out.
Man, I went by their pit the other day, and he's got a Labrador named Rocket. I just happened to stop. That dog jumped in. He was ready to go for a ride. I couldn't even imagine how they keep him out of that boat because that dog is on it.
Alan Roloff, Carl Chevrolet, Hot Bob Racing, U.S. Erectors, Academy Roofing, Go Fast Boat Service, 275 Trucking, The Concrete Company, JAS Construction, Brady Truck Equipment, and Great Caterers of Iowa, all helping get that boat to the races and to the front of the field each and every week.
Yeah, Billy does a really good job representing his people, and we want to give a little shout out to all these guys. They're here, and there's a massive bunch of personnel behind them, making sure they can get the boats ready to come out here and compete. We got Mom Ain't Happy,
and we talked to them earlier in the week, and she's still not happy, right?
You know what? She might be happy because she's at home this week. I don't think she came here. Yeah, so she might be happy at home, maybe sitting there in some pajamas or something on a Saturday morning, soaking up some coffee and And probably crossing her fingers for these guys for a good qualifying position like they did in St. Pete. Hopefully they can come out and maybe obtain that first spot this time. They were sitting second for qualifying in St. Pete, so they're here to get it done.
Tristan, we got racers from all over the place here competing with us in Louisiana this weekend, including from north of the border, and you got some of our Canadian friends with you.
Yeah, I'm down here with Chris Grant with Great L, CJ Grant Racing, one of our Supercat teams. You guys are about to go out and do your qualifying. Yes. You tested yesterday, and it sounds like you kept everything together. So what's it look like going into qualifying for you today?
We're kind of pumped. We're just trying to figure out the course and stuff, and I think our setup is really good. Yesterday was really bumpy, and today's really laid down, so I think we're there. We're going to have some fun.
Now, last race, you guys finished in second place, and it was quite a race. What did you do, or what are you expecting for today's race, or tomorrow's race? I apologize.
We're just going to chase down or be in the lead. We're going to do what we have to do to be there, right? We got a fast boat.
You guys have a fast boat, and you're really competitive, starting this season off strong. I can't wait to see how you guys qualify today and race tomorrow. Thank you so much, Chris.
Well, when it comes to our qualifying, the boats are all going to mill at the opposite end of the race course than where they will mill up for the start of the racing when we get to that later.
Yes, so, and for some member at home that don't understand what the milling is, these guys, they don't want to just sit there and get blown around. They're always going to keep the boat in gear, make sure that temperature's coming up, everything's good, everything checks out on the gauges and instruments, so they kind of just sit there and do a big circle. So they'll do that closer to the other pit, it's across from us now, so they have less run up, go through start finish once they get called out for their qualifier.
Take a look at the point standings for the Superstock category. So Team Bermuda in the lead after St. Pete, 115 points up and 11 markers back as Allied, who you were just looking at. Then Wozencraft up on the podium as well. And the Ray Marine guys, Cole and Gary that we were talking about.
Yep.
They're fourth. And Mama happy that she's in the top 5 right now.
Yep, I think she's probably good with that. They had an interesting story. The first boat was Mom didn't know. So
and then you see.
So now she's not happy. So that's boat number 2 or boat number 3. So
you see the Allen boat back down there in 11th. Atlas and Demon Bikini had a rough run in St. Pete, which we were talking about earlier. So they're looking to get going. And here's a look at the Super Cap points currently after St. Pete. Dirty Money at the top, the 105, CJ Grant, the Graydale boat that we were just talking with. They're in second, and Wicked, man, they had a great run, that boat out of New Jersey.
They did, I'll tell you, but they're not here this weekend, so that's going to affect their points a little bit. But I'll tell you, they did have an amazing showing, and I think those boys were extremely happy with how things ended up 2 weeks ago.
Shame they couldn't be here because they're giving up a ton of points now.
I know it. But that's going to give everybody else a little bit of ground to grow, and try to fix some issues that they had, some broken parts. And, you had CR Racing. They were the top qualifier 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And, then they had some struggles and broke something. I don't remember what it was, a valve train issue or something possibly.
Well, they had an issue out here yesterday, right?
I think yesterday during practice they broke a prop shaft. Yeah. They actually lost a prop out there.
And it's crazy. I was talking to them earlier at the drivers' meeting, and they said they were just cruising along at about 70, just out for a Sunday drive, just checking things out, not really getting into it, not pushing anything, and next thing you know, just power went away.
Yep, something just came apart.
No explanation for it, just away it went.
Yep, I'm sure Michael was scratching his head when they brought that boat back, thinking, man, I got some work to do. So, but that wasn't the only team out there that was practicing yesterday that had some drives off. So, like some of the Pro Class 1 guys, I don't know if they were changing gear sets, changing drives for that purpose or what was going on, or if they were just going to a different setup after getting out there and having some run time.
But it just goes to more of that conversation about the carnage from yesterday, and it wasn't all due to the same thing. It was a variety of reasons that led to a variety of problems for our different competitors, which is going to make things interesting as we get into the racing.
Yep.
Because you just don't know.
Yeah, those are guys right there we're just talking about that lost a prop or broke a shaft yesterday. So that's Rob and Casey probably getting their game plan together. There we got Sean.
Comes the Atlas boat.
Yep, we got Sean Trente, and we got Cheminsky there in the Allied boat.
Flex Insurance making its way out as well. You can see all the fans and the folks standing around back in there. Digging Deep wasn't with us at St. Pete, right?
No, they were there.
Were they there?
Yeah, they were there. Yeah, Andy, I have had a lot of conversation with him. I think they really like that rough water, so I think he's kind of hoping it picks up a little bit. There we got Chad. Yeah, we got Chad and Rusty in that boat. They also run a factory stock boat and did some qualifying. Had some boat problems yesterday. They had to send the boat off and get some work done. So those guys probably had a really long night as well.
There's HBS also out. Sloan Langston, the driver. Ryan Beckley working the throttles on that one.
Yep, that's an interesting young man right there. I'll tell you what, that guy, that young kid, he's been around the racing for a while with the Hannas over the Mod V team, and he told those guys, he's like, hey, I want to race a boat, and man, here they are today, and they've got one, and I think they're going to be extremely competitive. Ryan has been a competitor for years and years in stock class, so he's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of depth. So Sloan's in good hands, I think, in there. And mom and dad have to be a little more comfortable with that too now.
Yeah, it's a great look here from high above. It gives you an idea of the different sizes of the boats and the different categories. Really exaggerates the length of the big cats.
Yep. Yeah, when you see, even a Super Cat, which is a big boat, next to these Pro Class 1 boats, they just really dwarf them. I took a picture yesterday of the Dirty Money, both of their teams, tethered up to one another over there on the pier, and you can't appreciate the size difference unless you just see it that way.
Yeah.
We got Owen Buis here in the X-Insurance rig here.
You see the crane pick him up off the trailer and swing him around and put him in the water. It's like, good Lord, that's a big boat.
I love this team name. It's Team Bad Decisions. You got Cameron, Turk, and Owen in there. This is a new setup for them. And this is actually Gary and Cole's old boat. So they have a highly, highly competitive boat. You have to watch these young guys all season because they are going to grow and go.
Crews running back and forth on the docks like a bunch of ants, making sure everything's ready to go.
Speaking of ants, they got these fire ants down here in Louisiana. I'm telling you, got to watch out for these guys.
Are they getting you right now?
No, I think I'm good right now. But they've been sprinkling some stuff on the ground to make sure they stay where they need to be.
Yeah, which is away from us.
There's Jeremy Cheetah.
They're top 3 in the points right now? Third. Jeremy Tashita, the driver. Julian Maldonado working the throttles.
And he also runs with Reese in the jackhammer in the factory stock boat. So he was out yesterday, got a good look at that rough water at speed for qualifying.
He gets a lot of looks at the front of the field, too, if he's running that jackhammer boat as well.
Yeah, especially after St. Pete, man. They had some airtime, and there's some good footage of those guys. That's a great-looking boat. That's actually the smallest boat in the fleet, the Wozencraft boat.
These boats can be up to 32 feet in length in this category. Canopy catamarans, twin Mercury Racing 300R engines.
Yeah, this stock category is really neat. I think that's why you see such, the factory stock growing. You see the super stock that's big, and there's still more teams coming out. We still don't have all the teams yet because we're still early in the season. And, it just makes things extremely competitive. The tech on them is really good. They keep these boats really, really close and competitive. Really, really comes down to who's in the boat and what they're going to do with it. How hard are they going to push it?
That was a good look at our Valvoline Celsius boat. And Dirty Money getting ready at the crane.
Yeah, these guys are going to have to go out and qualify. You got Bill Piber and Britt Lilly. They're going to go out to qualify in this boat, then turn around later and race in the Pro Class 1 class later this afternoon. So they will have their work cut out for them. I would think it's difficult to go back and forth between boats, but, I think these guys are just, such high-level professionals that they can handle that. But, you're talking different powers, different feels, different setups. You really got to think, especially when you're in the cockpit with the same person, halfway through the race, which boat are we in here?
Here's Cole and Gary. Ray Marine.
It's a great looking boat.
It really is.
Good lines, good color too, but I like the bright stuff.
Yeah. Well, and it's not an overdone paint scheme, right? Just
Yep.
that bright green on there. You can see it everywhere. It stands out. The Raymarine in black just pops.
Yep. They got some other sponsor stickers there back on the cowlings. See some micro trailer on the side.
We might need to toss in $20 each, get our names on that one. What do you think?
No joke. You think, how big a font would we get?
Not big.
I'll tell you.
We would just know it's there. Nobody would see it.
You know how we're going to get our names on a boat for free?
We're going to sign the Lake
We're going to
Wiley boat.
sign Lake Wiley boat,
Tonight.
factory stock, baby, at the party.
At the party.
Yep.
We need to do that. Yes, sir.
We need to take a video of us signing it because I know they clean that off, buff it all off in between races so they get fresh signatures, but we're going to have to make that a habit.
Tristan, speaking of great-looking boats, man, that Dirty Money boat is sweet, and you're with it.
Yeah, I'm down here with Britt Lilly, Super Cat class, Dirty Money Racing. You guys are about to go out and qualify. How are you feeling today?
Water conditions look a little different. It seems to be a little flatter. Just saw some of the boats test, and looks like they were putting up some big numbers. So we're going to adjust for that and see if we can end up on top.
Now, you guys want that pole position, and last race, where'd you guys end up?
We ended up second. Same in the Dirty Money Class 1 boat, too. So trying to get on top because having that inside line really makes all the difference. You get to set precedents, you get to control the race course, and then everybody has to worry about passing you instead of you passing them. So qualifying is super important. Really got to nail the setup for this and get out there and try to prove our point.
Now, last race was a pretty tight race, but you guys got that checkered flag. How did you change anything, or what are you looking for tomorrow's actual race?
So really it's over a long term. We got a lot of races this year. IHRA is putting on a huge schedule, so you got to really stay on top of the podium every race to hopefully come out number one. So we're looking to obviously always win, but we got to be up top. So a lot of fast boats here, grade L, CR, a lot of big competition. So go out, play smart, try to control the course, and see if we can end up on top.
Good luck today, guys.
Thank you.
There's a good look at the causeway here on Lake Pontchartrain.
There's going to be a lot of twisted necks on that as the racing's happening this weekend.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, that's the longest continuous bridge over water.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
23.83 miles in length.
Well, I sure wouldn't want to walk it.
If you don't like being on a bridge, that is not the one for you, because once you get on it, buddy, you're committed for quite a ways.
I'd be halfway out and get gridlock somehow. Yeah. Somebody'd mess up, and I'd be stuck out there.
First bridge in the world built using mass production and assembly line techniques.
Huh. Here's a good look at our safety helicopter. The eye in the sky. Safety from above. These guys are great, and they're going to keep a good close watch over everybody today. Make sure everybody stays right side up. I was talking to him this morning at breakfast about me still jumping out of one of those things. So,
you jumping out or them throwing you out?
Man, I don't know. I might get up.
Go either way.
I might commit and then get up there, and they might have to throw me out. But I'm gonna have to tell the pilot, bring it down a little more, a little bit more.
He's just gonna tilt and dump you.
Yeah, no joke. Roll myself right on out of that thing.
As opposed to our divers, and in a moment's notice, they'll be flying out of that thing wherever they have to get to the racers as quickly as they can.
Yeah, we've got them strategically placed throughout the whole race course on boats. We have safety boats. We've got them in the sky. I mean, there's really not a place of a course that's just not covered,
Even with a race course like here that's tick over 5.5 miles in length.
Yep.
It's impressive how fast our progressive safety team can get to them and any racer in need.
You see the yellow shirts in the helicopter, but as that boat just panned by, you see yellow shirts on that boat. So they also have, like you said, divers strategically throughout the whole course, in the turns, in the straight sections, ready to go.
And we will be right back for more from Lake Pontchartrain.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock.
Ew. Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
World champion!
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross GWS #1 plate.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a good look at the milling area. Boats getting ready to go out and qualify here. We're going to have our Superstock qualifying action coming your way here shortly once everything is ready to go.
You can tell it's not too hot out there today. You don't see the hatches all popped for ventilation, so they all must be comfortable in that boat right today.
Well, we had temperatures in the upper 60s, was it?
Yeah.
Nice breeze out there.
The water looks pretty calm there, but you can tell they're a little closer in. I think the outside of that course is what's going to get really, really rough.
Yeah, first couple boats starting to move out. Looks like qualifying's about to get underway. We should be seeing 2 boats on the course at once.
Yeah, they're going to stagger those starts, let those guys have some clean water and get out there, run on their own. They don't want these people or these teams running into one another or getting too close, because everybody wants the best opportunity they can to lay down the best hero lap, to try to gain that good position come race time tomorrow. Looks like we got Leanna and Chad on course right now. I think that must be the first one. They're powering up and headed out for their first hero lap of the day. They're going to try to set that top qualifier position if they can. But I will tell you, they're at least going to have the top qualifier for a little bit.
For a little bit, yeah.
We'll see if it'll hold, all right?
Demon Bikini, first one on the clocks. You can hear it off in the distance from where we're sitting, getting up to speed. Leanna Shadlow, Chad Havens.
Yeah, you can hear those new 300 ROS motors, the short shaft motors. You can hear those. They have like a dry exhaust system, so you can they sound like a bigger V8, which is pretty interesting to get that out of an outboard now.
Yeah.
Boat looks pretty flat.
Yeah, it sure does.
I'm excited to see what happens once they get on that outside area. This water does look really good right now. I hate to even say I feel like the breeze has cut down a bit, but
well, it has. It has.
At least we don't have papers blowing around everywhere like we did in St. Pete grabbing a tent, so it didn't take us with us like a parachute.
We had to move our broadcast position in between 2 trailers from Saturday to Sunday just to keep it on the ground. Oh, live television. Yeah, that boat really looks planted in the water, doesn't it?
Yep.
I mean, obviously,
I'm not actually sure how if they just go at random, they get called out, or if they draw for whatever the run position is for qualifying. Not that it probably really matters, but Chad's probably like, let's get after it. First on the course.
Here's X Insurance.
That's our Team Moxie that we just heard from a little bit ago. Wheelan and Reichman. That's, like I said, that's a newer team in this class, so they're really trying to get things dialed in. But anything that's, a new class like that, new boat, new setup, all the haulers he was talking about, there's a lot of stuff to deal with. They've got to get dialed in, get focused on some racing, and as you can tell, they want to compete and they're here for it.
It's a logistics nightmare getting one of these big organizations around the country to get to all the events.
Yep, and a lot of these guys, they're some of their team, they might be staff, but there's a lot of people that are going with them just to help because they want to be part of it. So a lot of times these guys have other jobs and things to do. So moving all this equipment, it's an undertaking of itself. Another good look at Chad and Leanna there. As a couple racing together, I couldn't imagine racing with my wife. Heck, sometimes she didn't even ride in the car with me. I couldn't imagine trying to be in a boat.
Can't say I blame her, bud.
Oh, she'd be in great hands. We're getting some rougher water shots right there on the Team Moxie, so I don't know exactly where they're at on course, but it's definitely picking up. I think they're on that backside.
Yeah, and it looks a little rougher for Demon Bikini too.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think you're gonna within this race course. Yeah, within this race course, you're gonna see, two different sections that are really they strategically are gonna make a big plan difference in how they're gonna have to attack that.
Yeah, and that's the north end of the course. Is that correct?
Yeah.
By the causeway.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Looks like they're coming around the buoys. They weren't sticking tight to it. It's probably because of the water. You can see the boat dancing a little bit through the corners, kind of sliding it through. So you can see the wind really, really playing some effect in that tunnel.
Heading back towards the clocks here, and we'll get an idea of
see what our first lap looks
time.
like. This is a pretty big course.
5.5 miles in length.
Looks like they just clicked it off.
427.5. 427.5.
Let's see. Well, like I said, that's the run-up lap, so I'm sure that they're going to be able to make better on that, just like every team will. I don't think on the first lap they're going to go out there and set their time, but they might. They're going to get a good look at the water, read it, and then push that last second or third lap.
So the X Insurance Moxie does.
Coming around the start finish, getting closer. Yeah, and that's a brand new victory boat that they had built last year.
341.580.
Man, so they were really looked like they were on a heater. Yeah.
They weren't joking around.
I can hear it. I can hear Chad and Leanna out there in Demon Bikini going by us, from our position. So I know they're getting close. That sounds a little more aggressive than the first lap. They're probably just trying to, settle in and get their GPS, line on the map lined out for how they want to run it.
Well, St. Pete was so rough for them. I think anything's a positive step forward at this point, right?
Yeah. Well, like I said, they had boat problems, and then Austin Blocker was in the boat because Chad was out, doing some recovery. So, this is his first race of the year.
Yeah.
So, hats off to Leanna, making sure she's cradling and taking good care of him to get him back to health and back in this boat.
So a 341.6 to a 427.5.
They look like they're running a little bit harder now.
Yeah, the boat not as planted, right? It's moving around quite a bit more. Coming up out of the water. They're definitely getting after it on a heater this time. Probably feels pretty good, right?
Oh, I would imagine.
After everything?
Yeah, Chad's been punching the bit to get back in the boat.
Yeah,
so.
he's ready to go.
He actually had a birthday on Wednesday, so happy birthday, Chad. I was going to try to squeeze in on his birthday dinner, but I'm not sure when they're going or where, but I'm going to try to go on that one. As long as he didn't make me pay.
Yeah. Here's the Moxie boat.
One thing about the X Insurance boats, they always have good-looking wraps. All the classes, they have this, kind of consistent livery between them, and you can
consistent
can tell
style, different colors, right?
Yeah.
Some red, some of the green.
Kind of separates them a little bit, but they definitely have a great-looking fleet of competitors.
And fleet is the right way to put it, man. They are everywhere. Just about everywhere you look, there's another X Insurance boat.
I think Rick's in every class. So I saw him actually the other day in the pits, but I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But I know he's here.
So made it over to the causeway once again. Leanna bringing the Demon Bikini boat back towards the shoreline at this point.
Looks like they might be trying to stay out a little wider, carry a little more speed potentially.
Yeah.
They stuck that pin pretty close. Man, right in there is going to be interesting.
It gets really choppy in here.
I think every class, because that's where the wind's coming across kind of adjacent to that corner, and they're turning back into the wind right there. Let's see what this time looks like this lap by.
Yeah. Looking to better a 4:27.5. And X Insurance not far behind.
Yeah, they're creeping up
right there.
They space them out quite a bit, but
they were significantly quicker with a 3:41.6.
It looks like they dropped it. What was that last lap? They dropped down to a 4:02, right?
Yeah, 4:02.808 for Demon Bikini.
So they're getting better.
And a 3:40.304 for X Insurance.
So they bettered it by another second.
Yeah, they picked up.
This could really be a setup and a prop game, too. I mean, because it was rougher yesterday, so when they were out, they may have really tried to plan for that, forecasting the weather, because we're supposed to be a little windier today. So some of these guys just might not have hit the setup for qualifying.
Yeah, but don't throw your notes away, because you might need those for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to change again. Yep.
She's still in it pretty hard.
Yeah, Chad's got it trimmed up pretty good, so.
Here comes the Atlas boat. Atlas Offshore Racing. Mark Neiman, driver. Tanner Lewis working as the throttle man.
Yeah, that's a Doug Wright powerboat as well. Just like the Demon Bikini boat's another Doug Wright. There's a lot of that brand represented in the Superstock category. So when you're a couple and you're in that boat, or when they get out, is it high fives or is there hard conversations? What do you think? What do you think's going on over there, or what do you think is the conversations like in the boat right now, Ralph?
Well, I guess it all depends on how the run went, right?
I wonder if they know where they're at yet. I wonder if they're running their own stopwatch in the boat.
I'm guessing they have a good idea.
It's probably somebody with a spotter, I think, probably on camera, or somebody's watching, I'm sure.
It can be, let's put it this way, I bet it's pretty honest.
Yeah, I bet it's very honest.
Is that a safe way of putting it?
Yeah.
It's pretty honest.
There's probably some of these in-camera footage that probably shouldn't have audio in it, you know what I'm saying?
That Atlas boat, Mark Neiman out of Sarasota, Florida, Tanner Lewis out of Northport, Florida. Tanner owns the boat.
Yep, and Atlas is that's like a logistics type company, I believe.
Connecto, Porcelains Unlimited, Blue Water Yacht Company, and Blue Wander Technologies all sponsoring the boat. It's a new boat for them, isn't it, for Mark and Tanner? And it's Mark's first year in Superstock.
Yeah, these guys have raced before, though. I mean, they've got previous, championships, like 2016 OPA World Champion. So these guys are not new to racing, just, kind of newer to this class. These guys are getting closer.
Yeah, that Moxie boat is really catching Demon Bikini. And, sometimes I've always found it's easier to be the chaser than the chasee.
Yeah, whenever.
Right? It gives you something to set your sights on. You can push a little harder. You can see that gap closing, and maybe that's helping them find a little bit more, because it sure looks like Moxie's going to pick up another second, maybe two on this lap.
Yeah, any racing thing I've ever done, or if you're following somebody, you're always going to push it just a little bit harder.
Yeah.
That might make it really tough to be the first one out there, because you're not really sure if you're setting the tone correctly or not.
Seeing a 3:45.958 for Demon Bikini, so they got quicker.
Yeah, they've progressively got faster every single lap. So, I mean, that's what
Moxie,
it's about.
a 3:34.973.
It's like almost 11-second difference in their margin. But, man, there's that corner. Man, did you see him set that boat down and turn hard?
Look at that.
I'll be interested to see their time. They look like they really they're digging. That's a clean looking boat, isn't it?
Sure is. Tanner's been a driver in Superstock since 2013.
Yeah.
But his first year as a throttleman.
So look like their first lap on their kind of warm up, getting their feet wet and feeling everything out. Looks like they went a 4:02.9.
Had decisions out as well.
These two younger guys, I'm really, really excited to see, how not this season, but just this next several years rolls out for this team.
If you go, I just saw the X Insurance boat. Yeah, well, like we said, there's a fleet of them, and this is a different one. This is the bad decisions one. Cameron Turk
and Owen Buis are in that boat. That young duo has been a good pair for a while, and like I said, this is their first year running Superstock, so they're kind of following in Dad's footsteps. And we saw them in St. Pete. They had kind of a Pro Class 1 situation with their boat. They were running second, and then kind of tore the boat up. So hopefully these guys don't follow that that line, particularly today or this weekend. But they've got a lot of racing history in their blood. Oh, we got Mom Ain't Happy.
Got Atlas with a 4:02.982 on that first lap effort. So both Moxie and Demon Bikini ran their quickest laps on their third lap.
Yep. I think you're going to see that consistently. These guys are going to feel the situation, feel the course out, and just continue to push, that's going to be a real driving factor.
I think that chasing situation helped the Moxie guys find a little bit extra too. Like we were saying, just easier to dig a little bit deeper, right?
Yep. There we got Scott Blumberg there, and then we've got, he's in the boat with Tom Kennedy. We call Tom Hollywood because he's got some great hair.
It's all about the hair.
Which they'll never call me Hollywood.
Which you wouldn't know much about, right?
I wouldn't know much about that. My daughter points it out every time she walks behind the chair. I'm sitting in the living room. I hear it every day.
What does she say?
Oh, man, she talks about my thinning spot in the back. That's why I wear a ball cap.
Is that it?
All the time. Makes it tough on camera. I was told I can't wear a hat, so.
Maybe just not wearing the right hat.
Hey, I'll put on whatever hat they want me to wear as long as I can wear one.
Atlas getting tossed around a little bit. Not too bad.
Yep. Starting to see a little more white caps out there. I mean, just in the last 10 minutes, I feel like some of the conditions have changed already.
Not quite up to the sheep in the water like we had at St. Pete.
Is that what we call sheep's head or something?
Remember Michael was
talking? I still have never heard that. Sheep in the bay or
Sheep
something?
in the bay, yeah.
We're going to have to ask him about it when he gets back. Here's this corner that I think is going to be interesting for these guys all weekend long with the way the winds come in.
And as soon as you said that, that's where we've seen the Atlas boat get bounced around.
Yep.
The most it has in the entire lap.
One thing about these catamarans, for everybody at home watching it, they can turn so fast and so hard, they're going into the corner. They're probably trying to hold in that, 100-mile-an-hour range through a corner. Looks like he's coming back down towards the start-finish. We'll see what this next lap looks like for him. Looks like that was a 3:57 for him, for Team Atlas.
Yep.
Starting to pick them off.
3:57.568.
Yep.
So got a little bit to go to catch Demon Bikini for the number 2 spot on the qualifying order. And then Bad Decisions comes across the line a little bit quicker with a 3:52.
That's the other X-Insurance entry from the Turk and Buis boys there. It's a good-looking wrap. I like that black and green. It's a little bit different, but, man, it stands out.
It's kind of reversed to the other one, right?
Yep.
These boats weighing up to 4,900 pounds. Mama dancing around pretty good.
Yeah, that's a little two-step. I wonder if they practice that or do some salsa lessons, one of the two. I'd like to see that, knowing both of them.
Yeah. My main happy headed towards the clocks. We'll get a first look at their effort.
Like I said, these guys, you got to watch them. They were second qualifier in the St. Pete race. So
yeah.
And if they're going to hold true with everyone else, maybe their second and third lap's just going to get a little bit better.
Guess what? They just jumped to number 3 with a 3:50.664.
Yep, that's looking good. Look at those motors dance around back there, and you wonder why we had so much carnage yesterday with stuff breaking. There's a lot of weight sitting on those few bolts in those brackets.
600 horsepower powering these boats. Those Mercury 300Rs.
I think we just had the Ignite Celsius team just get on course, so they just called them out for their run up. They are on course and going. Back to Mama and Happy here.
Decisions pounding through the surf out there. There's that Valvoline Celsius boat.
Live, fit, and go. And going is what they look like they're doing.
Yeah. Valvoline joining that operation at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, you've got Chris Hopgood. He's the driver, and he's got Jay Moeller on the throttles. And Jay's one of those experienced throttlemen that runs 2 or 3 different classes. So, that guy gets tons and tons of seat time. But, that's got to be a super valuable asset for a competitive team like that to have more time. Seat time, have more time on each racetrack or each course and really, really get a feel for that water, knowing what they're going into for the next race.
Chris Hopgood, the driver out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and the throttleman Jay Moeller out of New Jersey.
Yeah, Jay will have to hop out of a Superstock boat and get in with the Grade L team for Supercat qualifying. So he's going to be busy here this morning.
Jim, multi-time national and world champion. And here comes Bad Decisions. Let's see if they can find a little more speed. They held that 3rd spot for a while, then they've slipped back now to 4th.
I'm proud of these young guys. They're looking really good out there, though.
Looking aggressive, that's for sure.
I bet moms are sitting back there crossing fingers and holding their breath through this one.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Ooh, see how hard those boats turn?
Yeah.
People at home, if you've never ridden in one or driven one, you can't imagine what that feels like. That thing's on a rail.
The Valvoline Celsius boat's also a Doug Wright boat. This one right here.
Yep. That boat was orange last year, had some white and orange, so it's a little different to see that.
Well, that Valvoline colors worked in there with the blue.
It's probably one of my favorite color blues, actually. Love that color. Like the old Mustangs, way back in the day, the muscle cars, that bright grabber kind of blue.
Grabber blue is always beautiful. Not a petty blue guy?
No, well, I grew up a petty fan, so yeah, to me that color is very similar.
Yeah. So Bad Decisions with a 3:45.401 second on the timesheet right now.
They have got to be happy with that.
Drops Demon Bikini to third with a 3:45.9. Atlas is fourth with a 3:47.7.
Looks like we got Scott and Kennedy coming in here.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. This will be the completion of their second lap, right?
Yep.
Mom Ain't Happy coming to the line. Clicking the clocks. And Mom jumps to number 2.
Yep.
With a 3:40.017.
You talk about a pickup. And they have one more lap to do it again.
They got another circuit to go. Yes, they do.
Think they can knock off another 6-7 seconds?
Yeah, they need 7. They need about 7.
You know what? I can tell you, well, probably a little more time to talk about it. Since Mom's not here for Mom Ain't Happy,
she might not be coming.
Well, she at least sent Scott with a little bit of good luck charm in his baggage, right? So he's got his good luck charm since his wife can't be here with him to make sure he's dialed in. So hopefully she's not missing that at home.
I'm from O'Fallon, Illinois. Tom from Dubuque, Iowa.
That makes him a river guy.
Yeah.
All right, here's our HBS team. We got Sloan out there, Beckley on the throttles. Where are we at here with those guys? So this is their run-ups. This is going to be their first.
So right now it's X Insurance Moxie with a 3:34.9. Mom Ain't Happy with a 3:40.017. Bad Decisions 3:45.4. Demon Bikini 3:45.9 in fourth. Atlas in fifth, 3:47.7. Valvoline Celsius with a 4:01.5. They're just getting underway. Then HBS Motorsports now out on course, as you saw.
Yeah, I think, like I said, that first lap, that's pretty consistent. Everybody's just getting the feel for the layout right now, and they're getting everything lined up. So
Bad Decisions should be on their final lap. Mom Ain't Happy should be on their final lap too, and Valvoline Celsius is on lap 2, so we should be seeing some even quicker times coming here.
Yeah, these guys are, it's anybody's day, with this team. Everybody's so evenly matched.
Well, that's what we get out of this category. That's the whole concept of the category, and it works, right?
Stock racing is pretty amazing.
Everybody's got the same engines, those Twin Mercury Racing 300Rs, the boats up to 32 feet in length, weighing in at 4,900 pounds. What's not to love about the design, right?
Oh, yeah. This is like, this is some cat racing at its finest, right? Especially when you get all these guys all together. And as the season goes on, we're going to have maybe up to 20 of these boats in one race.
That's because it's such a great accessible entry into offshore powerboat racing. It's a big category, highly competitive category. I'm not surprised to hear that it's our largest category each and every week, right? I mean, if you're sitting at home, you're going, man, these things look great. Reasonably affordable way to go racing if you're into offshore powerboat racing, because nothing in offshore powerboat racing is really reasonable or affordable, right? I mean, it's how fast do you want to go?
Yep.
This is a truly spectacular way to go. It's a great category.
I'm glad to see everybody's kept it together so far. I mean, nobody seems to have broken anything. Nobody's hit Guardian. Everybody's running good right now. All right, let's see what we got coming around to the final lap here. Are they going to pick it up?
Looking to better that 3:40.017. He's got to find another 6 seconds or so to get number 1. Doesn't have anybody to chase, does he? I'm telling you, I think that helped the Moxie guys.
Yeah.
Valvoline, Celsius, they need to move it up. They're at a 4:01.530. They're in 6th right now.
What was our last lap there? 3:35. They didn't get everything they need, but they are within half a second of top qualifiers. So they're sitting number 2 right now, just like they ended qualifying for St. Pete.
6.5 seconds or so?
Yeah.
That is a tremendous effort for Mom Ain't Happy. She got to be thrilled with that.
All right, we got Sloan. We got Ryan out here. Now we're back to Chris and Jay in the Valvoline machine. They've got some ground to go, but like I said, These guys are going to turn in a lot better time on lap 2. I promise you that.
Here's our
there they did. They went to a 3:38.
Yeah, they go to number 3, and they've been hanging around back there in 6th. Now all of a sudden they jump up 3 spots to 3rd. So it's a great effort for them. Here's a look at qualifying as we stand. You can see all the boats we still have yet to go. A lot of great machinery yet to roll out here and get underway on the clocks as qualifying continues with our Superstock category. X Insurance Moxie at the top of the board with a 3:34.973. More qualifying after this.
And digging into the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Head dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
The New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. And Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeburg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Here's a look at qualifying up to date as we continue with our Superstock category. X Insurance Moxie at the top of that, blistering 3:34.973. Turned in on their 3rd and final lap. Mom Ain't Happy, Valvoline Celsius, Bad Decisions, and Demon Bikini, the top 5. Atlas and HBS Motorsports out on the water right now. We're waiting for Allied, Enough Said, Wozencraft, and the rest yet to go. Atlas at a 3:47.783 moved up to 6th. HBS ran a 3:56.147.
Yep, that was their
on their first lap.
Yep, so they're getting ready to come around for to complete lap number 2. So let's see if they can better on themselves and maybe kind of adjust this stack right now.
HBS jumps to number 4 with a 3:42.962 turned in on that second lap. And Allied now out on the water. Here they are.
In that interview, they were talking to the Team Moxies earlier. This is the team they kept referencing. Sean is one heck of a competitor. He's a world-class F1 racer as well. This guy's on the water all the time, so he's definitely one to watch. Ooh, we got Cole and Gary. Looks like they're making their run up right now. So we've got a lot of heavy hitters coming in. So I think you're going to see, this list really change. Here we go. We got Enough Said out here on the course as well. So
getting busy.
Yep, there's a lot of stuff happening right now.
So still X-Insurance Moxie. Mom ain't happy. And how's Mom doing, by the way?
You know what? I think she's doing all right. But I did get a text from Scott. She is in her robe. I'm telling you, I figured if she's at home without having to deal with him, she's probably got a great view of this TV, and she's sitting there soaking it up. So.
Well, she's got to be pretty happy right now with her the boy sitting there second.
I'm telling you, it's all about the good luck charms.
Yeah. HBS sitting in fifth with a 3:42.962.
Hey, look at Enough Said. They snuck up into the fourth qualifier with a 3:38 on lap number 1.
That just took
That's
place.
A huge jump.
Luis Martins and Nick Impresia.
Well, and look at Sloan and Ryan with HBS. I mean, on lap 2, they pulled up a 3:42, and they're sitting in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, they just moved to fifth. Sure did.
Brand new team, young driver. That you've got to be happy with that if you're sitting in their pits right now.
Sloan Langston and Ryan Beckley out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Sloan raced a lot of motocross for several years. You know what they say about that? With age comes a cage, right?
I definitely appreciate that. You wouldn't see me on one of those.
Sloan just 16.
He looks like he's handling the boat pretty well. I'd love to see some in video footage of that. See if he's really sawing that wheel, or if it's steady in there.
That boat's dancing around on him pretty good to that same section, of course.
See the boat rocking side to side, kind of listing back and forth. I think that's what broke some stuff in qualifying yesterday. Was depending on the way the wind was blowing and the angle of the waves, they got caught in that, and I think that's what really broke some stuff in the factory stock group.
Made for some hard impacts when those boats came hitting the water on the side like that. I see Ray Marine out there as well. See, they're right behind these guys.
Yep. HBS Motorsports just finished their third lap with a 3:42. They're still sitting in fifth, followed by bad decisions. Dean Bikini down to seventh, and Atlas is sitting in eighth right now.
Cole and Gary must have just gone out. I'm not seeing them on the board yet.
Yep, they're about to finish their first lap. Yep, I think it just went.
Allied with a 3:59.924 in 10th. Well, here they are, 3:48.055 for the Ray Marine guys. That puts them in 10th. Allied went to number 1 with a 3:28.862. 3:28.862. That
seems
screaming.
Blistering out there compared to where everybody else is heading down the field.
Look at that boat.
Oh.
That thing is just digging.
Like I said, Enough Said snuck up into what was now 5th place. They were 4th prior to STR Allied's first place takeover there. So we've got a lot of heavy hitters on the course right now, and still yet to come.
Matt and Sean in that Allied boat out of Fort Myers, Florida.
Yeah, we got Enough Said. We got Lewis Martins as the driver. We got Nick Impresia on the throttle. That's also another duo that runs some other classes, So these guys are jumping boats and getting in, driving and throttling for other teams. So, lots of experience, loads of knowledge here. Man, you can see it's getting rougher out there. That boat's eating it alive, though.
Early on, we had a bunch of the boats at the top that were those Doug Wright built boats. Now the STR to the top of the board.
Oh, it looks like right now they're bringing out Chad Rutzel and Rusty Williams in the Sayless MF. They also run a factory stock boat. Had a little bit of carnage yesterday, and their team was up late fixing some stuff last night to get things ready for tomorrow.
Liquid Molly, Rosenbach, Freight, Rudisill Trucking, all helping them out. They won the 2025 Monster Energy Triple Crown in Superstock and Factory Stock World Champions last year.
Yep. Kind of partial to red, black, and white, so I just love the color scheme on that boat. I like the bright stuff, like I said earlier, but man, if you look at my closet, everything's red, black, or white. So.
Well, everything looks good up front and
I know it.
Top of the podium.
Here's Carey and goal. Boat looks good through the corner. That's that rough section I think everybody's going to have to keep their eye on as production continues through the day and tomorrow.
And I got to tell you, that Ray Marine boat looks about as solid through there as any boat we've seen come through there.
Yep.
They really look good. And they're sitting 10th right now, but they're early on in their series of runs. This is lap 2, I believe, for them, yes. So everybody trying to catch Allied, which is number 1 with a 328.8, and Enough Said with a 331.3. So let's see if our guys in Ray Marine can move up the list here at the end of this lap, because they really got through that section well.
There's our STR Allied machine.
It's the number 1 qualifier right now.
Yep, they're also backed by Woody Smokehouse and Accurate Pavers. And I love Sean's little blip here when you talk about accomplishments. He's like, man, I've won a couple things.
Yeah.
That's all he's saying.
Yeah.
That's all we need to know right now, I guess. Quick Google search of Sean Torrente, and you can find out a lot of cool information about that team.
Sayless MF still on their opening lap. Here's Billy Allen's machine getting out there.
I wonder if Rocket snuck in the boat. Labs love water. I bet he's no stranger to that one either. Man, Big East Construction, the Ray Marine, they snuck up into the second spot at 329. Nuff Said did too. We got Nuff Said back up through the 331. That changed everything in the top 3 with the boats on course right now, and they're not done yet.
Well, let's see what Allied can do here.
Looks like he's going to hold on to that top spot right now.
That Ray Marine boat sitting second with that 329. That should have put him first.
Well, no, 328 sitting for
there you go.
Trent and Jaminski.
Yeah, the last lap was a 331 for Allied.
Lots of shaking up happening here in the Superstock ranks.
Well, boy, the speeds are coming up in a hurry, aren't they?
I think these guys that are starting a little bit later, they're sitting here watching this live feed.
Yeah.
And they're like, boys, it's time to push it.
We got to go.
Yep.
How do you think this is going to set things up for qualifying yet to come and racing later and all of that?
You know, I think the Supercat guys are sitting back here watching what's going on. They're watching these lighter, smaller boats dance around a little bit. I don't know if that's adjusting any of their game plan at all, or the conversations they're having in the staying at pit side. But
yeah.
I definitely think if I'm part of one of those teams, I'm going to be watching these guys pretty closely and trying to see what the course is looking like.
Oh, remember these boats weighing 4,900 pounds. We're going to get significantly heavier.
Yeah, we step up to Superstock. You know, you're in that 9,500 minimum weight.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're way bigger boat. And then Pro Class 1 just steps it up from there. I mean, those boats are over 12,000.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Jeremy Cheetah on course with Ricky in the Wozencraft machine.
That boat looks nice and planted, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like I said, it's interesting. That's one of the smaller, boats on the of the fleet, but that thing is like a rocket. You got Watercraft Insurance. You got Manatee Marine back, the Lively Machine.
Here comes Ray Marine. Boy, they're pushing hard through that tricky corner at the far end of the course.
They know it's their last lap, and they are wanting it.
Which is to our left from where we're sitting.
We got Billy and we got Sabrina in there. She looks like she's getting settled in the boat as a new driver. She's turning that boat pretty hard.
Keeping an eye on the clock here to see when Ray Marine when it gets across.
Looks like he's going to sit with that 3:29.5.
Yeah.
Sitting in second place, but he's just barely a half a second off of, the Allied machine that's sitting number one qualifier right now.
Well, we talked about how this is arguably the most highly competitive category in offshore powerboat racing. And, boy, you see it. Look at the top of the board, a 328.8 to a 329.5. That's your top two. Then you get 331.3, 334.9. And a 335.4 to take care of the top five. Boy, that is a tight field all the way through.
Oh, I know. And when you look at those times, when you're talking a 5 to 6 mile course, that's not
nothing.
That's not a big differential.
It is nothing. So when you see Team Bermuda out there too, those guys could easily post a number here.
Yeah, because they were top qualifier 2 weeks ago, and then they won it. So like I said, there's still some depth in the ranks.
They're going to be last out, I believe.
Okay.
Say Less MF was 6th. 336.272.
Not a bad spot to sit for your first lap.
No.
Yep, sliding around that corner. You see how that wind, as soon as they turn that nose into the wind, the whole attitude of that boat changes
instantly.
Yep.
So does the intensity inside the cockpit.
Yep.
Is it Wozencraft?
We got that's Jeremy Sheeta, and we got Julian Maldonado in that boat.
These boats can reach up to about 110 miles an hour.
There we got Digging Deep, backed by AJK Sightworks.
I got to believe they're getting every bit of that 110 out of these boats here today.
Oh, easily. Especially going with the wind.
Yeah.
You know, that backstretch. It's going to be rough, but, man, they got the wind at their back. Oh, there's that Team Bermuda, guys. Top qualifier 2 weeks ago.
Wozencraft to number one.
Oh, man, look at that.
328, 343, 328, 343.
That's a half a second faster than the STR Allied group.
Yep. So they go to number one. Allied slides to 2. Ray Marine to 3. Nuff said 4. And X Insurance Moxie goes to 5. And Mom ain't happy because she just got kicked out of the top 5.
Oh, man. She's probably staying up off that couch right now.
Yeah. And Team Bermuda, as you said, just went out, right?
Yep, they just hit the course. Haven't even had a lap turned in yet. That's what's so exciting about Superstock.
Team Bermuda
Look at that.
to 3rd. 329, 491. Told you they could put down a number.
Oh, man. First lap on the board.
Keep an eye out for them. They still got a ways to go.
Yeah, that boat's the Team Bermuda boat. That's driven by David Seeley, and we've got Stephen Bridges. He is the owner and throttleman.
That's them right there in the black and that beautiful blue.
All right, here we got Andy Miller and Billy Moore in the Digging Deep team. So Billy Moore, he's, again, one of the throttlemen that we were talking about that jumps boats. He runs a Pro Class 1 boat as well.
Those guys had a heck of a time getting here from Bermuda this weekend, too. They went home. They were telling me they got stuck in Charlotte overnight.
Oh, man.
Spinning on the floor of the airport. You know how it goes.
Oh, that's a rough one.
We've all been there. Hate that.
Billy Allen and his Doug Wright powerboat.
It's one of those tricky places to fly from, right? Because it's only, about 2 hours flight time from Charlotte to Bermuda, but you got to connect.
Yeah, just in the last couple of weeks, I've went through Charlotte more than I've ever went through anywhere, probably.
Thanks for the phone call, by the way.
Well, Rockingham was last weekend. I was waiting for you to come hang out with me, but...
I wanted to do that.
It's kind of fun going to a race and not having to put as much work into it.
Do anything?
Yeah, man, it's kind of great.
Oh, I'm sure you were hanging banners somewhere.
It was kind of nice. We got to hang out with Kyle Petty all weekend, hanging out in the booth.
KP's a great guy.
Yeah, everybody. My wife's like, "You loved him growing up." I said, "Yeah, I did." She's like, "You should get a picture." I said, "No, I'm not that guy." And then I heard Richard might show up, and I said, "That's a picture I'm taking. I want both of both, man."
Mr. the King.
I became a kid in a candy store, but he didn't end up gracing our presence last week. Man, I kept watching that door every time it opened.
There is not a nicer pair in racing than those two. Great people, great family.
We got
Say Less MF. They've been lingering around inside the top 10. They're 8th right now. 3:45.071 on the last lap. Their quickest is a 3:36.272, which has them 8th.
Yeah, still super respectable.
Yeah, oh yeah. Digging deep. Let's catch up on them. They're back in 15th. Now they just jumped all the way up to 9th. 3:36.352. So they're finding some speed. There goes Team Bermuda trying to improve on that 3:29.491, which I got to believe they're gonna.
Yeah.
Because that was on their opening lap. They got 2 to go here.
Everybody really, really wants to, you want to be a top qualifier, but you really want to be in that top 8 because of when they start this big field, they have an outer buoy set on that first corner. So everybody in the first 8 can take the original corner pin, and then everybody past the 8th qualifying position has to take an outer buoy so they can maintain their lane through the first corner. So that way it doesn't get congested and everybody's running to one same buoy. But that pushes them out a little bit on their first lap when the race starts.
Team Bermuda had podium finishes in Sheboygan, St. Pete, Marathon, Key West, all in Superstock.
Yeah, that's the GL Construction, BDA, Blue Water, Waterfront, Marina. They've got a whole list of backing behind them. CTX Racing, Easy Lift, Sealy's Marine, Johnson's Marine.
Here comes Billy.
Yep. It looks like he's got the trim down a little bit. I don't know we come around that corner if he wanted to make sure he didn't get too much air underneath that boat, but
they're
now
11th.
It's coming up a little bit.
They're trying to get into the top 10. They posted a 3:42.127 on lap 2. They just went a 3:39.493.
I think that's going to hold them sitting there, sitting on position 11 right now.
Yeah, sure is. Can hear the wind picking up in our microphone, so it's definitely picking up out there on the water. There's a good look at those Mercury 300s.
Got Academy
Popping
Roofing,
the hatch.
Hot Bob Racing, U.S. Erectors Incorporated.
Here's Wozencraft, number 2, looking to improve. 3:28, 3:43, their best, so they're about 3/10 off of Team Bermuda right now. Team Bermuda on their second lap. Wozencraft still.
Yep, went all the way to the top spot. He still has some time. You think he can get it done? But
Oh,
they look
man,
like they're
look at
digging.
that.
I don't know if they've got a spotter that's saying you better push it.
Well, they're doing it.
Oh, my.
They are doing it.
Now imagine we get all 15, 16 of these guys out here together going through that corner.
Going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be a wild ride tomorrow night.
This guy's going to have quite a bit of time to think about it, too.
Yeah.
Wozencraft just puts up a 3:31.819, so they lost a little bit of time there.
Their first lap is still good enough to hold the second spot right now. They got to be happy with that start position.
Oh, have to be. Team Bermuda lost 1,000th of a second.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
Dude, that's some consistency right there.
How about that?
At the high, for a top qualifier to be that consistent, that's just mind-blowing.
1,000th of a second.
Wow.
Think about that out there.
We were just watching. We were just watching Digging Deep, and they were sitting. They have one lap left, and they're sitting on the 9th spot. So they're really, really trying to pick it up a spot or two if they can, if not go all the way to the top.
I mean, think about that 1,000th of a second on a perfectly paved oval, right? You go 1,000th of a second would be amazing, the consistency of that, right? Just in a perfectly paved oval. Now you're out on the water, the wind's blown, the waves are all over the place, and you lost just 1,000th of a second between two laps?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Every lap is different. Every corner is different. That's the cool thing about offshore racing, guys.
Everything. 1,000th of a second between two laps. That's amazing. On a lap, that's 5.5 miles in length.
Yeah.
The amount of opportunity for something to go the other way.
That's a pair of professionals right there.
Truly, and in sync.
They have to be happy with the setup. I definitely say, at least for qualifying, they hit the nail on the head so far.
Well, and I think, too, Shane, that really talks about how in sync the throttle man and the driver are, right?
We're gonna have to get a camera in that boat.
Yeah. Be great to see.
There's going to be some different in-camera footage and stuff throughout the weekend, so hopefully they're one of the teams that signed up for that.
Well, they're on their final lap, so they have an opportunity to improve here.
I'm more interested to see if they stay that consistent again. We got Andy and Billy seeing if they can jump up a few more spots. Coming around for their last lap.
Digging Deep doing just that right now.
It's a good-looking color scheme, too. Man, that yellow really stands out, too. We keep talking about that, but man, these boats look so good.
They look fast in and out of the water, don't they?
That boat ride's pretty flat, but as they were driving by some of the support boats and the patrol boats, I mean, those boats were bouncing around out there just idling around. Talked to one of my guys, Scott, out there today. I saw he had a little Dramamine patch. I said, boy, you ready for this? He said he's ready.
Going to be a day.
Yeah.
Not a lot of breaks for those folks out there.
No. We need to get some kind of like tennis ball launcher, a T-shirt can so we can launch them a sandwich or something, you know? See if we can pop one off the port bow.
Get the helicopter just to hover overhead.
And drop it down.
Drop one down. Looks like the great job last night by the helicopter pilots picking up the astronauts out of Artemis 2.
Yeah, I saw that.
Out of the ocean.
I was FaceTiming my daughter last night, and she got to watch that. And I was like, man, we were so busy, I forgot all about it. I would have loved to have seen that happen live like that. Man, they're
getting after it.
Yeah, they're trying to make an improvement on that last lap. They're coming down towards the start-finish, so they're going to trip the clock, and we'll see what we get. It's a good-looking Nortec for that pace boat that we just got to see.
S28, digging deep. Digging hard right now. Trying to improve on a 9th place position. But it looks like that's where they're going to stay with a 3:37.008.
They've been pretty consistent, but you know what? These guys are probably going to go back. Any of these guys that are, aren't in that top 3, top 5, they're going to go back. They're going to make some setup changes and get ready. So anybody's
They're
day.
heading back right away. Look at that.
Yeah.
They're not wasting any time.
Nope. There's some of that great crane work.
They didn't move up. They didn't miss on moving up to 8th by much because Saylas MF ran a 3:36.272, and digging deeper in a 336.352. So again, that's just talking about how intense.
0.08 of a second.
Yeah. And then you get back to Valvoline Celsius, one spot behind them with a 336.380.
Yeah, they're
you're talking 300s.
Yeah.
300s.
That's crazy. Over a 5 to 6 mile course. It's just.
Yeah. So everybody on their game here today.
Yep. It's a good shot of one of the pits there. Everybody's getting weighed in, checked, make sure they're coming back. They're not too light. They don't take any kind of penalty that will affect their qualifying position.
You know, I'll tell you, I know here in the offshore powerboat world, crane operators are highly regarded for their skill set, right?
Yeah.
But if you left the pit area here and you went just about anywhere else, most people wouldn't think too much about the skills it takes to operate one of those cranes. But you spend 5 minutes down there watching those guys pick these boats up and move them around and put them in and out of the water.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, that's a skill set there, bud.
Well, and the wind's catching them.
That's what I mean.
They got the tethers. They're trying to twist them and turn them, but, the crane operators ultimately has the control there.
Tristan, how are the guys at Ray Marine feeling right now, sitting fourth?
Okay, so it sounds like you guys qualified in fourth. How was the water out there, and how does fourth position starting tomorrow feel for you?
It was good. It was definitely a lot different conditions than yesterday, so we were a little kind of guessing on what we needed, but I think we were one propeller short, but try again tomorrow and see how it is. But as you can see, our class is highly competitive. We're all very close. I mean, there's less than a second splitting 4 or 5 boats right now.
Yeah, I was hearing some of the spreads were a 1/10 of a second. You guys are a really competitive class, like you said, and you're sitting at fourth, which is really a good starting position for you. Do you feel pretty confident with that tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think anything in the top 8 where you start, or top half of the field and you start on the inside buoy, I think is a definite little bit of an advantage, and you can sort of set your race up and line up more how you want. You're not sort of in the dead middle of the field fighting with everybody.
You make a great point. This is a massive class. You guys really, I think we're pushing 16, 17 boats at this race. So starting in the fourth lane is really a good spot for you. Good luck tomorrow, guys. Thank you, Cole.
Yep, that's Cole, the driver of the Ray Marine boat. And as Tristan pointed out, there are 16 boats. So the top 8 guys all in pretty good spot. Team Bermuda, Wozencraft, STR Allied, Ray Marine, Enough Said, X Insurance Moxie, Mom Ain't Happy, and Say Less MF, all in that top 8.
Yeah, if you can see there in the background, they got that great VIP sitting there, right coming around that corner where those guys are getting a little squirrely in that crosswind. That VIP spectator area is going to be the best spot in the house in New Orleans this weekend to watch some amazing racing. I'd like to post up right there on some of that lawn furniture. You think we can move our headsets over there? You think you can reach that far?
You're the one that keeps telling me everybody here. I don't know why you haven't gotten this done.
I don't know about everybody.
I mean, you keep telling me all about these people that are going places for dinner, yet you don't get us any invites. You keep saying this is a place to sit, but we're not sitting over there.
Well, I know it's.
I don't know. Shane.
We were here till 10 o'clock last night hanging.
Oh, your banner looks great. Your banner looks great in the driver's.
Did you see that Welcome Racers banner that we hung it up in the dark last night? I was glad it was level.
It's spectacular. You got some time to work on it. We got a ways to go this season. All right, so the banner is hung, and we're going to be back for Super Cat qualifying right after this. Stay with us.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Hey,
those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, dig and win! For the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Cup US #1 plate.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix here in beautiful New Orleans. As you can tell, the weather's beautiful, the wind's kicking up, and we've got some crazy action in store for you later today. Got some pit action going right now. We got boats getting slung. There's a picture of our VIP where Ralph and I'd really like to be sitting right now. And we're getting ready for some Super Cat qualifying, and that looks like CR Racing right there getting ready to go out and take the course. So we've got a lot of stuff coming up here for you guys. Keep watching and stay tuned in here. Looks like we've got Graydale on course. Looks like they're powering up. Got called to the line first. And they are on course. That is Chris Grant, is the owner and driver of that boat. And we have got Jay Moeller on the throttles. And that's a 2016 Skater 388, and it's powered by HRE Racing engines. I know that's been a good builder for them for a while, and they really, they must build one heck of an engine, I can tell you that, because they really are here in every single race, and you know those guys really are consistent. I don't know if you guys can even hear that over my my headset. I'm off to the right from the race course, but you can hear the thunder into these Super Cat motors. Looks like our second boat on course is How to Live. We've got Cade Wilson, driver. Mike Howe is the owner and throttleman of that big beast right there.
This will be a significantly smaller field than what we just saw, but just as competitive time-wise, I got to believe.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these things are stern drive, big block engines. You know, these. You're going to see that deck-to-deck action just like you're going to see Superstock, just a couple less. This is a growing class. We're going to have more boats as the season, commences. I think for Cocoa Beach, next month, we're going to see maybe another one or two Supercat show up. So
that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to shake up the points as well.
Sure is.
From the first two races. So
let's wrap up our conversation about Superstock. Let's find out about Digging Deep with Tristan.
Hey everyone, I'm down here with Billy Moore. He just got out of the Digging Deep Superstock. You guys just did your qualifying. How was the water today?
Definitely better than what it was yesterday. Laid down a little more than what we anticipated in qualifying. I was probably a little bit short on propeller, but it is what it is. I mean, you're always a roll of the dice when you can't test first thing and before pole position or whatever, but I think we'll be all right for tomorrow's race. Tomorrow's another day, but boat ran good. I think we were just a few mile an hour off the top guy's pace, but all in all, the boat was solid. Andy did great, so looking forward to tomorrow.
So tomorrow you guys race Superstock, but today you switch gears and you go into a Pro Class 1 boat. Tell me about how your qualifying just now is going to prepare you for your race this afternoon.
Oh, I already talked to the boys coming in, told them it's definitely laid down, but we still got to watch. I mean, Lake Pontchartrain can whip up pretty quick, but as of right now, we're doing a gear or propeller change for this afternoon than what we ran in qualifying yesterday. Qualifying yesterday was kind of tough on us. We didn't really get a full lap in testing. We broke a prop shaft, so kind of went out there blind and winged it. and couldn't find a pin at the causeway buoy, so I know that cost us some time, but we were only like 2 or 3 seconds off the top guy's pace. So I'm not too really worried about that one, but it's just, again, today is a different day.
Hey, knowing the course is really important. So now that you got to get in the Superstock boat, go out there, do the laps. Now you have a better feel for the course, and you're going to really set yourself up for a better Pro Class 1 race this afternoon.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And there's a couple spectator boats on the outside leg, which yesterday was so bumpy there was nobody out there, so it was like, you couldn't see the buoy with the causeway there. You kind of lost it in the mix. But now it's a definite line where to go, and after being out there just now, if I lose it now, I'm the clown.
Hey, mistakes happen, but at least now you've been out on the course, and it sounds like you're confident going into Pro Class 1 this afternoon. Good luck, Billy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's digging deep, and we get back to our Super Cat qualifying effort here. 3:58.430, the first time put up on the board. That's the Graydell CJ Racing, and then just like that, How to Live crosses the line with a 3:14.738. 3:14.738. That's number one for now. As this session just gets underway and we go back to watching Graydell. 5 boats in this category: Dirty Money, CR Racing, and EWB Racing. Also, we'll be showing you their efforts. These big 9,500-pound Super Cats. There's a good look at How to Live right there. Our number one qualifier right now, the How to Live Offshore team. 34 to 42 feet in length, putting out 1,500 horsepower to these twin 750 horsepower engines. Cade Wilson, the driver of that How to Live boat. Owner of Sterling Engines, DSK Marine, Ray Marine, Kicker Audio, Sterling Engines, CNS Trailers, Patriot Marine, Herring Props, all sponsoring How to Live. Did you get a look at their effort right here? Graydell working on that 3:58.430. Boat out of Canada. Big skater. HRE Racing Engines. The only Canadian Super Cat team in existence as of now. Doing the country proud, sitting second right now. 3:58.430, looking to improve. Boy, look at that.
That's the corner I keep telling you about. You got to watch them. Once they get a little sideways coming around there, it's going to be wild for them.
So How to Live at top of the board with a 3:14.738. Graydell right behind him with a 3:58.430. Waiting on Dirty Money, CR, and EWB. And Graydell goes to number one with a 2:58.123. 2:58.123. An outstanding effort. The only Super Cat team out of Canada.
I would not count the How to Live team out just yet, though. I'll tell you what, that's a new team. They're growing every single race. They have some great social stuff too. You should definitely check them out. They were going to try to do some kind of live Facebook thing this week.
They're all over it.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of wild for their fans too. Those Sterlings in that boat sound pretty good, don't they?
Sure
I can
do.
hear them from all the way over here. Yeah, you can watch the support boats bobbing around out there. No wonder Scott's out there needing some Dramamine.
Yeah. That's a great shot. Gives you an idea of the big speed of these massive Super Cats.
Yeah, depending on wind and conditions, I mean, you know, the 130s, 40s for these boats, that's nothing for them. They've got them propped right. Wind and wave conditions are good. These are some fast machines.
Mike and his twin brother Jeff do a tremendous job with their nonprofit called Outdoors Again. The whole mission of that group is just to get people who are paralyzed back outside and doing things, whether it's going to concerts, sports, games, even gold panning, camping, hunting, whatever it might be that you're interested in doing. They work hard to get you out there and get you going again.
That's awesome.
And that's probably the biggest accomplishment in their life, I would say, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Wins are great, but boy, that's something.
Yeah. You know, it's all about that type of work. I personally do a lot of, you know, charity work for myself, my community. I have a business that I'm fortunate enough to be able to take some time to do that, and I just love nothing more than that. You know, whenever you can help people, touch people's lives, you know, in a good way and try to make a great positive impact, at the end of the day, you know, that's what you want to be remembered for. So those guys are really, really doing some good work out there.
Well, that's how you leave your legacy, right?
Yeah.
Graydell, we're watching him right here. Still top of the board with a 258.122. And guess what? Their last lap, Shane, 1,000th of a second off from the first one.
Just like we were talking about with some of the Superstock
And they
guys.
just went to a 255.998. 255.998.
That sounds like a pretty amazing lap. I wonder what some of these other teams that are up and coming are going to do with that.
So that's the number one time on the board right now, 255.998.
Let's
How
see
to Live, this is their third and final lap.
Let's see if they can come across the start line and change that order up a little bit. They're hard charging towards it. I don't know where they're at or what they've got, but let's see if they can get it done. They did not. They're sitting at that was the 308. They're still sitting at a 306 best lap and sitting at number 2 qualifier at this point.
So we're waiting to see Dirty Money, CR Racing, and EWB Racing.
Yep.
And any one of those boats can easily put down the lap.
Yep.
Now, CR is the boat that had the issue. Here they are right here.
This is EWB.
Oh, that's
This is our
EWB.
Havasu crew.
Yeah.
Yep.
But CR is the one that had the problem.
Yeah, there's one that broke a prop shaft.
Yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And not at race speed either.
No, that was the crazy part. So we've got driver Kelly. And we've got Throttleman Ron in the EWB entry from Lake Havasu. And that's one of the smaller Super Cats that's out there right now. I think that's a 368 skater is what that is. They've got a good crew chief. He drags that boat all over the country. We call him Tijuana Tim. So this is the second full season for these guys. Last year they learned a lot, gathered the extra parts they needed, have some backup stuff. They had some great performances, some good finishes and stuff last year. They're really, really wanting to try to grow on that. But, you know, Kelly and Ron are no stranger to racing with one another. You know, those guys have done some, like, you know, off-road Baja stuff, and, you know, they've raced together for 20 years in just, you know, different capacities. So I think they're super pumped about the water racing, you know, that they've got into now. So
done some of that.
I think that sounds like fun.
It is.
There we got CR Racing.
There they go.
Getting called to the course. We got Casey Boaz on the throttle. That's Herring Propellers. We got Rob Understall. He's driving.
Hey, we got an onboard with CR. Look at that.
Yes,
Look
that
at
is
that
some
interior.
awesome footage. Yo, that's a beautiful boat.
It is stunning.
Hey, Casey looks calm, collected. Rob looks like he's ready for a Sunday drive. They're ready.
At 130, 140 miles an hour.
When these guys have done it so much, I mean, I guess they just don't think that much about it. But I would love to be in there with them.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Kelly and Ron here at the EWB. I'm excited for them to come around and see what their first lap looks like. They're making their way back around to start finish, and I really want to see what that looks like for them. Those guys are hunting for a podium spot. We were talking about that yesterday. They are looking for it, and they are driving to find it. This is another one that's going to be an interesting qualifier, too, because they qualified in St. Pete 2 weeks ago as the top qualifier, then had some, I think, valve train issues or something that put them out early, but they had a hard charge off the start after being number one qualifier. So, you know, a few bumps and bruises and broken parts, and here they are again. So, that's a great view right there. Looking down the tunnel, you see daylight all the way underneath that boat.
Mm-hmm.
So EWB's got to be getting close to their first one. Where's Rob and Casey? They're on the, looks like on the back stretch there.
And then Dirty Money will go by themselves at the end.
Uh-huh.
Casey Boaz, the throttleman, Rob Understall, the driver.
Here's that tricky corner. I think that's where all the stuff's going to happen this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Right out in front of VIP.
You know, the great thing for the EWB guys is last year they finished 7 of the 8 races in their first year in Supercat, and that's a very, very important point because getting those laps, getting that experience, that seat time in this category, just pays off huge, right?
Yeah, and I think they've got good parts, they've got good stuff behind them. They got T custom range engines in that boat. So I mean that's the biggest thing is being able to finish. Sometimes that can really propel you to the front. You know, when you're seeing broken parts all the time.
Oh yeah, Twisted Marine Decking and Games Boys Racing helping out the EWB team.
Looks like they came across with their first lap. They're sitting with a 4:02 on their first lap, trying to kind of feel the course out, shake it down.
It's got him in third.
Oh, here we go. We got Rob and Casey coming around that funky corner there, charging towards the start-finish line. We got the Southeast Services machines there. That's a new good sponsor for them. They picked them up for the rest of the season. I'm pretty excited for those guys to be on board with them.
And they ran a 4:02.470. That puts them fourth.
Yep. CR just went across their first lap with a 3:49. So that bumped EWB back down to fourth. So CR sitting third, and they still got 2 laps just like EWB does to make something happen.
Yeah.
You can hear them out there, can't you?
Man, you can feel them too.
Can they loan that boat out so we can do a poker run?
That'd be all right. I got an open weekend coming up back home in Lake Norman. I'll take it for that.
Here's the deal. Are you throttling or mine? I'll let you I'll let you drive.
I'll drive.
Okay, I'll run the throttles. I've done a little bit of that over my boat selling years.
Yeah.
I just sold both performance boats and all kinds of boats for about 11 years, and that's when I first got into some of the offshore stuff in the early 2000s. You know, so
problem is if I'm throttling, we're only going one way.
Is that up in the air?
All in, baby.
So really, the direction is going to be my choice. But if you're throttling, I mean, we could be up and over. Or
it could be anything, but we're going to be all in. I guarantee you that.
You better be fast on them.
So it's probably better if you're throttling and I'm driving.
Man, these guys are making a good run. They're really making
They are
making a good lap at Pierce. Cannot wait for them to come across that start finish again.
So here comes that tricky part of the course. Let's see how they handle it this time.
I'm going to ask Tijuana Tim how he set up for that corner. These guys look so calm in there. Casey looks like he had the hammer down on that boat.
Yeah, look at, you can see.
Now we got EWB coming around that
the
corner.
whole boat coming up out of the water.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can't take a lap off through there, can you?
No.
You're not paying attention the entire time.
Well, it looks like EWB put down a pretty good lap. They went up to a 3:07. That put them back in third spot.
Yeah, they got to find another second to get up to second place.
But you know what? They got one more lap to do it. They're not that far off pace
no, they're not.
to step into second.
There they are.
I hate to hear that those guys broke a prop shaft and lost a prop yesterday, but if I'm anybody that had to lose a prop, at least with Casey in the boat, I know a guy to get another prop.
Yeah.
So.
CR to number one with a 254 442. 254 442. That puts them a second and a half quicker than Graydell.
Oh man, I don't even know if they know exactly how good they're doing right now, but there's some intensity in the cockpit of that boat.
A second and a half too. Wow.
Man, the rest of the teams have to be happy with that. And if I know Michael, he's back there smiling a little bit, but he's probably crossing his fingers these guys don't break anything for him to have to fix. So.
Well, and we still have Dirty Money yet to go.
Yep.
And we know those guys can put down a lap.
They sure do.
There you go. There's a look at it right there. The four that have gone so far. CR, Graydell, How to Live, and EWB in that order. With Dirty Money coming out soon. So EWB and CR should both be on their final lap.
Mm-hmm.
So things might get a little quicker still. Man, qualifying has been very exciting here this weekend.
It's just been
really
so close.
Tight.
Yeah. That means everybody's stretching the level of the rules that are in place for them, and they are right on that ragged edge, man.
Stretching the rules, but they're also pushing extremely hard. Nobody's taking it easy because the times, I think, are pretty surprising, don't you, compared to what you thought they might be today?
Yeah, I thought we'd have a little bit bigger variance in this with water conditions, but you know these guys have they're probably going back to their playbooks. They're hitting their setups, and you know there's going to be some tweaks after this. I guarantee it from every team. Even a team sitting number one's probably going to make a change for before race day. But to go into qualifying with this level of intensity, they hit the mark.
Yeah, now let's see if they can hit the mark for race setup tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Because, folks, from what we're hearing, of course, none of us are real weathermen, but we've played them on TV more than once. We're hearing much more significant wind tomorrow. We're expecting much rougher water tomorrow, and that could greatly impact things.
Ooh, look at them coming around the corner.
So EWB looks like they finished up with a 3:03.020. They're going to stay in third.
So they're back to third then. Yep.
Yeah. CR still out coming. Here they are.
CR Racing, Herring Propellers, Southeast Services. All those guys have to be happy with the name on the side of a boat like that.
Yeah. And they are number one with a 252.968. 252.968.
Man, look at the consistency in those last two laps.
Yeah, thousandth again.
Wow.
Two liveries that are very similar, the red, black, and the silver with a little bit of white, but you got the red canopy as opposed to the silver canopy on EWB. And then this should be Dirty Money right here.
Yep. Got Bill Hyburn and Britt Lilly in that machine.
Yeah, there they are.
Yep. So that boat's owned by Bo and Tiffany Renfo. We got Bill on the throttle, and we got Britt Lilly is driving the boat right now. they've got Rimfo Mining, Boxo Tools, Okuma, Axum, JL Billet, and Rockford Fosgate, rounding out some of their sponsors that really help put them from race to race. Man, you can hear them good ones just screaming out their game.
Listen to that thing.
Yeah.
Let's just watch it for a second. And that's just awesome, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Those guys are coming off of a good Supercat showing 2 weeks ago in St. Pete.
'24-25 World champions in Supercat and national champions. Pro Class 1 national champions. These guys know how to do it in dirty money.
Yeah. I was trying to poke around the other day, or in the driver's meeting, said, hey, you know, if you guys are trying to be at the top of your game, are we going to add another boat here? But, you know, I kind of got scoffed at a little bit. I think they need another one.
Doesn't everybody?
Gosh.
One's never enough of anything, right? If you got one Ferrari, you need two.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what that little 388 skater is. That thing is a rocket.
So they're looking to better a 252.967.
Their first lap is looking really, really good. Coming around down by the causeway. Getting into that, what I call that funky corner out in front of VIP. They're going to do some dancing around a little.
We might need to name that corner.
Man, daylight all the way through the tunnel. There's not a whole lot of that boat that's in the water.
No. Ooh. Look at that. That might be the most aggressive run through that corner we've seen all day.
They know they're going to have to bring the heat to try to knock CR Racing off the top.
Well, they're giving it everything they got, I can tell you that. Let's see what they got.
Looks like that was a 257 through the gates on their first lap.
Puts them to third.
Yeah.
How about that? 2 laps yet to go.
A little bit less than 5 seconds off the 3 best lap pace of CR Racing, who's sitting in first currently. We have 2 laps left to possibly change that order.
I love watching this section here from this perspective. It really gives you a good idea of the speed these boats are traveling.
Yeah. They are gaining some ground, or covering some ground, rather. I mean, very, very quickly. Beautiful scenery right there. If you're not in New Orleans and at this race, you need to get in your car and come on down, take a shuttle, get dropped off in the pits, and come out and check out the action.
Free to hang out along the shoreline and watch from the different areas. Lots of great viewing areas all around where we are over here on the lake.
Either pit view is going to have great spectating.
I haven't found a bad one yet.
No.
And it's amazing how close to the competition you can get. I know they're racing out on the lake, but they come awful close to the shoreline
Yeah, in certain areas, man, if the wind's blowing right, you catch some spray, you might even feel a little mist. We felt that in St. Pete, you know, from the PWC course.
All right, here comes that corner. Nothing easy about this part of the Big Easy.
That is no joke.
Right through here. Look at this.
There's going to be a lot of held breaths in that corner tomorrow.
You know it. Tell you what, on that opening lap, whoever gets through there first is going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, because they're going to stir it up for everybody that's in the wash behind them.
And that's in every category after that, right? So can Dirty Money move to number 1?
Let's see what they've got.
Looking to improve on a 256.208. Doesn't look like anything's changing on lap 2 here. So on their last lap.
They were talking about earlier teams bringing a lot of equipment and having a lot of gear and things. These guys, I love this team. They bring their own like chef trailer and stuff. Man, they do cookouts for every meal. But, you know, they've got a fleet of people to feed. So, I mean, that's probably a smart way to do it. Yesterday it looked like the I can't remember the gentleman's name, but, you know, was doing the preparation or the cooking. He was out there cutting steaks up. I mean, back there, he had everything ready to go for this crew.
Not only are they eating all together, eating well.
No joke. That's a table I might be able to get us in on, Ralph.
There you go again.
I'll just text Bobby or TJ and be like, can I slide in the back there?
Bring my boy Ralph with me?
Yep. We promise we won't eat a lot.
I don't know. You keep talking about all these dinners and stuff you're going to invite me to. All I know is that Tristan and Taylor are taking care of me.
Hey, you know, my
dinner each of them.
My dinner's including sticking around, maybe getting something quick, like a sleeve of Ritz crackers, and we're hanging banners, and we're
here we go.
You know, we're grinding it out after hours, boys. But hey, you got to make this place look good, and it does.
It does.
It stands out. It pops. Everybody's got to be happy with that. Everybody's branded well. I mean, even right there, Monster Energy on our buoys. Look at that.
Looks great.
Speaking of monsters, somebody's going to probably bring me a white one at some point in time. I'm about due for one.
That and a tour water if you're headed that way. All right, Dirty Money coming to the line. This should be the final time. Let's see if they can improve on this 252.967.
Looks like that last lap was a 255.
They jumped to number 2.
Oh, no, 253.
253, 550.
Oh, half a second behind CR Racing sitting in the number 1 qualifying spot.
It went from, 3 to 2?
Yep. But we've got a 252, 253, and a 255 rounding our top 3 laps. I mean, that is tight.
In Supercat.
Yeah.
You ask and you receive. How about that? There you go. Big white monster.
Nothing better than that. You know, I've been called that a time or two. Back in college, that was almost my nickname.
That was too easy, man. We teed that one right up for you, didn't we?
Man, I had to come up with that one on the fly. Really, it was White Stallion, but we're going to run with that anyway.
CR Racing, Dirty Money Racing. Me and CR Stallion just hanging out here. Oh, hang in there with us, folks. We got racing coming your way. We're going back to bringing in Michael Young, join me and the Stallion over here, and we're going to have some pro watercraft racing coming up after these words. Oh, boy.
Retribution. Oh, yeah, we want retribution. Oh, yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boy, you're lost with the cold, hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I want to break faces on the pavement. I want to make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And digging into the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Welcome back to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Progressive, Fast Boat, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, Harvey Golf International Marine, and Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Now, this boat here, Shane, 2 weeks ago had some real issues in St. Petersburg, this ex-insurance boat.
Yeah, so this is a interesting repair and interesting story. But these guys, it's unbelievable what they did. When you saw some of the damage that they incurred, and luckily they, safely walked away from it. The boat landed upright. They had a ton of fiberglass work, re-rig, everything.
Now, take a look at what happened to them here. Watch this. Right after the MCON, right here.
Oof.
Right there is where the damage took place.
Yeah,
and it was significant. You can't see it from that side. That's how they got the damage.
Yep.
The hole in the side of that boat had to have been 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet.
Probably so. I feel like I could have drove my golf cart through it.
It was massive.
I mean, when they landed upright, I don't think they realized the level of damage. I think they wanted to try to fire it up and keep going, but, it definitely caught up with them. I think they ripped some of the sponson tip off. They tore up some of the back.
So because of that, because of all of that, they worked incredibly hard to get that boat prepared to get here. The IHRA officials are giving them an opportunity right now to get the boat out on the water for the first time since that incident. Get a lap or so in here and just make sure everything is okay, because they do want to go racing, and we're hoping that everything's going to be fine. They were telling you and I the other day, was it 2:30 in the morning on Friday? They got the boat 7 p.m. on Wednesday.
Yeah, back from fiberglass.
Re-rigged it, fired it up for the first time 2:30 a.m. on Friday.
Yep.
Just ran water through as they fired it up, and as soon as they got done firing it up, they loaded it up and trucked it down here. Got here.
Yeah, they showed up late yesterday.
Yesterday.
What was it? 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Must have been Thursday that they fired it up, because they got here Friday.
Yeah.
Well,
the boat was coming out of Florida, so what is that, about maybe a 12-hour haul for them?
I was trying to think of what time of the day we were talking to them.
I think it was Friday morning at 2:30 a.m. They finished the rig, put it on a hose.
Yeah, that's right.
At 2 o'clock, and
that's
at 2:30 they were back on the road.
Yeah, and then they got here about midday Late afternoon Friday.
Yeah, because they missed the practice sessions.
That's
and stuff.
right.
That's
so
why they're out there
Friday.
doing some practice right now.
They got in here.
I'm glad they're able to take the boat out, do a little shakedown, because they haven't done that. That's a massive rebuild, not only from the glasswork perspective, but a complete re-rig. All new wiring. All the wiring came out of the boat. The engines came out. I mean, they had to redo everything. All the hoses, sea strainers, everything from top to bottom, electronics, everything is new and been reinstalled in that boat. So that could, create some gremlins for them. And hopefully they had it lined out, because that boat was strong in St. Pete, running second at the time of the incident. It really was. That was one of the better showings I've seen out of these boys, and I felt like they had what it took, 2 weeks ago. So hopefully today they're going to have that same opportunity.
Well, now obviously we haven't had a chance to look at the gauges or be in the boat to feel everything, but it looks like everything went all right.
Yeah.
So a huge sigh of relief, I got to believe, for those guys right now.
Yep. So with showing up late yesterday, they didn't get to get any qualifying or practice runs in, so it's probably going to put them starting on the outside. But, if I had that long road to hoe, I'm just happy to be here, and I'm fine to start on the outside for tomorrow, or for this afternoon, rather.
So Ski GP Moto 1 getting ready to go here with our next IHRA Pro Watercraft event. Michael Young has joined us back in the booth, but right now we're going to head back down to Taylor for more from the PWC pit area.
It's all about to get started. The Ski GP riders are heading out. What's different this time? Well, I'm used to standing down here on a beach while these guys wait in the water and then have that running start. So this is going to be very, very different this race. This is some of the guys, they've never really done a running start for Ski GP. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see who has the reaction time, who has that kind of natural instinct to just find that hole shot and go. Another guy I was able to speak to before they took off right there behind me, Harley Ritchie. In St. Pete, we knew he had a little bit of trouble with his boat, so he was on a loaner. Today, he's on his own equipment, and so he told me there's no more excuses this time. It's my equipment, and I'm ready. But he did say this is one of his favorite courses so far. So it's going to be a lot of action out there. Keep your eye on Coy Curtis. He's the one to beat right now with that sweep in St. Pete, but there's plenty of talented and hungry riders out there in this class. Let's get to it.
All right, Taylor, I'll tell you who I got my money on to get that hole shot, Scott Champion. You know why? Because he's a former motocross, supercross racer, top 10 finisher in supercross. If you can run supercross and motocross, he's had a lot of practice getting out of that gate, Michael. He's going to have a big edge in getting that hole shot here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, a great racer right there. But Coy Curtis, again, the fastest guy in qualifying. He was faster by 4 seconds than any other rider in qualifying yesterday.
Well, he might be quicker on the whole lap. I'm just thinking at that initial start, being able to hit that hole shot that Taylor was talking about there, I'm going to give it an edge to a guy who's had to do that his entire career in moto.
Well, and another guy to watch for on the start right now would be Camden Powell. Camden is used to starting with a turbo boat, and he has to start with a dead engine. Well, here they're going to be going 14, 15 mile per hour before they drop the green flag, so that turbo is already going to be rolling out.
Yeah, it's definitely a shake it up starting in a new format like this.
Yeah, you got to like the rolling start. And it really makes an all-around champion. I mean, if you can start from the beach, you can start from the lake, you can, that's, and the conditions of all the different sites that we go to, there's a lot that goes into making a champion here. Another guy to watch for out there coming out of France, from Toulouse, France, is Hugo Pastorello, and he's on one of the new Kawasaki Hyperion hulls. It's a specialized hull that Kawasaki made over in Japan just a couple of years ago, and there's only a couple of them here in the United States.
If you want to modify your machine to go racing, this is the category for you, this open GP category here with Ski GP. Boy, it's as open a division when it comes to the rule books as you're going to find in this type of racing.
The other thing that I found pretty interesting, guys, is the fact that we've got 5 racers out of 15 from Lake Havasu City here in this GP1 ski, and these guys ride Body Beach all the time together.
Here we go.
And right into that MasterCard buoy. That's the yellow buoy and the red buoy that you see tied up. And half of them will go to the inside, half of them will go to the outside. And we'll let you know who the leaders are as they get ready to come down the front straightaway. And we get our GPS timing in. Looks like 155, Curtis. No surprise there. He's coming from that inside split. The inside are the green buoys. Outside are the blue buoys. A good shot of the lay-in here as they work their way down the front straightaway.
Yeah, that's Coy Curtis right out front on that 155.
So you got Curtis out in front. It's like 116, Devin Farthing back there in second, and Farthing having some trouble back in St. Pete, some mechanical issues here on the stand-up race, but the sit-down race still did very well.
Well, he got tossed off his machine in the endurance race earlier, so Dad Dustin was going to chat with him a little bit about that. We'll see if he finds a little bit ability to calm the aggression down a little bit more for this one here, right? Yeah. Curtis, Farthing, Revan Harris, Ryder Will DeBoer, Camden Powell. Right now, that's your top 5. Harley Ritchie, you guys are talking about. We heard Taylor talking about Harley. Harley back in 7th. Champion did not get the whole shot I was looking for. He's struggling back in the pack.
Yeah, Revan Harris up there in the top 3. He took a second in St. Petersburg. Definitely going to want to keep your eyes on him. Ryder Will DeBoer, he's one of those guys who doesn't get the greatest of starts, but this guy always fights his way through the pack on his Commander.
Watching Coy Curtis right here. Coy on that 155. Backed by Monster Energy, TC Free Ride Fast, Power Sports Marine 1, Federico Demolition, Chase Plumbing, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot. Got a whole bunch of folks, including Anderson Toyota, all helping him out, the rider out of Havasu.
Just under 13 minutes to go, 15 minutes plus a lap here in this Ski GP. This is the first moto. We'll see their second moto later on today, and then tomorrow they'll complete their third.
You can see how the split lanes here, boys, send our riders all over the place. Looks like we got riders all over the lake, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, one of the crazy things when we had the Pro Enduro a little bit earlier today, I heard that there was only like 2 to 3 riders that took that inside split. One of them was the winner, Jay Edwardy. Yeah. One of them was second place.
That's what I was wondering if that would play out, because that's a different setup than we saw 2 weeks ago.
Right.
On the split.
Well, definitely a different setup, definitely a tighter track for these Ski GP guys, and they love it. And you got a couple different manufacturers of these aftermarket boats out there. You got Commander, you got Fast Power Sports, you got Bullet, and then you got the Kawasaki Hyperion. So it's not just the Yamaha and Kawasaki's that you used to look at, you know, on a weekly basis.
Here's your race leader, Coy Curtis.
I can't believe how technology has changed this game, you know, just over the course of the last 20 years. You know, this is not the type of, skis we grew up riding when we were younger, having fun, you know, on a lake on Saturday.
Yeah, no 440s or 550s out there, you know.
Oh, no.
They had about 70 horsepower. These have about 200.
Then you get into the sit-downs and you're up over 300.
Yeah.
Did you send yours off for race prep yet, Ralph?
Not yet. Not yet. Working on it. Keep waiting on you to hook me up. And again, just like dinner, I'm guessing that's going to take a while.
Coy Curtis turned in the fastest lap time so far with the 1:28.954. And that's a pretty fast lap time here on this closed course. The fastest lap times that we were seeing yesterday during our racing, I think the fastest one was a 1:38. So you can see how much quicker this water is, how much these conditions, you know, mean to these riders as well. So these guys all turning better lap times than what we seen yesterday.
Yeah, these are all 2-strokes up to 1,300 cc's.
Do you think that's a testament for the a little bit calmer conditions today? I mean,
I think so. I think that that's going to play a lot of it, especially with these boats right here, because these boats right here take on a lot of water. So you want to keep the boat on top of the water. You don't want to, you don't want to sink it or anything like that. And with the chop that we had yesterday, you had 2 to 4 chop on the backside. A lot of these would have taken on water. So they only had to qualify yesterday, so they only had about 10 minutes out on the water.
Well, we see a few of these guys stuff them, and it seems like the cap will come off, and then they really got to be careful with that.
And I wanted to add there, you can also run the 4-stroke up to 1,600 cc's.
Okay.
Love the scream out of these engines.
Oh yeah, nothing attracts a crowd like noise. And these boats start up over in the pits, and everybody comes and makes sure that they've got a good place to view the races from. Looks like Will DeBoer has moved up into that 4th place position on the Commander. Jake Pierce in 5th. And Pierce, sponsored by Marine One Arcade Builders and Works H2O out of Lake Havasu City. down there. 14th place is Ryland Webster. Now, Ryland, his father actually built the Commander boat, which you see a lot of these riders that are piloting out here today. His father, Steve, is in the pits, kind of a legendary builder in the personal watercraft industry out of Arizona.
You can tell by looking at lap times, you know, that the non-endurance course, it's definitely shortened up a little bit, and they're getting around it a lot quicker.
Yeah, a lot tighter. You know, these boats, these GP boats, very finicky. And so you want to make sure that, you know, they're not running very, very long straightaways because that'll blow the motor.
Revan Harris out of Gilbert, Arizona, holding down third here on boat 100. Backed by Fast Power Sports, Works, H2O Designs, Jet Trim, Lone Star Trucking, Marine One Motorsports. Helping to make his efforts work as we continue to watch Coy Curtis here out front. And Revan now moving up into second.
Well, you got to wonder if that get off earlier in the Pro Enduro 300 has thrown Devin off his game just a little bit. I mean, it had to take the wind out of his sails for sure. Devin, of course, riding for Farthing Racing, Monster Energy, Yamaha, and Progressive Insurance.
There you see where the flagman is standing right there on the shoreline. You can see them moving around in the tray here as they set up for these different turns. Bit of a ballet in the side and inside that tray.
Yeah, Coy Curtis, your leader, he started out as a freestyler. He was only 8 years old, and he was the first youngster under 10 years old to do a backflip on a jet ski. His dad was a free ride champion, Taylor Curtis. And you hear say a lot of these sponsors here, TC Free Ride, that's what it is. It's Taylor Curtis Free Ride.
These guys will really slam it into these corners, too. You can see them come up out of the water and just hammer into that buoy.
And these boats, Ralph, so hard to hold on to. I mean, there is so much horsepower in these boats. And unlike motocross, you got an ever-changing track here with Lake Pontchartrain.
Watch right here.
That was Coy Curtis and David Cabrera. Looks like Curtis was getting ready to lap Cabrera. And that's Cabrera back there in the 12th position.
Cabrera, one of the best tuners in the business.
Yes, sir.
Continuing to watch Curtis here with less than 7 minutes and a lap to go.
Yeah, so over the halfway mark here in this first moto, Curtis has been pretty dominant. Harris not with the greatest of starts.
There's our flag man.
Nice overhead shot there of Curtis as he makes the turn back into the closed course. Just amazing. He grew up out in California, and about 5-6 years ago they moved to Lake Havasu, and they spend most of their time down there. There's a little ride spot called Body Beach, and that's where all the great ones, that's where they practice at.
They're definitely getting into their hot season out there in Arizona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's actually a race going on in Arizona in Lake Havasu today. I was talking to one of our partners, Dave Arnold, during the break, and he said it is a hot one out there today.
Oh, man. Yeah, the snowbirds start to go home about, first middle of April is what I hear.
Mm-hmm. See Curtis ducking his head there.
So it appears they just blip the throttle just a little bit, set the nose down so they can turn it hard. Is that kind of the philosophy behind that, Mikey?
Right. Well, you don't want to bury the nose. When you bury the nose, you're going to take on some water. So what they're doing is they're slowing it down just a little bit so they can maneuver it, and then they'll bang the throttle again.
Man, if you read that list, looks like I got me a long-lost cousin in this race. Sitting about 10th right now.
Yeah, Chris Landis, he's a great kid, great rider. Sponsored by Riva Motorsports. His dad turns all his wrenches, Mark Landis. And he actually did very well a couple of weeks ago in a regional race, and I'm surprised to see him all the way back there.
Curtis,
oh, man.
Big problem there. As we talked about how they'll hit those corners so hard, just set that boat and just drive it down into the water, man. It just stalled out on him.
Well, fellas, I tell you, it'd be nice to be 16 again, because you've seen how quickly he recovered. And I told you Ryder Wildeboer would be moving up through the pack, now up into second.
Yeah, Revan Harris gets kicked back to third. Farthing back to fourth.
Powell trying to work that turbocharged ski into the top 5. Currently in 5th place. Just got past Jake Pierce. Pierce in 6th.
Farthing's been great with his starts in both races, and late in the going, he's been drifting back for different reasons. But there you see it. He almost turned that thing completely over, didn't he?
Yeah, Curtis taking a water sample right there at Lake Pontchartrain. Nice overhead shot, kind of outlines the course right there. So you folks at home, that's the back section of the course. We talked about it being like a little slalom course back there. Exactly what it looks like.
Is your race leader, Curtis. Still digging hard.
Yeah, just over 3:30 to go here for Curtis, who has the best lap time at a 1:28.954. That last lap time for him when he went down, a 1:39.926. So rider Wildeboer last lap was the only rider that was faster than Curtis, putting in a faster lap time. Everybody else slowing down. So those two start to separate from the rest of the pack.
Now to the back section of the course here.
Well, I tell you, Curtis carving it up out there like a Thanksgiving Day turkey. You see how hard he lands in those turns.
Yeah, he really maximizing corner speed here today.
And I think that's what makes him so much faster than a lot of the riders out there, is he really knows how to corner. And I think him beginning as a freestyler has really helped him being able to control that boat a lot better than some of the other riders.
Maximizing that lean angle.
Into the MasterCard buoy. He'll go into the split section this time. See some of our friends watching on there from Jet Blast Performance over in Fairhope, Alabama. And Curtis opting for that inside. Like I said, those big wide runabouts, the inside's a little tighter, a little more technical. The outside's a little more wide open and sweeping. But the inside is a little shorter to the finish line. So, that's why you got your riders, some of them like those outside sweeping turns, where they can carry a lot of speed into it. But if you're like Curtis and, you can turn like that, I mean, it doesn't hinder him whatsoever.
Well, his last lap was a 1:38.847. We're down to 1:43 and then a lap. So I think he might have to go an extra lap here to get to the double zeros before he sees that one to go. He doesn't seem to be tiring out physically at all, though.
Yeah.
He's pushing as hard now as he did at the drop.
Yeah, I'll tell you, to be 16 again. Curtis, so you can see he's got a 27-second lead over Wildeboer.
He's got plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, and he can save the boat, too. I mean, you got to remember, these boats are wound pretty tight. And
you just want to make sure you set the crews, have a safe, good ride. Don't let it get away from you. Because they could probably close that distance pretty quick if you have a bobble.
Well, and we talk about this all the time. It's consistency that builds championships, and you don't have to win every battle to win the war. Curtis making it look easy out there. Almost won the World Grand Prix Championship. Ended up having some mechanical gremlins over in Thailand back in December. Wildeboer riding for Commander and 212 Industries, still maintaining that second place position. Harrison third, sponsored by Fast Power Sports. Dustin Montzuris and the crew out in Arizona, as well as Lone Star Trucking and Marine One Motorsports. All the battling, I think, is going on behind Curtis with Curtis with a 20-plus second lead.
The clocks have gone to zero, so this time by our flagman, he should be seeing the white flag.
Looking smooth out there in this rough chop, that's for sure.
Once this field gets going in a bigger class like this one, they start churning it up pretty good.
you imagine being 16 years old in high school?
Not anymore.
And telling your friends what you did this weekend?
Yeah.
I was racing with the IHRA tour, you know.
I can't imagine much about 16 anymore.
Yeah, most of my event shirts are 16 years older.
Yeah. Heck, I can't imagine much about 40 anymore.
Now you guys are making me feel old because, heck, I was still out of high school by the time these guys were born.
Right?
Here's our white flag. 1 to go.
Oh, he's going to be whistling.
Yeah, Coy Curtis, man, been unstoppable so far here in 2026. Came on really strong at the end of the 2025 season. Great to have him out here at the Monster Energy IHRA Pro Watercraft Series.
Headed out to the backside of the course for the final time.
Yeah, he'll run that slalom section before he gets to the MasterCard buoy. Rider down there in the background. Not quite sure, but it looked like that might have been David Cabrera.
Rider's 32 seconds behind Coy Curtis at this point as they crossed the line the last time.
Kid is just so fast.
Curtis coming into the split. Took the blue lane.
Yeah, he's been taking that inside. He's been taking that green lane. He's got a little bit of lap traffic in front of him, but he's got a 40-second lead, so I don't think that's going to affect him.
You can see he's standing up easily much more now, not in an attack position the same way. He's cruising this last bit, coming out to the checkers.
Coy lapping all the way up to 10th place.
There it is, checkered flag. Coy Curtis will take Moto 1 for Ski GP. Going to be a minute before we see second place of Ryder Will DeBoer.
Yeah, Coy has time to come in, order a soda and a pizza.
Yeah. Well, this is the 127.
That's Ryland Webster there from the Commander team.
Should be Will DeBoer and then Revin Harris rounding out the top three. Harris across the line. And then Camden Powell and Jake Pierce take care of the top five, and Farthing getting kicked back to sixth. And that'll wrap things up for Ski GP Moto 1. Rest of the field finishing up their race.
Well, another great race there for Coy Curtis. Will DeBoer taking his second, Harris taking a third, Powell fourth, and Jake Pierce in fifth. You got four of your riders from Lake Havasu in the top five.
They know how to bring it out there, don't they, buddy? There's a racer.
Well, nowadays you're going to be either out of Havasu or out of Georgia, because Farthing's got everybody camped out in Georgia too, right?
That's right.
That's an operation now.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
Man, I saw some video footage of inside of his shop, and I don't know if that was top secret or not, but man, there's a lot going on in there.
Sure.
Here's a look at the results of our New Orleans Grand Prix presented by Harvey Golf and Jefferson Parish. Unofficial results for Ski GP, Curtis, Will DeBoer, and Harris. Top three Moto 1. A little look at some of the highlights, which should be all this guy, Coy Curtis, because once he got out front, which was right at the start. He was gone except for one little bobble.
Yeah, took that outside split on the first turn, and he was hasta la bye-bye. You see him coming up and getting involved with Cabrera right there on boat number 51. The Coy Curtis show, and I know that he's got one proud papa over there in the pits, as I know Taylor was camped out there by the big screen.
He just flat dominated this one.
Yeah,
well, next up for us here is going to be our first race of the day for the offshore powerboats, Shane. Should be looking at bracket categories 600, 700, and Cat 300.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an awesome one. I mean, I was talking to the 700 guys earlier today in the driver's meeting, which is the smaller outboard boats, and they were just praying that the wind kicked up. Those guys love it rough. The hang time those guys get, it's crazy to watch these guys do this.
Let's head down to the pits. Here's Taylor once again with the winner.
Well, what an incredible race that was. Like I said, starts are going to be everything, and it's a little bit hectic down here as these boats are getting towed out of the water. But Coy Curtis, my man, has done it again. You were so fast out there. You had that one little bobble, but it didn't seem to matter because your speed on each sector was absolutely incredible. Where'd you find it?
Honestly, my fast power sports F16 was working so good. But no, it's just staying smooth and consistent, honestly, and yeah, super stumped.
And when we spoke before the race, you said that was your first rolling start. That didn't seem to matter because you found that whole shot.
Yeah, no, super pumped on that and ready for the next two.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. What do you have going for the next rounds? A target is back on your back.
Yeah, for sure. That was a good ride. I don't know how far ahead, but yeah, for sure.
Congrats, Coy.
Thank you.
Rolling start, not an issue for him at all.
No. He was ready for it.
Nice run by Coy.
So, Michael, we've seen a sit-down race in an endurance format, and we've seen a stand-up race in a sprint format so far today. Water, pretty much the same for both. What are you thinking as we look forward to the rest of the day?
Well, I'll tell you, they've got to go back to the pits. You know, most of them have all ran one moto now. They want to make sure that they take the hoods off of the boats, take a look at them, make sure that everything is tight and right for their second set of motos. And the second moto for the Ski GP1 will be up after the lunch break. That'll be followed by a Ski GP3 moto. And we've got a amateur enduro. We haven't seen them yet. And then we've got another pro enduro that will end the day.
We haven't seen our third place finisher either, but he's standing by with Taylor.
He sure is. Revan Harris. I was speaking to Coy before the race, and I said, who's your top competitors? And you were the first name out of his mouth. Where did he find that speed out there? You made that podium, but what do you think you have to learn from taking different sections on the course?
I need to get a better start. Coming into the splits, I was like 5th or 6th, and I followed Coy to the inside and made some passes. So I was kind of just fighting other people the whole time. Wasn't able to be up there, but he's going to be hard to catch this weekend.
He sure is, but I think you have that power and that talent to do it. The rolling start, how did that kind of change things mentally for you?
It was weird. People were all over the place, kind of hard to know what's going on, but it was okay, better than it could have been.
And this is such an exciting class. I absolutely love watching you guys out there. How is it like being here in New Orleans?
Oh, it's awesome. I've never been here. I've only been to the west side of Louisiana, and this is all new for me, and it's sweet.
Excellent. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
It is really going to be tough to catch Coy. He's feeling it all the way.
Yeah, when you win by over 45 seconds, look out.
Yeah.
I mean, he had literally one bobble, and it wasn't anything necessarily he did wrong. It's just
probably
caught the corner the wrong way with the wave.
Yeah, probably just misread the wave just a little bit, and that happened. He buried the nose a little bit, came off, but didn't separate, and was
nothing to think about, right?
That's it.
All right, so our first offshore powerboat race coming up when we come back here to Lake Pontchartrain. So, Michael, thanks for joining us. We'll see you again a little bit later on. And we're going to come back for some boat racing after this. So stay right here with us, folks. We got it all headed your way. More from Lake Pontchartrain after these words.
think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Hey, we're going to get into the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
It's the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross CWS #1 plate.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration deep in the streets. It's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
How about that for a beautiful view? Lake Pontchartrain here in New Orleans. Just a stunning view here today. Beautiful blue sky, hardly any clouds, just way, way off in the distance. Pretty blue water, ready to go racing. We got some bracket categories coming up next. First offshore powerboat race of the day.
Those guys might be getting their wish where it gets a little rougher.
Going to see Class 600, 700, and Cat 300, I believe, in this one.
Yep.
And we're going to head down first to Tristan, who's got a story for us coming up out of those offshore powerboat pits.
Hey guys, I'm down here with EWB Racing. This is one of our Super Cat classes. They just got finished qualifying today. How was the water out there, and how's the boat doing?
You know, I think the water compared to yesterday was pretty good. The boat is in top shape, of course, and yeah, we made 3 laps, 2 pretty good ones, and we'll see where we end up. I think 4th, but, you know, we're still learning here, so, yeah.
You guys started offshore racing last year, and so really you're relatively new to the sport, and you guys all have smiles on your faces. You're in good spirits. I love to see that, because this is a challenging sport to get into, and you can kind of lose a little bit of, you know, that spirit when you're just not quite where you're used to being. So what does your team do to keep your spirit up when you're still learning?
So I'll tell you what it is. It's just a group of good friends. That's all we are. It's not like we put out ads to hire anybody. So Kelly and Ron have been driving shootouts together for 15 or 18 years. Larry's a good friend of ours. We just have a lot of Jimmy T. We're all 25, 30-year friends, and we've got a few other guys along the way. And really, that's what it is. We drive our rigs across the country, dude. We have fun. We stop for lunch. We have a great time. And really, I think that's the key. You know.
You guys come from a long ways away. How far and how long did you come to get to New Orleans?
Yeah, so Lake Havasu. We brought the boat for St. Pete, and we left it here at, what's the marine shop, Kel? Statement Marine, so some good friends over there, and we just flew in and picked it up. But I think it was, 2,300 miles, you guys? Something like that? 20? Yeah, to St. Pete. So we're going to feed out of here a little bit, and if all goes well, it will not come back to Lake Havasu until after wherever we end up for the World Championship. So.
Well, we can't thank you guys enough for being here, and good luck in your race tomorrow.
All right, and here's our first race of the day getting underway.
Looks like the Bracket 600 just took their green flag, and they are off and bouncing.
600, 700, and Cat 300 all in here.
That looks like the Team Velocity boat up front. They pulled out to a little bit of a lead. They've got all new livery on the boat, all new wrap. Everything looks really good with that new green boat. It was all white at the previous race. Now we're looking at Class 700. These guys are the wild ones. These little outboard boats.
These guys are not afraid to mix it up, are they?
Not afraid of anything.
This is kind of the elbows up.
This is the inside footage of the Islandscapes team. We got Jaime and we got Cassie in here on the wheel. You can see these guys constantly looking over their shoulders to make sure they know where these other boats are at.
You got to have a head on a swivel in this category because they're coming at you from all angles. Red Rum, Piston Broke, Mad Max Racing, Dirt Legal, Velocity Factory Race Team, all in this one.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the Ride Legal Velocity. We got Scott McCormick. He is he's on the throttle. And we've got Bob Spilutsky. He's driving that boat. Actually, they picked up a new local sponsor. They've got Felix's Restaurant.
Yeah.
They've both Dirt Legal and Ride Legal picked that up, and I've heard nothing but good stuff about that. That's the place we need to get into. That one we can actually get into. I hear. Maybe we can get ourselves a reservation over there.
Felix's Restaurant. We might be there.
You think you think somebody from Felix's will reach out? Maybe send us a little text, get us on the list.
I don't know about them, but the guys in the boat might take us with us. Take us with them.
There we go.
There's the 611 boat right there. Team Ride Legal Velocity, Bob Spitolsky and Scott McCormick.
Yeah, you've got Ride Legal, Velocity Powerboats, Innovation Marine, Ameritrail Trailers, Lavorsi Marine, Simrad, Valor Environmental. These guys have an awesome set of sponsors backing them up.
There's your Islandscapes boat.
Yeah, we got Jaime and Cassie there. Man, this is some great footage right here with
That's
open
a great
cockpit.
onboard, yeah.
I don't think people realize what's going on and how much they're getting jostled around. Just look at that.
Getting a pretty good feel for it right there. What I love on it is, of course, it's kind of the whole problem here.
Oh no, we got to. Well, it looks like a Class 600. That looks like are they out to
602. That's the Ultimate Boat Racing Experience machine. David Brucus
and Rob Goodwin. Hopefully whoever's going on, they can get that dialed back in and get back in the race.
Team Ride Legal Velocity leading right now.
Man, look how close these are. We got Piston Broke. We got Dirt Legal. We got Red Rum.
Our buddies out of Canada in Piston Broke.
Got Mad Max in the mix too.
Scotty Young, the driver. Jeff Pritchard on the throttles in Piston Broke. And look at the competition there. 3 boats, all deck to deck to deck. And this Islandscapes boat here, you can see the colors very reminiscent of the Miami Dolphins of the NFL, yet the sticker on the side of the boat says, not a Dolphins fan. But look at this competition right here.
They're back up and
they're
running
going now.
Rob's got it going.
It's that Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, number 602.
Yeah, that ultimate boat racing experience thing is really cool because if you want to try to get out and get in a boat and see what this is like, you can call Rob at the Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. He can say, hey, I want to rent a ride for the weekend. Teach me how to do this. Get me in the boat. And you've got an experienced throttle person there to take you around the race course and show you what it's all about.
Look at this competition here. Piston Broke just in front in this group.
And all of our viewers at home, you got to keep in mind that they can't have any breakouts. So what we're seeing as a run order might not be a finishing order. After they pull the V-Box data and figure out what the speeds look like for these boats.
That's Class 700 that we're looking at there with Piston Broke first, Dirt Legal Velocity, and then Red Rum. That's your top 3 right there, all running together, trying not to break out as you pointed out.
There's Mad Max. That's a great looking boat.
And Mad Max sits 4th in that group, boat 777.
They got Maximum Fire Escapes, Proven Marine, Billet Motorsports, Ocean Blue Yacht Sales, and Fuel One team is behind those guys.
That's Max Zeldich and Craig Chittenden in 777.
Oh man, look at they're just living in the spray. Hey, you got, looks like Brad and Connor are trying to make a pass out there on Piston Broke. As tight as this racing is, I hope their bilge pumps are working.
Yeah.
They are just living in the spray.
Class 600 capped at 70 miles an hour. Class 700 capped at 60 miles an hour. That's your breakout.
They really have to be careful. As much as they're coming out of the water like that, some of these boats will gain speed when they come out of the water. So they really have to be, good at reading the water conditions so they can back that throttle off so they don't hit a breakout once they're in the out of the water and in the air.
Inboard V-bottom boats here in the 600 category.
I like the new colors. Pops a little bit.
Sure does.
The old white's gone, man. Green and black is here to stay, it sounds like.
To get you to the top step of the podium, it's whatever color it is the one we're sticking with, right?
Yep.
Team Ride Legal Velocity leading in bracket 600 right now. There's Island Escapes here back in third. Hammerhead sits in second.
I don't think the Hammerhead team is very far behind them. You've got, Don Jackson driving. You got Josh Boothby on the throttle of the second place boat right now in Hammerheads. Here's a picture of the guys we were just talking about. We got Josh and Don out there just trying to reel in the Team Velocity guys.
And there's our experienced boat, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, sitting back and forth. There's Island Escapes.
Man, that's awesome footage right there.
That boat was built in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates.
The boat's narrow and it's fast. It's got a 450 Mercury sitting on the back of it. Kong Performance is one of their sponsors, and they're one of the top outboard tuners out there.
Yeah, it's a 450R. The boat weighs 1,980 pounds dry weight. Fiberglass resin-infused hull. The beam just 6 feet 6 inches, 23 feet in length.
We got Team Red Drum sitting right there. It looks like, are they sitting about second place maybe? It's hard to tell from this camera angle if we got Brad and Connor sitting there in third or second.
There's Piston Broke there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're holding down that number one spot in Class 700. It was great. I ran into the Piston Broke guys the other night out at dinner, and we were just chatting, catching up on stuff, and we got to talking about all the different forms of motorsports that we all like and enjoy and love watching and everything, and they started tying things together, and it's always interesting how racing transitions from one to the other. I was talking with Jeff, and he was talking about how he's does marine salvage back in Canada when he's not racing. And he said they got a call late one night. Rick Hendrick of Hendrick Motorsports was up doing some fishing up in Canada, had his yacht up there and had his fishing boat tendered behind it. Well, the seas got rough as they were headed back out of Canada, and the fishing boat came loose.
Oh, no.
And floated away. And they did everything they could to get it, but it just floated away. So they ended up going into Nova Scotia and just docking there, and then reached out trying to find somebody that could go find the fishing boat. Well, they got a hold of Jeff. Somebody knew him, got a hold of him. He spent over 24 hours in the open ocean looking for it. The boat was basically on its way to England.
Wow.
They found it, brought it back, and he became a dear friend of Mr. Hendricks immediately.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because that was not a cheap fishing boat. And he said, He goes, I'm happy to pay you for it. He goes, what would you like? You know, just give me a number. Just, no, you know what I'd like? He goes, I love going to NASCAR races. He goes, just give me a hot pass every now and then if I show up.
Oh, perfect.
So that's what they agreed upon, and he still gets a hot pass every now and then when he goes to a cup race.
Man, this class 700 racing is pretty close. You got 4 guys out there just, just it could be anybody's race here.
No doubt about it.
Scott and Bob up there, they're looking pretty comfortable. There's Rob and David again.
Yeah, that ultimate boat racing experience, sitting in third in Class 600 right now.
You know, Rob's got, I think, 6 of those boats.
Wow.
At any given time, that could be ready to go, and you could test your own hand at your own offshore experience.
You might be on your own one weekend for this category call, because I might have to go give that a try.
No, we're gonna put some kind of mic in the boat, and we're gonna have you commentate and drive at the same time. Wouldn't that be wild?
That's your overall race leader and your race leader in 600. Team Ride Legal Velocity. Sponsored by Felix's Restaurant this weekend.
Looks like Hammerheads is still sitting in second.
Well, Islandscapes right there in fourth now. They've dropped back to fourth as Ultimate Boat Racing Experience moved up to third.
There they are. You still don't know who's running their number. You know what I mean? It's a tough one to tell.
We're just calling it as we see it according to timing and scoring, and of course this will all be unofficial at the finish, and then there will be make sure nobody broke out or broke out less than everybody else.
Yeah,
maybe that's a better way of putting it, right?
Lesser of all evils, right?
Yes.
You don't want to break out, but if you do, you want to do it less than everybody else. There's our Hammerhead team again. 628.
Second place.
It's a great looking boat. I love the scoop on it.
Yeah.
Looks like we got Piston Broke, Red Drum, Dirt Legal.
You know, all running together there. Piston Broke.
We got Mad Max right there, probably just right outside the camera scene.
Piston Broke has been out in front of that one since the beginning.
Makes you wonder, though, is he pushing it too hard because he knows those guys are right there?
Well, that's Jeff Pritchard, the throttle man, and Scotty Young working as the driver. And one other story about Jeff. You know, Tim Hortons, if you've ever been to Canada, obviously you know Tim Hortons for the coffee and the donuts. Right? Basically the Starbucks of Canada, if you will. Well, Jeff was the captain of the gentleman that founded Tim Hortons.
Oh, wow. Here's that corner. You got to look at this corner real quick. Oh, my gosh, look at these guys. Red Drum's still sitting in second. You got Bob on the throttle, and he is also the boat owner, and then you've got Lou sitting as the driver in the Team Red Drum.
Great competition here. Piston Broke still bouncing their way through out in front. Mad Max. They're sitting back in
I think they're sitting fourth right now.
Fourth in Class 700.
Their sponsors for Mad Max still got to be pretty happy with them. Like I said, Maxim Fire Escapes, Proven Marine, Billet Motorsports, Ocean Blue Yacht, Sales, and then we've got Fuel One Team, backing those guys.
First Responders is back behind Mad Max. They're 9th overall, but they are running 5th in Class 600.
Man, that's still a close race. Piston Broke sitting in the lead. You got Red Drum sitting in second. Red Drum, those guys are back. That's a 1990 Progression P22 with a Mercury 300X on it. You know, they're backed by Progression Performance Boats out of Long Island, New York. You've got Rago Auto Care out of New Jersey, also helping those guys get from race to race.
Piston Broke there?
Yep, still sitting out in front unofficially.
Letcher's Lawn Care, OK Tire, Metro Premier Properties, Easy Up, Maritime Boat Cleaners, Speed Signs, Edge Water Marine, VMG Marine, Action Watercraft Rentals, and Ruggles Towing helping them out. You know, they ran their first race at Cocoa Beach last year. They got a first at their first race. They were third at Key West last year.
They had a heck of a first season.
They sure did.
And they've got a great start to a second. They looked really, really good 2 weeks ago. And they're looking good again here today.
Yeah. They're having a good time, too, I'll tell you that.
I'm not sure if the jet skis or the 700 boats are getting more air. I don't know.
Every time you go by the pit area, the guys in Piston Broke, they're just having a ball.
Oh, man. They have a really good pit setup over there. What's cool is all these guys, they just all hang out behind the scenes. But, you know, when it's time to put the gloves on, they go to war.
Oh, yeah. Dirt Legal Velocity sitting there second in Class 700. Coming up out of the water as we watch Hammerheads, and we drop back to Island Escapes here. Hammerheads is second in Class 600. Island Escapes in fourth.
When I see that, I just think of an old GT40 with the Gulf livery.
The Gulf livery, yeah. GT40 or Porsche 917. That Gulf livery was legendary on a wide variety of different four-wheel racing machines. Steve McQueen.
Yeah.
He made it famous in the movie Le Mans.
You know, I feel like he's gaining ground on him.
The Ultimate?
Yeah.
Racing experience boat. I think you're right.
Rob and David back there, I mean, they're trying to reel him in.
The last lap for the Ultimate boat was a 4:53.569. Hammerheads in front of them ran a 5:03.289. Piston Broke still pounding around with a 5:33.589 on their last lap. Red Rum has moved in front of them on timing and scoring again. This is just how they are on the course. Has not factored in any of the breakout.
You know, when you look at those laps, like the 700 laps, you know, we have a 5:31, a 5:33, 5:35.
That's Piston Broke there. Isn't that Red Rum running behind him?
No, I think that was.
Is that Dirty?
The Velocity guys, yeah, Dirt Legal. I think that was Brad and Connor. At least they're going to be eating good at Felix's tonight.
Mm-hmm. Scott's an old motocross racer, and Jeff raced cars and sailboats before he got into the offshore stuff. So they both have a lot of racing experience.
Yeah, and Brad back in that
There's
700 boat. Yeah, he used to do dirt bikes.
Yeah.
It's so awesome to see these guys. I mean, everybody's got a different background, different experience, and a lot of it, you know, come off of dirt or pavement somewhere. I think once you get hooked in the speeds on the water and the unpredictability, you know, that every lap has, I mean, it's an addicting thing.
Well, and I can tell you, I've been to a lot of dirt tracks and race tracks around the world. Not many have the ambiance and the setting, if you will, of a offshore powerboat race. You know, you come to St. Pete, Cocoa Beach, Key West, Lake Pontchartrain. It's pretty good living, I got to tell you.
I tell you, the pits looks a little bit different, doesn't it?
Not bad. I'm sitting there at the driver's meeting this morning looking out on the lake in the backdrop. I'm thinking, man, it's not like looking over at Lake Lloyd in Daytona. There's Hammerheads.
Are they still sitting in second?
Hammering along.
It almost looks like just a nice Saturday afternoon ride. It's like they got the crews set.
Well, when you're running as good as these guys are, yeah, it's going to give you that impression, right? I mean, they are significantly quicker than the rest of the category. 4:52 on their last lap.
Let's just hope they aren't breaking out, because that could put Hammerheads right above them for final standings, depending on how it stacks up after the V-Box bit.
That's the only thing they got to check out, right?
Yep. That is such a cool looking boat.
Doesn't appear to move around as much in the water as the rest of the boats in the category.
No. Rob probably has them set up pretty good, but that guy, he's been doing it forever. With that style of boat, there's nobody better than him.
Island Escapes guys, every time I see that boat go by, looks like they're really charging.
Yeah. Well, I would think it'd be hard to keep at the speed. I mean, with that 450, you know, with that 450 sitting on the back with the Kong Performance tweaked,
too easy not to get into it, right?
Man, I bet you they're just not even close to the, you know, putting the pedal all the way down. But that might make it easier to stay at that, maintain that throttle, or, you know, that throttle position right at the speed they want to have way more performance and way more power than what they need. I could see that being a lot better philosophy than trying to, you know, run a number and being maxed out at it.
Yeah.
Because you got to think, even through the corners, their goal is to maintain the same speed and consistency every ounce, every foot of that track, you know, not falter. I bet you David's in there having the time of his life. We talked with him in the pits yesterday, and he just couldn't say enough good things about the experience that he's going through. He said, I think he said the dunker was a little spicy for him, but you know, he got it done. I haven't done that yet. It's coming.
You haven't done it yet?
No, man, I didn't have time on Thursday. All the divers kept poking me. You ready to come over? Do it. I said, man, I don't have time today, but you know, maybe in Cocoa we'll get it done.
I figured you would have done that by now.
I'm gonna make time in Cocoa to do it.
Yeah.
So then I might or might not be alive for the broadcast in Cocoa.
That weekend.
That or look like a drowned rat, one of the two.
Woof. There's a bit of a hit.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can feel the wind picking up in our position.
It
so
suddenly did, didn't it?
I don't know if it's changing positions or changing direction or what, but it's definitely changing. We got Piston Broke. We got Dirt Legal right behind them.
Yeah.
Those guys are so close. I mean, they're just right in the wake. That's Bob and Lou. They look like they're kind of setting sail out there. at our time in scoring, it's showing that they're somewhere between Piston Broke and Dirt Legal, but I don't think that's the case. According to the camera, it doesn't look like it.
You know, Brad Christopher there in Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Race Team, he's a pilot, and he lives in a flying community. And he was telling me about the flying community he lives in. So many of the guys are retired military pilots, all in their upper 70s and early 80s, and they worked on all kinds of different things. Some of them having even worked on the SR-71 Blackbird.
Oh, wow.
He said all these guys in his neighborhood build their own aircraft, various shapes and sizes and speeds, and then they take them up. It's got a grass runway at the flying community where he lives. And he says you can walk outside on his patio any day, and he says half of his neighborhood's having dog fights up above his house.
Oh, my gosh, that's crazy.
He said the guys are just nuts. He said they're all, like I said, 75 to 80 years old, having dog fights and home-built airplanes.
Wow. As long as they don't come down on my house and I have to call my insurance company, I'll be all right with that
He
one.
says, he goes, you know what? He goes, I've gone up and I've flown with all of them. He goes, they're all just outstanding pilots doing everything you're told not to do. He said, but they're such great experts, and they've all pushed the limits and everything they did when they were younger. He said, I totally trust every single one of them.
I want to know if they're watching this thinking he's still crazy for flying around out here in this Class 700 boat.
Yeah.
That looks like Hammerheads again. Don and Josh look pretty comfortable in it, like they're just setting sail.
Yeah. They've had a pretty smooth run, haven't they?
Yeah.
Third in Class 600 right now.
Unofficial.
Unofficial.
That's a great looking wrap on that boat.
Yeah. They look like they sit up higher in that boat, don't they?
Yeah, some of those seats, like I mean, those are pretty low freeboard boat, but some of those boats are like a suspension seat. When you see Brad and Connor go by, I know their setup's that way as well. The seats are pretty tall, but they've got a lot of support in them. I bet they're getting some great. Is that camera sitting right behind them? Is that what that is? Maybe not. Fly local, fly what is that on the side of the boat there? SRQ, right?
If you say so. Fly SRQ, it's, is that Sarasota? Yeah, SRQ is Sarasota Bradenton International Airport.
That bears the question, do they fly to these races and just send a driver?
Could be.
I'd have to work that angle.
Could just be sponsorship. Screaming along the backside of our race course here.
You can see the white cap starting to pick up a little bit too compared to earlier qualifying.
Sheep in the bay.
Sheep in the bay.
There's a good spot to watch from right out there.
Yeah.
Getting to see quite a battle here too.
Yeah, our turn marshals and our support boats, they have the best seat in the house.
Look at this.
The only thing getting close is VIP.
Great action here.
So you got two velocity boats back to each class, 600, class 700 here together. They're going to give each other a little bit of room.
Whoa. A good look at the bottom of the legal boat. The black and orange velocity.
I'm missing Red Rum. Where did they go? They're in the hunt here.
Well, they were sitting in second. Wow, look at that, man. Dirt Illegal, that's Dirt Illegal Velocity. And they are, that's Brad really pushing it.
It looks like the 600 boat. Scott looks like they took a long, wider sweeper to kind of give these guys some room to race.
Yeah,
that was kind of a nice thing to do.
Brad showing his other pilot buddies, hey, you're not the only ones that can fly. Watch this. Brad told me he doesn't mind getting the elbows up a little bit and racing close. He's an old motocross racer himself, which is a full contact form of motorsport. And he said, I'm just used to that. He goes, so even in the boat, he goes, I know it's a whole different thing and we're not really supposed to do that. He said, but I don't mind getting close to my competitors. And he goes, I keep my head on a swivel and keep watching. Yeah, should have been checkered flag for the 700s there. 600s should have one more to go around. There's Red Rum.
Yeah, Bob and Lou are still out there just getting it done.
There's your checkered flag.
So it looks like those guys just came through sitting at third potentially. Man, these guys are packed in coming through the last corner.
Yeah, 700 showing piston broke. Third Legal Velocity, then Red Rum. Your top three.
Mad Max right there on the right side of the screen.
That would be fourth.
And that looks like there's maybe a pass for position right there.
And
in
you're
the 600 boats.
Ultimate Boat Racing Experience showing number 1, Team Ride Legal Velocity. Second, Hammerheads. Third. And then Mad Max showing fourth in Class 700. And First Responders showing back end of Class 600.
There's your piston boat broke buddies. They just grabbed the checkered flag. Those guys are having a good start to the season.
Yeah, and Jeff can call it Mr. H and say, hey, I got one at Pontchartrain. How about you at Bristol?
Wonder if they had to dig the snow out of the boat on their way here. They didn't have bad weather this time, did they?
They left the boat down here.
Oh, okay.
And they went up and back themselves. They brought the boat partway back up to Canada, then left it and picked it back up. And they crossed back into the States.
We got Islandscapes right there. Cassie driving it and Jaime on the throttle. I bet you that boat's a rocket flat out.
Oh,
with a 450 tuned up.
It's got to be.
On a smaller light boat like that.
You know, with that color scheme and everything, the boat it just looks fun, right? Like you could see, if you're at your favorite local hangout and they just idle up, you're going to be like, oh, it's a nice looking boat. And then you start looking at the number on the backside of the engine and they hammer that thing. Yeah. Oh, boy, they came to play.
They're letting it hang out right now, though.
Sure are. Going to be a big time over at Felix's, right? I mean, you got Team Ride Legal Velocity right now showing in second, and Dirt Legal Velocity showing second in both
Class
categories. 700s and 600s.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure if that's right. I think our team, or Team Ride Legal, I still think they're up front. I didn't see any pass. Did you?
I didn't. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? And ultimately,
Correct.
It's all going to matter what happens post race. With a tech inspection.
Yeah, I think that as soon as they pull those boats out of the water, those tech guys, they're waiting there to grab those boxes.
tail of the tape, as they say at that point, right?
Yeah.
No hiding it.
Coming down that short little stretch between turn 1 and turn 2, coming in right in front of VIP.
No line at that point. It is what it is. There's Hammerhead. And the
got Rob and David coming around that last corner. Now we got Hammerheads up front here. I think, are they, they're sitting in second? Is that right?
Well, showing
no, looks
third.
like third. Yeah, looks like third. That means Rob and David got around him at some point, according to our telemetry anyway.
And there's Islandscapes, which according to the timing scoring that we're looking at would be fourth in Class 600. And there's Checkered Flag showing ultimate boat racing experience crossing the line first. So the pass happened somewhere that we just didn't see it, Shane, on our screen.
Yep. There's so much going on between all the racing and each class on this.
Yeah,
it's
hard to keep up with.
Yep. A lot of camera angles, but.
And we don't see everything. There's Hammerhead. They should be third.
Let's see who they give that checkered flag to.
Here comes Islandscapes. Those guys, look at that. Man, still charging hard.
The conditions are, they're getting worse. We got some bigger boats coming up later, so they might be able to flatten it back down a little bit. But the wind is the wind and the waves are the waves, definitely, and they are out there.
Definitely blowing to our back, isn't it? It looks like the wind coming out of the west right now, blowing to the east. And we're going to step away and take a quick break here. By then, everybody should be in, and hopefully we can get you some official results. Class 600, 700, and Cat 300. Stay with us.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
That no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, Nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And Deegan is the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog in me, right?
Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross CWS #1 plate.
The New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Progressive, Fast Boat, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, Harvey Gulf International Marine, and by Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. All right, so here's the unofficial results out of Class 600. Team Ride Legal Velocity, Hammerheads, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. So we showed them, we thought they were in the lead according to the timing scoring we were looking at, Shane. Now we're seeing them in third, Island Escapes fourth, and First Responders in fifth. And then in Class 700, as we thought, Piston Broke, Dirt Legal Velocity, Mad Max Racing, and Red Rum slipped back to fourth. So Mad Max and Red Rum flipping positions there. Well, Tristan, we keep saying the VIP area is the place to go. It sounds like you took us up on it.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the VIP. It's happening down here. We've got a beautiful bar set up for all of our patrons down here. Monster has absolutely showed out in VIP. The Monster girls are here. They're having a great time. We've got such good food for all of our VIPs, a huge monitor, another bar for our patrons, and then right out here, a beautiful view of Lake Pontchartrain, outdoor seating, a little bit of a breeze. I mean, this is really the best place to be for offshore race viewing. If you haven't come out here, come check it out and try it at our next race. They really do a great job with our VIP.
Looks like a great place to be.
Looks like they had a load of food on the table, too.
Oh, yeah. Sure did.
Oh, man, here we go. We're getting ready, getting these guys lined
It's
up.
going to be Class 200, 400, and 500. Next up on the schedule.
Looks like we got OC Racing starting on the inside. We got Team Love Muscles starting in second position. And on our third Class 200 boat, we've got Justice League. Start boats trying to get those guys lined up. They're typically on radio systems with them, telling them, hey, like back up or push back. They really want to try to get those guys a real level start. Pace boat's taking them through the paces. They get a little sight lap so they can get to kind of experience all the buoys and everything and, you know, get ready to roll. They want to make sure they know where all their markers are in every buoy, every turn, every slot buoy.
Yep, everybody getting a sighting lap where they get underway. just about done with the sighting lap here.
No, I thought it was the other one.
Got the 400 class in right behind the 200 class.
Speed capped in the 400s at about 85 miles an hour. V-bottom boats ranging 27 to 35 feet in length.
It's a great looking pace boat.
Sure is.
We got 4 outboards hanging off the back of that big Nortec.
You need them to stay in front of these guys.
No joke. Got some, looks like some spectators out there on the perimeter. It's always a good place to watch from the water if you can get out there. Behind that front line of 200 boats, looks like we got Shocker over there.
Hear him coming by us here.
There's our in-camera or in-boat footage. They got all their tape ready to pull.
Big field spread out here.
Yeah, I've got 3 different classes. You got the 200s up front, you got 400 and class 500 all on the race course at the same time.
Muscle 269 out in front of the 200s.
Yeah, that's Alex Bumgardner on the throttle. We got Little Bill Reeves. He's on the wheel in the Team Love Muscle boat. Man, those view items are turning it up, though, aren't they?
Sure are. And the 200 class capped at what, about 105 miles an hour, right?
Yeah, they're definitely going to be the fastest bracket class we have out there.
And they're much bigger boats, too, anywhere from 30 to 42 feet in length.
They're turning that corner up.
Look at that. All right. We just lost our feed there for a minute, folks, so sorry for the silence. We were, although silence might be golden with you and I, Shane.
It could be. My wife thinks that.
Yeah. But we got it back now.
So they got their sight lap in. So everybody's got their corners marked, the buoys marked the way they want. Pace boat's going to pull them back off plane, get them all lined back up and ready to go.
pack tightening up. Getting in line, getting in formation. We should be underway here soon.
All right, we got the pace boat leading them off right now. Up on plane. Man, look at those rooster tails as those guys get going.
Speed's coming up, and so do the rooster tails as we get ready to get underway with Class 200, 400, and 500.
They're going to start 200 on the inside and 400 on the outside. And then the second start should be the Class 500 boats.
There we go. Green flag waves and we're underway. First wave. Hold that lane, but you can hammer that throttle. 208 boat jumping out front.
Man, those guys are close, aren't they?
Justice League.
The adrenaline's pumping. These guys still have to watch that breakout speed.
Yeah, Justice League, and then the 221 of OC Racing.
Yep, you've got Joey Oliveri and Billy Gluick. Joey's the owner of the boat for OC Racing. It's an 04 Phantom that you're looking at with Mercury 900 power.
These guys are headed towards that tricky corner that we've been. I'm telling you, whoever gets through there first is going to have a significant advantage in this.
Especially with the waves these V-bottoms kick out.
That's that OC Racing boat. Looks like they're going to have the edge here.
Now we're looking at some Class 400 boats. That looks like that's going to be James Norville right there in the orange boat.
Yep.
And Andy Foster.
From the United Kingdom.
Yep. And the X-Insurance boat you saw there a second ago, that was throttled by Scott Jobin, and Jerry Hartman is the driver. That was a new wrap on that X-Insurance boat, too.
Those 500s?
Yep, this should be Class 500 right here. Looks like back in action. Took off, and they probably sitting in first position at this point going into the first set of quarter. And you can hear them roaring. Back to our Class 400s, we've got back to
576 right there. That's back in action.
That's Jimmy Jensen.
And I believe that's Fuel One team on the outside there, isn't it? In blue?
Yeah, that's Damon Murata Jr. and Sr. Those guys are having the time of their life in the pits over there, I'm telling you. I even overheard a little story in the pit with those guys with the Fuel One team. Yeah. I was told somebody wears a pink thong on race day, and it's not one of the women. So I'm curious.
I didn't think you would admit to that.
I don't know who it is. They wouldn't tell
you.
me. Oh, it wasn't me doing it. That's not my color. They got that boat wound up looking good. Those guys will also have a Mod V at the next race. So they're going to be running 2 classes in Cocoa Beach. Yeah, Jimmy, he was nice enough to come visit us at the last race in St. Pete and kind of come in and talk a little bit about Class 500. So that was nice to have him come up to the booth. Man, these guys are dodging and darting, trying to find a little bit of clean water or run with the wind in a different direction. Got OC sitting out there on front, looks like.
Looks like Team Yabba Dabba Doo is leading 500 right now. Blackbeard Offshore in second. OC now showing in third.
There's our friends from the UK again, followed by the X Insurance entry.
Team out of the UK, and we have one from England and one from Wales.
That boat looks pretty comfortable out there in that rough water. Big old Phantom. Yes, it does. I was asking him as soon as he gets out of the boat if he puts his big hat on. Remember from the award ceremony in St. Pete with his big hat? He's taking that rough corner a little wider. I don't know if that probably flattens it out a little bit for him, makes it a little easier to transition and maintain speed. That's a pretty tight race right there with 400 boats.
Yeah. You got Team UK, that orange boat, sitting in second in that class right now.
Yep. Team Safe Cash looks like they're sitting in second. That's the X Insurance boat. That's a Phantom 32 powered by 600 Mercury.
He goes, that's normally in the UK when we roll out. Because things are just so nasty over there. That's when we go.
Oh, there's Team Shocker. Is that what I'm looking at? Nope. Which one's that? What do you got? Yeah, it's Team Shocker. That's what I thought. Those guys had drives off, and they were doing some engine work yesterday in the pits. They had wrenches strung out everywhere. I don't even know what's going on.
Well, it's paying off because they're third right now in Class 400, according to the timing and scoring system.
That's a good-looking fountain. Notice they cut the geek beak off of that fountain. We were talking about that a little bit in the pits. Those guys are backed by Hacksdown Oil and Stacks Environmental. You've got Chris Coulson on the throttle, and you got Raymond Evans on the drive, or he's on the wheel in that boat of Team Shocker. Back to our Class 5 race. Man, that's a battle. Yeah, Jimmy and Darren in there. They're along for a heck of a ride. Got Blackbeard here.
Yeah. And Blackbeard, I was just looking where they're sitting second in Class 500, right behind Team Yabba Dabba Doo.
There's Yabba Dabba Doo. Drop Daddies. That's a good looking wrap on that Blackbeard boat.
Yeah, I love the eyes.
That's Randy Moore. He's driving that boat. We got Nelson Sawyer on the throttle. They're from Bristol, Tennessee. And Randy's the one that owns the boat. That's a Pantera 1. It's got a big block Chevy. It's a 598 cubic inch big block in it.
Shocker. Muscle 269.
Back to Blackbeard there on Class 5. Those guys come out of the drag racing world, had a bunch of IHRA drag racing some records and different things they've got going on. They've been in all kinds of racing.
Well, you can do that now with the IHRA. We're racing just about everything over here now. Thanks to Daryl Cuddle's vision. Back to our drag racing colleagues this weekend up in Richmond, Virginia. New IHRA track up there.
That's Yabba Dabba Doo. We've got Steve-O Adams on the throttle, and we got JD. He is the driver and the owner of that boat. That's a 95 Spirit for everybody at home wanting to know what's going on with that boat. And he is an ex-rodeo cowboy. I did not know that.
Huh. You think boat racing's crazy.
But JD said him and Steve, they are here to win, though.
There's Team UK on the right there, holding down third in Class 400.
Yeah, that's a heck of a tight race between them and Safe Cash. Scott and Jerry, they've got their work cut out for them. Is that the Fuel One team? Did they squeak past? Are they in the lead now, possibly for Class 500? We got senior and junior in there. Man, that's a Class 400 battle right there. Those guys are neck and neck. So you know that means those guys are right on the line. They are right on their speed limit, and neither one of them are wanting to budge. Looks like our friends from UK had to kind of, make a little correction there to hit that buoy the correct way, and that got in that rough water coming off of Safe Cash's wake. That's the tell of two Damons right there. Those guys have Fuel One team. Complete Marine, we got Riley Hotel Group, Mullins Concrete, Proven Marine, Big Kahuna Marine, and Star Maritime LLC is helping those guys get from race to race. You got to give a little shout out to those sponsors.
Watching our friends there from the Team UK, I know you're well aware of the Torquay Cows race in England.
Yep.
One of the most brutal offshore events anywhere on the planet. Well, they're well-known competitors in that. So when it comes to the rough water, these guys are extremely confident in it. In fact, having a second-place finish in that legendary event.
Yeah, these guys are definitely no stranger to rough water, and it's showing out there today. I mean, look, they're handling it like a boss. The boat must be set up really, really well. Back to Class 200. It's the OC Racing guys. Joey and Billy.
There's Team UK still bouncing around out there, but having at it. Here's Blackbeard, second in Class 500.
That is a good-looking old Pantera, isn't it? I say old. I don't know how old it is, but I don't have a year on it. But that's a boat has great lines on it. There's the old Shocker Fountain just eating up that rough water coming around that corner. I really do think that's the roughest corner on this course right now. The way the wind's blowing.
By far. Shocker third in Class 400. Can't exceed 85 miles an hour in this class.
And a boat like that with that kind of power, that's got to be a hard thing to do, actually. That boat just has to want to go. It's right at its sweet spot.
Yeah. Safe cash here. Fixed insurance.
It's a 32-foot Phantom. Those guys have had some accomplishments out of the Safe Cash camp. I mean, P1 Superstock winners. They've got some championships under their belt.
Yeah, and they're running both here and in the UK. That's Norval and Hartman, I should say. They're running both here and in the UK. Reading my wrong notes there.
I'll tell you, we do have a little bit better notes than last time. We got some more information out of these guys, didn't we?
A little bit.
Oh, man.
OC, who has led this one from the beginning, still out front.
We got the guys from UK. They're up in the 200 mix now. Hopefully he's being mindful of his top speed limit, because he is running up top. There is pack in action in the Class 500. Got OC Racing still out front there. Back to the Double Damons.
Along the causeway here. Shocker coming at you.
Looks like we had a boat sitting in the infield. Looks, we had somebody broke back there. I can't remember. I didn't see who that was.
Yeah,
Did you get a look at that?
a good look.
They're grinding it out, though. That Class 400 battle is there.
Mm-hmm.
There's our, who do we have? Oh, no, is that Yabba Dabba Doo out?
I think it is. 577, yep.
Oh, I see some heads shaking in there. There's some, that's definitely upsetting for that team.
Big thanks to the folks at Towboat US for helping us out. Right there to give him a hand.
Looks like Alex and Little Bill, isn't it? Yep. Now we're back over to class 5. We got Blackbeard here. Where's that class 500 run order here?
He was a first pro mod into the 550s in a quarter mile. He ran the first monster truck to break a 100-mile-an-hour barrier. That's a Guinness Book World of Record.
Now they're doing with Blackbeard in the Offshore series.
Those eyes really pop, don't they, in the green?
Yes. Yeah, I like how they incorporated the Blackbeard logo like with the old Pantera eyes like that.
Yeah.
You know? That's a neat way to set that boat up. Looks really good. I encourage everybody in the pits that's out there watching today here on site, man, you have to go in there and check all these boats out and get up close and personal with them. Talk to these drivers. Talk to the throttlemen. They'll have loads of stories for you and a lot of information. In fact, they'll probably even sign some autographs for you.
Might do that. Randy Moore in that Blackbeard boat, the son of Carl Moore, was one of the 3 men that opened up Bristol Motor Speedway, along with Larry Carrier, of course, and R.G. Pope. Which all ties together since NASCAR's at Bristol this weekend.
Yeah.
It's a great venue. You ever been there?
I have not. I really wanted to go when they put dirt back on it.
The last great Coliseum, as they call it. It is something.
That boat we were looking at there a minute ago with the Fuel One team with both Damons, that is a 2003 Warlock. There's the Shocker Fountain. Looks like they're sitting up front in the Class 400. Followed by boat number 409, Safe Cash. It's just so rough at that corner.
It sure is. I still haven't figured out the right name for that corner yet. We got a hit on one. It's deserving. These guys began racing back in 2021 in that Shocker team. Speaking of Blackbeard, these guys bought the boat Black Pearl, well-known fountain boat.
Looking at Love Muscle there, Class 200, that would be Alex and Little Bill.
I feel like going to see a Pirates of the Caribbean movie now. Talking about Blackbeard and the Black Pearl.
As long as Davy Jones' locker doesn't suck these guys down,
we're
we'll be
all
all
good,
right.
Yeah.
Everybody stays in the boat where they need to be. That's the best outcome.
There's the Muscle out front. We haven't seen much of them because they've just been gone, haven't they? And running well. Class 200 out front.
I love those F-16 quarter canopies on that boat.
Couple laps left in this one. Scheduled for 8.
Yeah, you can tell those guys bouncing around in there. They're doing everything they can to hold on to the wheel, the sticks, grab handle, anything they have.
Yep. Wedging your feet in. All these teams are going to have a little bit of time off between now and our next event coming up at Cocoa Beach, middle of May.
They'll have a little bit of time for some upgrades or some repairs if they need be, but so far everybody looks pretty good. We had the Abba Dabba Doo. Looks like they might have broke something in.
Yeah, that looked more like a mechanical.
Yeah.
When you think about some of the guys yesterday, you're going to have some serious work to do.
Well, and a lot of those guys, they were cranking through the night too.
Yeah.
So conditions are not easy on these guys today, and I think it's going to be worse tomorrow.
That's what they're saying. Might be even rougher when we get to Cocoa Beach.
And that's saying something for us to have
what we've been through so far, right?
Yeah.
And not unusual when you get down there either.
It's the right time of year for here. All the locals are saying it just blows all the time, you know.
Yeah.
In early spring.
Well, it's very pleasant for those on the shoreline watching because it's a cool breeze. Not cold, just cool, nice. Just a brilliant sunshine, as you can see, no clouds around.
A lot of people standing on the pier behind us watching. Got some people down in the grandstands. There was a lot of people getting dropped off at the shuttle spots earlier, you know, walking in early, trying to catch a glimpse before the action started today.
We encourage you to go to ihra.com, our website, and take a look at the Offshore Powerboat schedule and see if we're coming near you. We're going to be in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and all over the country.
Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri in June.
Yeah.
That's my hometown, so come out and visit us.
Yep, Michigan.
I'm really excited about the schedule. We go north when things get hot, so, you know, we'll have some great weather, I think, throughout the whole National Series.
Yeah. See where we finish up. Waiting to hear about the World Championship.
I think it's coming up soon.
Is it?
Yeah.
You got a little inside track on that?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I don't need anybody harassing me about it.
No.
I just hear little bits and pieces here and there.
No, we hear the announcement is coming soon. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting. There's the OC racing boat.
If those guys win another one, I don't know, his head might get too big to fit in that big hat.
Wow. You're going there, huh?
Man, I love those guys. They're a lot of fun.
Huh.
I told him I wanted to get me a hat like that.
He said he was looking forward to dominating another year in the class and maybe going to move up to Super V next. What do you think?
You know what? I think that'd be a good next progression for them.
His head.
They're familiar with big V bottoms.
Go GPS, Landshark, Lager, Neutral, Vodka, Seltzer, all sponsoring them. Their 4th season of racing. They keep dominating the class, so what they're doing, they're going to get kicked out of here up there.
All the rest of the guys are going to say, it's time for you guys to move on.
You need to move up.
That is a great looking boat. Is that cheetah print?
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely got to be a fan favorite.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
The ladies love the animal print.
I could see you doing a little animal print.
I was just... Whether it's on a boat or a banana hammock, buddy, it doesn't matter. It's going to look real good.
Well, I wasn't going there, but...
I'll take it there.
Here's Blackbeard.
But these guys, they prefer pink, not animal print. Going back to what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which teammate it is, but it's going to come out soon. Maybe it'll come out at the award ceremony. Who knows?
Could be. Right now, everybody's looking for checkered as a checkered flag.
Yeah, the both Damons here, they've had a heck of a good race today. That boat looks really, really, really planted, really like it's eating up that rough water. It's our friends from UK.
Yeah, no, they're going to see how they did here, and then they're going to wait to see how they do. By the time we get to Cocoa Beach, it's going to be getting close to when the season in the UK starts to get underway. So if they had a great run in St. Pete, if they can hang on and get a good run here, they're second right now, and keep the points going, then they might have to make a decision or two as to what they do. Might get one of the guys staying here, one of the guys going back to the UK and kind of
running back and forth.
Trying to do back and forth.
Well, I hope they choose to stay because they've been they've grown a lot they've grown a lot of fan base in a real short period of time over here.
Well, here's the best thing about them. I was talking to I was kidding with them. I said, we were joking about you guys on the air being from the UK, figuring you guys must love soccer. I said, so what's your favorite Premier League team? And they both looked at me and they said, we hate soccer. We love racing.
Amen to
I said, all right, brother, you're my kind of guys.
Give me that horsepower.
Of course, they called it football.
Yeah.
No. Football's over here.
Yeah, that's a whole nother season.
So it's OC Racing Justice League and Love Muscle
for your class 200s.
Shocker up front in the 400s.
Team UK and then Safe Cash according to our ticker here.
Yeah.
Looks like they're on their last lap.
And then we got Blackbeard, Fuel One back in action, and Yabba Dabba Doo floating around out there broken with a mechanical.
Luckily they'll have a good tow in, so they can figure it out and get it back going. Hopefully it's something minor.
Yeah, our friends at Towboat USA helping out. Comes Team UK, closing up on the OC. Where OC just went around him, which would be my guess.
It shows these guys are no stranger to rough water.
No, they're very comfortable in it, aren't they? They're not steering away from theirs, Yabba Dabba Doo. Towboat folks taking them back. Well, if you got problems, you love seeing those guys on the way out, don't you?
Yeah. It's nice to have them there if you need them.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things you hope you never have to use, but when you do...
You want it close.
Yeah, and they're great. Right there. The feeling of weightlessness going on there pretty regularly, huh? Bounce across the water here.
Yeah, they're getting about as much air as those 700 boats were earlier, I feel like.
Without a doubt.
Now, is this a position change? Is that what we're seeing?
Fuel One. Well, Blackbeard was leading in Class 500. Fuel One team was second. OC's working through a lot of traffic, isn't it?
They are.
Man, it ain't slowing them down a bit.
We got Damon Murata Jr. and Senior in that boat, looking to wind their way to the start-finish line.
Look at them guys.
Man, you can tell there's a big difference in the speed caps.
Yeah, they're just pushing through the field. They come right towards us. You can hear that roar building in the distance. Well, the speed cap in the 200 should be around 95 miles an hour. And OC has already legged it out from everybody they just passed. Significantly. They went through about 4 or 5 boats and they have just left them all behind.
Yeah, they just wove themselves right through it on that rough corner down there.
Man. Hustle back here in third.
Alex and Little Bill there. Still look like they're having the time of their life.
If you're running that boat, you got to be. It's not a group that's not about having fun, right?
Nope. I bet you they have a real good time in the pits. Speaking of the pits, the pit party's tonight. So there's a concert going on tonight.
Who's playing?
Iron
Maiden?
I don't know about that one.
Priest?
I'm not sure who's coming over, but I think it's going to be pretty good. They've got food. There's going to be a concert band. A lot of people milling around. A lot of good conversations. A lot of people cutting up. Doing a little swap and shop for tomorrow too. It's going to be fun.
I was hoping it was Maiden because they're coming to Charlotte later this year, and I'm not going to be home. So got to find them somewhere on the road.
That would be a good concert. I really want to go to the Sphere in Vegas and see Metallica.
As soon as you pay up, buddy, I'm with you.
That would be a fun one.
You buy those tickets, you let me know.
We were looking at tickets, but they are every single concert night they're going to do is different. So I'd like to go out there and catch 2 concerts in a row, so you'd see 2 different sets. It'd be amazing.
Spend your mortgage in 2 nights.
All these boys aren't getting any younger, right? So if you want to go see them, we got to do it now.
Better do it now.
We're pups though compared to those guys.
I'd like to think so. Heard the Stones are releasing new music this weekend.
Really?
Yeah. Never say never, right? All right, class 200, 400, and 500. Wrapping up here. Lake Pontchartrain, New Orleans, Louisiana. The IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series in action. Round number 2, 2026 championship season. Shane, as we watch these guys completing this last lap in these 3 categories here, tell me a little bit about how you're hearing the competitors talking about it. As we said, this is round number 2 for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series, and it's the first time the IHRA as a sanctioning body has ventured into racing on the water. We've got Offshore, we've got Pro Watercraft, we've got F1 Powerboats, we've got a drag racing series going as well. What are you hearing out of the pits for the offshore boat competitors? How happy were they with St. Pete?
I think everybody had just the best time.
Checker flag, buddy. Sorry to jump in there.
No, you're good.
Checkered flag.
That would be for Team Shocker.
Getting the 400 class win.
There you go. Now, I think all the feedback has been great. I think the expectations have been exceeded by everybody. I think that's why they're back here, and they're ready to have another good weekend. They love the tech. They love the safety. They love the side options. There's payouts involved. There's some tow money. I mean, these guys are here to compete at the national level, and they want to take it the whole way through. So, you just can't complain about that. All the feedback has been great, and I think we'll just continue to build on it race after race all season long. And I can't even imagine what year 2 is going to hold yet.
No, right? Here comes Blackbeard.
There's been a lot of people sitting back watching what's going on with the IHRA and the Offshore Series, and I know there's been some phone calls made about big sponsorship opportunities and stuff that are coming down the pipeline. So we're really, really excited to see that. So there's a lot of people watching at home, or businesses, or fans that are gaining traction. They said, "Man, I want to be a part of that."
They sit around too long, they're going to get left behind, right?
I'm telling you, heck, give us a call. I'll take care of you. Let's do it.
I think one of the other things I heard a lot about is consistency. The consistency from our race officials and how the programs run. Everything is on time. If they say we're starting now, they start right then. There's no waiting around. Oh, we're going to give Billy another 10 minutes. No. You're not ready. When we're ready, we're racing without you.
Yep. I mean,
Muscle is ready to go, and they're going to finish third here in Class 200.
Even down to the 7 o'clock drivers physicals in the morning and the 8 o'clock drivers meeting. You better be there early. You better get through the physical line. You better have a seat at the drivers meeting, because you do not want to miss roll call.
No, Bob's got that ready to go right at 8 o'clock.
Yep.
And here comes Blackbeard. That's going to be our winner in Class 500, isn't it?
No, I think we got both Damons. I thought were coming in first for Class 5.
They're going to get third.
Yeah. I think we got our Fuel 1
team and then back in action.
Yep. Got Damon and Jimmy back there in second place on the Class 500 boat with his driver Darren.
Well, those guys couldn't be stopped, could they?
They were having a great time. I'd just say don't fall off that.
Yeah,
I'd roll right off that boat if that was me.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'd be in the water. They'd have to send a diver in after me.
Right to the bottom.
Hey, I'm still working on the helicopter jump, though. I don't know if they're going to let me.
Make sure there's a couple of divers already in the water before you go out.
I'll just have one go with me.
Yeah.
Let me jump out next to another boat with divers in it. We'll be all right.
Here's your unofficial results for the 200 category. OC Racing, in front of Justice League, and then Love Muscle. Class 400, that's Shocker Offshore, first ones to the line. Team UK, guys that have another good run, so they might have to make that decision by the time we get to Cocoa Beach, which way they're going to go, here or over to the UK. Then Class 500, Fuel 1 team. Back in action, Blackbeard, Team Yabba Dabba Doo.
That's a great day of bracket racing, I'll tell you what.
It was good. Competition was strong.
And like I said, I think Cocoa Beach is going to be, even a bigger turnout. We have a great turnout of boats here, in New Orleans. But, again, a lot of these guys aren't used to racing until May. So there's still a lot of boats that aren't done. We've had a lot of scuttle and some rumors heard, of boats that have finally gotten finished up that are ready, new teams. We have new boats that are coming out, or guys expanding into another class and running two. So I think, the IHRA brings that to the table. These guys said, hey, it's the time to do it. If they want to add a boat or add a teammate, this is the time. Yep.
Tristan, the bracket racing was really good. What can we expect out of Pro Class 1?
Hey, I'm down here at the crane. All the Pro Class 1 boats are in the water. It's kind of like they're all just sitting quietly. All the crews are, gathering with themselves. Everyone kind of seems to be pretty low energy, but I know that's about to change. We got 6 Pro Class 1 boats down here right now. I can't wait to see these guys go out here. And let me tell you something, Ralph and Shane, please somebody go get you guys a monster, because this race is going to be crazy high energy, and I need you guys ready to call this race. I can't wait to see what happens. This is so competitive. These guys have the fastest boats on the water today. They race 14 laps today, and then they race again tomorrow. This is the best class for offshore racing, fastest, biggest boats. I can't wait to see what they do out there today. You guys, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it as well, Tristan. I think we're going to be good to go with that one. No problem.
I might just crack my second one of the day when that class
Just
gets
because.
ready to green flag start, unless I got up earlier than normal and maybe I'm already on number 2. I'm not sure where we're at, but I'm ready for another
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sound of those big V8s, that'll get us going. The Monster, just a little bonus energy. All right, we've got more pro watercraft racing action coming up, which means Michael Young's going to join us again, and we're going to be ready for that when we come back to Lake Pontchartrain. Don't you go away.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And digging into the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
Time to show that I got that dog in me, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US number 1 plate.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Back here in Louisiana, and our New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix brought to you by Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. And by Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Well, let's head back over to the Pro Watercraft pits. Been a bit since we've been over there. Let's find out what's going on with Taylor.
Hey, y'all, I'm down here. This is the man that I didn't get to talk to after the last Ski GP race. Ryder, what an incredible finish you had out there on the top 3 podium, obviously. We were just talking, where do you need to find that speed? What is important for this race right now?
For me right now, I think we just need to have a better start. So I think if we have a little bit more better reaction time, kind of get out there and kind of get out of the whitewash, I think if we can get up into that top 3 right away, we'll have a better fighting chance for that first place.
Well, that was your first rolling start, as we know. Obviously, Ski GP, they're used to that beach start, that big rush. So you've got that out of the way. The pressure's gone. You're ready to do it again. How are you feeling? Are you guys tired yet?
No, I mean, we're not tired. We train a lot. So, I mean, like, it's just kind of another day in the park. But I think just, put a little bit more fight on for the second moto and just, put our head down and try to get a better finish so we have a better run up for tomorrow. I just want to be sitting in that top 3 spot so we can have a little bit better chance of coming out on top. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, the hunger is there for Ryder, but obviously there's tons of other drivers out in this class that are ready to go. Coy Curtis, as we know, took that first Moto 1 win in St. Pete. He got first in all 3 motos. Can he do it again? We're about to find out. These guys are getting ready to get started, so let's head to the booth.
All right, Taylor, thanks. Race is about set to get underway. Boy, sweeping a weekend, Michael, that is a sweet way to go about it, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, I got the opportunity to speak with his father during the little break I had right there, and his father is just ecstatic right now. Can't believe his son has went 4 for 4 so far for the 2026 season.
He's coming off a heck of a hat trick, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Can he do it again?
He carried the momentum here, it looks like.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to our booth. Ralph Shaheen, Michael Young, Shane Landis with us. You can see the beautiful backdrop of Lake Pontchartrain behind us. glorious day here for racing. That wind, as Shane pointed out earlier, doing those bracket races for the boats, really starting to pick up a little bit here, Shane, coming out of the west, blowing right across our back.
Yeah, they definitely said it changed some direction from yesterday, so I think it'll be it's going to play heck on these on the PWC guys.
Well, I'll tell you, these PWCs, like I say, they're meant to stay on top of the water, not meant to go through the water. And again, as you see them slow down for these turns in these highly modified machines, that's why they're slowing down. But then when they hit that throttle, boy, that horsepower is right at their trigger.
Yeah.
What can we expect here, Michael, in race number 2, moto number 2 for these Ski GP competitors?
Well, I'll tell you, Coy Curtis, obviously he's going to be the man with the bullseye on his back. Revin Harris, who came up into 3rd place, but Camden Powell, he's going to be the one to watch. He started out in 8th that first moto and worked his way all the way up to 2nd. Had he had a little more time and got a little better start, like we had talked about prior to the last race, he didn't get the greatest start. He started out in about 8th, 9th place and worked his way all the way up to 3rd. So those are going to be the ones that I'm going to keep an eye on.
Well, Ski GP, of course, is a sprint race. We kicked the day off with our pro endurance race. Let's go back and take a look at that. Another dominant performance here as well by this man right out front.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Jay Edworthy on the JetX Riva back Sea-Doo was unstoppable. And he was another one that he won, but he won by a narrow edge. Camden Powell also races in that class, who is racing in the Ski GP class as well. And Camden almost caught him there at the end.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake by Edworthy, right?
Yeah.
Not too big, but just a bobble.
And they're showing Farthing.
Farthing getting tossed off the boat. He got back on, got up to about 6th. But Edworthy out front, here he is. You can see, even as much in control as he was, still have a moment or two here or there where the water just reaches up to remind you to say, hey, I'm still in charge.
And look at that turn right there. He just sliced and diced his way right through that turn. And again, we were talking, Shane, earlier about the G-forces that it takes when you're making a 180 switchback turn like that.
And there was a checkered flag for Jay. He wins the first endurance race of the day. Here's our Ski GP riders.
Yeah, again, a lot of these guys not being able to, test a running start. Didn't realize that they were going to do a running start here. So the start is very key to a lot of these racers out there. Talk about Powell, he didn't get a good start. Wildeboer, he didn't get a good start on that last race. So I think that they're going to be up there trying to get a better start this time.
That throws these guys a big curveball when they're not used to practicing that. This is something totally different for them.
Yeah, these guys are used to racing off the beach. And so this is definitely something new. Not like it was in St. Petersburg. And the tough thing is with a rolling start, it's tough to get them all even. It's kind of like herding cats out there.
You just got to get them close and hope for the best, right?
That's it. Yeah, as soon as they're close, you try to throw that green flag. So it looks like they're being staged right now as they come into the gate. We got 15 riders here in the Ski GP class. This is the GP1 class. We'll see the GP3 class a little bit later today.
Here we go. Underway.
The green flag has dropped here on Lake Pontchartrain, and it is a drag race there to turn number 1.
And we're expecting to see Coy Curtis out front. Would not be a shocker to see that. See he's dominated.
You can see half of them going to the inside, half of them going to the outside. That's Wildeboer, boat number 888.
Who had a great run in the first moto, but he didn't get the win, obviously, but he was right there in 2nd place.
And he's coming from that inside split.
That's what he's going to need if he wants a shot at holding off Coy Curtis. Get out front early, see if he can sprint away. This is a sprint race, so it's 15 minutes plus 1 lap. The distance here.
Coy Curtis not getting the best of starts there, so he's going to have to work his way through the pack. Currently sitting in 9th. And
well, we got a red flag.
Yeah,
so everybody will ease off the throttle.
Yeah, the dreaded red. They'll bring him back, repack, restack, re-rack, and we'll restart this one all over again. Again, like I say, those rolling starts, some people feel a little cheated if they're not right out there in front. So basically, we try to make it as even as possible, but when you're dealing with water conditions and a 11 to 12 mile an hour wind here today, it's tough to get them all even.
Well, that's the worst thing that could have happened to Wildeboer.
Yeah, I was going to say, some of those guys, they're dreading that red flag restart, you know, and some guys are they're thankful for it. So we'll see if that changes up the next start.
Well, yeah, Coy Curtis was not a benefactor to that start right there, and he's been hole shotting. He's hole shotted 3 of the last 4 motos here in GP Ski 1. Camden Powell looked like he had a better start there too. He had started in 3rd place, but all for naught as they bring him back to the gate.
Wildeboer, 6th overall coming out of St. Pete. Scored 97 points.
If Curtis keeps winning, it's going to be tough to beat him. You know, we only got 3 more rounds here after New Orleans. But if he
here we go again.
That looks like a little bit better start, Mikey.
Yeah, it looked a lot more even as they worked their way toward that split.
Man, you see one rider get way up on this side. Wildeboer again, though, with a great start, guys. Right back out front here.
Yep. He's on that inside split.
He's working hard to break away as far as he can. If he's going to get it, got to go now, got to go hard. He's doing just that. Rider Wildeboer out front.
You can see them exiting the split right now. And that is going to be Wildeboer with the hole shot.
He knows Curtis isn't far back there.
Looks like we might have Curtis right there in second.
Yeah, no surprise there, right? Curtis, of course, dominant down in St. Petersburg, winning Moto number 1 here at Lake Pontchartrain and looking for Moto number 2 as well.
He was happy for that restart.
Yeah, he needed it.
Well, and he's only less than a second behind Wildeboer right now.
That's your 2 boats at the top. You can see him going around that yellow buoy, making the right. Here comes the left at the red. And already Curtis is closing. Let's take a look at the restart. Oh. Look at that. Wow. Almost rode up on the other one.
Wow, crazy.
Wildeboer, Curtis, Camden Powell, Revan Harris, Harley Ritchie, River Crawford. That's your top 6. Farthing back in 9th.
See Jake Pierce moving up into the top 10. I know that he's got a big team of folks doing a watch party over there at Lake Havasu for him.
Champion out of it, didn't make the call. Not sure what's going on with Scott.
So Ryder Wildeboer still trying to hold off Coy Curtis, Camden Powell. Now Cam got a much better start this time. Started in 3rd, started in 8th last time, worked his way up to 2nd. Let's see if he can do that same thing here and get past Curtis and Wildeboer. Again, Powell sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels as well as Speed Racing. Curtis still only a second and a half behind Wildeboer. And there's a look at Wildeboer right now. Again, riding that Commander, sponsored by Steve Webster and Company.
Commander Industries, Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, Cometic, Klotz, Clipper, Kicker, Clem's Medical. We got a whole bunch of folks helping him out. Yeah. The rider out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Clipper. And a battle for the lead right here. Look at this fight.
That's a fight to the buoy, every corner.
Every corner. Wildeboer in front, Curtis right behind him.
What do you think they're going to do on the switches here?
Well, I think what Coy's trying to do right now is just get in Wildeboer's head. Let him know that he's there. You know, in motocross, they say on the berm, you show him a wheel. Here, you show him a keel.
Force him into a mistake.
But he's definitely pressing him. And Coy Curtis on a fast power sports boat. And your race leader, Wildeboer, on a Commander boat.
Wildeboer doesn't look too rattled just yet.
He's a strong kid, and he's normally the one that comes on at the end. He's had trouble with starts at St. Pete. The first race today, still got up into the top 5. You can see him looking over his shoulder. Coy Curtis has got to be right there.
But he's doing it in the right spot. He's doing it on that straightaway at the front instead of just while you're going through the corners, keep your eyes focused on the next buoy, right?
That's it.
But Curtis is right there. Man, the pressure is high.
He's
Look
charging
at this. Here
on.
he comes. Looking on the outside. Curtis, right there. They are bar to bar. We got a new leader. He got him at the buoy. Coy Curtis takes the lead away, goes right back to the front of the field in Ski GP.
Just shuts that door right around Wildeboard.
Man.
And that's a gutsy move right there.
Yes,
well, that's a veteran move is what it is, right?
A veteran move, yep. Yeah, I'll tell you.
10.5 minutes and a lap to go, and you got a new leader in Coy Curtis. Well, he hung on for a while.
So I believe that he's only been behind for, I think, 3 laps in 2026. Because he was able to take over the first place the only time that he didn't hole shot, which I believe was our first moto back in St. Pete. Curtis, Wildeboard, Harris moving past Powell right now. Powell back to 4th, Ritchie in 5th. Harley Ritchie, I believe, originally from the land down under, now makes his home in Lake Havasu. Rupert Crawford, another Havasu local, as is Jake Pierce. Let's take a look.
Watch this pass again. Look at him on the outside here. Feed him to the buoy. Went deeper into the corner, but carried more speed out of there. Was able to get to that next buoy a tick quicker, and that's all it took. He was gone after that.
Man, Ryder knew he had to know he's back there, but that happened so fast.
Yeah, that's what he did. He just pulled that old slingshot move, I think Ryder may have been looking over his head. You got to be looking where you're going and not what's behind you. But Ryder still staying consistent. Like I said, worked his way up through the pack. I believe 3rd place overall in that first moto. And you can see the gap starting to open up right now between first and second place.
Now he's starting to make mistakes, this rider. And every one of those mistakes just exaggerates the lead for Coy Curtis.
Well, and that plays to Revan Harris's favor, too. Harris with 3 second places in St. Pete. Currently sitting in 3rd right behind Wildeboard. Yeah, Wildeboard's younger brother, Jet, unfortunately got injured yesterday in our pro sports spec class, and we wish him the best. Broken collarbone, a couple broken fingers, but he was in good spirits last night after the races. I'm surprised not to see our 9th place rider, Hugo Pastorello, up a little bit higher than that on that factory Kawasaki.
Got one rider off right there at that buoy. Marshall's out there, waving the yellow. Meanwhile, Curtis, color me gone is what he is.
So fast. His fastest lap time, 1:31.436. And the next closest, I believe, is a 1:34.160. So Coy Curtis putting on a show out there, putting on a clinic here in the Pro Ski GP1 class. And making it look so easy, he kind of looks effortless. We used to have a racer, and you might remember the racer, Ralph Jeff Jacobs.
Oh, yeah.
He's very reminiscent of Jeff Jacobs. He looks like he's not even working. He's very fluid.
Yep.
Doesn't look like the boat's working him, but he's working the boat.
Yeah, Jeff was a big Yamaha racer, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Many years.
That was a fast guy. Green flag out, halfway through. Scheduled for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'll tell you, these conditions really lightened up for all the riders from yesterday to today. And since this morning, it's actually even a little smoother than what it was this morning. So, really plays right now to Coy's favor. If it's a fast track, he's not going to make as many mistakes. If he's got the surf and everything like that to deal with, and everything's like a washing machine out there, it's going to be a lot tougher. But you can see right now, he's riding a lot smoother than even what he did in St. Petersburg.
No sheep on the bay?
No sheep on the bay today. Just sharks, snakes, and alligators.
And alligators, yeah.
It's funny. I got a couple texts about that during the lunch break.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely signs sitting out here on the pier.
They're everywhere.
I saw deep mud and alligators. Neither one of them I want anything to do with.
Don't be saying that because our back's to the lake.
That is a good point. As I turn around and make sure I don't see any eyeballs poking out of the water.
There we go.
The only eyeballs I want to see are the ones on the side of that Blackbeard boat.
Curtis working his way through the surf here, just negotiating a great deal here.
The only thing that can slow him down is himself at this point. He makes a mistake. That's the only thing that seems to reel him in at all.
You know, in 2025, and I know that they've gotten stuff worked out, but in 2025, the reason he didn't win the World Grand Prix back in Thailand was because he had a mechanical issue on the last moto.
Oh, wow.
Actually tied with Quentin Bosch, who was with us in St. Pete. And tough break for him. And in another race, he got separated from his boat. So anything can still happen. But it looks like Coy's been spending a lot of time in the tray, a lot of time at Body Beach.
Taylor, how's everything over there at Secret Beach?
Over here at Secret Beach, the vibes are high, but so is the tension. I was just talking to Dustin Farthing. An unfortunate day for Devin. Looks like he's being towed in. But let's talk about those top three. You've got Coy, you've got Ryder, and you've got Revan. Kind of the perfect names, if you ask me. We are skeptical about how it's going to play out. I think the top three could maybe change a little bit, but I honestly think that Coy has it in the bag. Like you said, he had veteran skills, but this is just a young guy, right? He's out here just powering through with pure skill and talent. So will the hunger come through, and will Revan or Ryder get a chance to get to the top spot? We're going to have to find out.
Taking a look, five of the top six, all from Lake Havasu. We talked about that, how they finished in that first moto. And I'll tell you, when you ride with people that are really good, I mean, that makes you a better rider. You know, you become a part of the folks that you're playing with.
Play up to the level of the guys you're playing with, right?
Exactly. Yellow flag out there where Coy went around. Now, the difference between a yellow flag in most types of racing and personal watercraft racing, you can't pass right there where the yellow flag is, but you can pass anywhere else on the track. Ski GP with just over 3:30 left on the clock. Coy Curtis with a 17-second lead.
Yeah, he's working his way up through the back end of the field now.
Only about 3 seconds, though, between Ryder and Revan. That's going to be a good battle as we close in on 0 dark 30.
Through a little bit more traffic there for Coy.
You know, in these longer races, you know, lap traffic, you know, they can play, you know, a huge part in the way that you finish. You know, if you get a lapper that doesn't know where they're going, you know, you want to stay as far away. You want to make sure there's a great place for you to pass. You don't want to try to pass them in a turn and get in any altercations.
Well, Coy's going to have one more Ski GP race to go. Moto 3 will be tomorrow, so he'll have a chance to rest up a little bit now. There's where they can't pass, as you said. He cautiously cruises through there.
You can see our course marshal hooking up to a boat right there, and that's not the way you want to come in on Lake Pontchartrain. You do not want to come in on the gaff.
No. Taylor was saying Devin had some issues, might have gotten off a boat again. Not sure if that was him.
He had some issues with his stand-up boat in St. Pete too, and he's just having a tough weekend here.
Yeah.
As you don't really see Devin ever come off of his boat, and you never see him with any type of boat issues. You know, they got some great mechanics there underneath the Farthing Racing tent.
Sure do. And enough boats that just about everybody in attendance here this weekend could get out and ride if they wanted to.
Yeah, they bring, I think, a couple backup boats.
Holy cow, they got a lot over there.
Yeah, huge stable.
I've walked in a lot of power sports dealerships that don't have that many boats out.
There was a little bit of activity in the pits over there late last night. We ran over there about 10:30. We had to pick something up and get some stuff ready for this morning over there in the PWC tent. And there were some guys doing some doing some wheelies on some pit bikes. And we show up, and we had our IHRA shirts, and they didn't know who we were, but they dispersed pretty quickly. But I didn't know if they thought we were coming after them or not. But those guys were having a great time in the pits last night.
Oh, yeah. They probably seen you guys, thought you were referees, shut them down.
Yeah, no, I was just there to take care of some tablecloths, and I was ready to head to the hotel at that point.
Well, they were ready to talk about some one-wheel racing. I don't know if you've seen them one-wheels.
They're all riding them. They all ride the difficult stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't do any of it.
No, not me either.
There was a time.
Exactly.
I don't even know if there was a time for me ever. I might have gave it a try, but I don't know that I ever could have did it.
Yeah, we used to race the go-peds in the pits back in the day, the motorized skateboards with a T-handle pole.
When it's in your blood, you're going to race anything. I don't care what it is.
Right. It's got an engine. We're going to race it. Time ticking away here with Curtis, Wildeboer, Harris, Powell, and Pierce, 1 through 5.
I don't know. You don't always need an engine. Some of the best races I've ever been in were in big wheels.
Did you ever do one of those downhill big wheel things where they just get in there and just hold on for dear life as you bounce down a hill?
Sounds like fun. Sounds like our crowd.
Yeah. It's called third grade.
Right.
That's where being not long and lanky would probably help me in that battle.
Right.
Might get down that hill a little faster.
They're on board there with the 115 Harley Ritchie.
Yeah, Harley back in 9th, was it?
Yeah. Harley sitting in 9th.
Yeah, 9th. Harley also out of Lake Havasu City. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
White flag, so we've gone zeros.
Well, after lap number 2, Coy Curtis has, again, putting on a show for everybody.
Man.
Once he gets out in front, he's just, nobody can catch him,
Maybe instead of calling it a ski GP, we call it Coy Curtis GP or CCGP.
Or I'm sure his father would like TCGP.
Yeah. He has swept every moto so far, hasn't he?
Yep. Tough break there for boat number.
That's Farthing.
Yeah, Farthing using, I believe that's Garcia's boat. He's on borrowed property right there.
Rode the 11. Watching Harley here. In the orange.
Curtis right now with a 14.5-second lead over Wildeboer here on the final lap.
You can just see the level and intensity difference. There's the checkered flag. Coy Curtis does it again here in Lake Pontchartrain. Winning moto number 2. Ski GP.
Coy Curtis again sponsored by Monster Energy, TC Free Ride, Fast Power Sports Marine One, Federico Demolition, and Chase Plumbing.
See the city of New Orleans off in the distance, and the dome. It's Mercedes-Benz Dome now, right?
Yes, it is. Spent many a great times in that dome, whether we were watching a Supercross or whether we were watching a concert.
Called Supercross in that building many times.
Yep.
If you've never been in there, I don't think you realize the sheer size of it. That is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Huge stadium.
Well, that's where the Saints play, and been over there for a couple of Saints games. Okay, gotcha. Big shout out to our Ski GP, one of our newest sponsors, Steve Webster over at Commander.
Well, so that race is done, and we are getting ready for our next boat race will be coming up here soon. But it's exciting also, Michael, to talk about the fact that the folks at Commander have really stepped up to show, again, how great things are progressing quickly with our IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship and how people are getting excited about it and wanting to be a part of it. Commander obviously building a tremendous amount of the boats. They're not only racing but winning with IHRA Pro Watercraft. But now they're stepping up on the sponsorship side as well.
Yeah, Steve Webster has always been a big proponent of personal watercraft racing, always stepping up, helping a lot of different of the riders out, and now helping the event out, which is really cool of Steve and his family over there at Commander.
Yeah. It's a big thank you to Steve and the gang at Commander for stepping in. And as you can see, Commander are all over the place in the top 10 of this one.
Again.
As we look at the unofficial results for Ski GP, Coy Curtis getting the win again. Ryder Wildeboer on a Commander was second. Brevin Harris, Camden Powell on another Commander in fourth. And Jake Pierce, Fast Power Sports, in fifth. All right, Michael, thanks for popping by again. We'll see you again before the day is over, I'm sure.
All right, you guys have fun and enjoy the powerboat races, guys.
Okay, buddy. We got plenty of that action coming up here. Pro Class 1, is that right?
Yep, Pro
Shane?
Class 1 is on deck for the first race of the weekend. They will also have a race tomorrow. So I know these guys had some qualifying yesterday, and they all did pretty well. There was some breakage yesterday in practice and in the qualifying, so I think these guys are ready for a good day. The conditions are going to be better for them today than it was yesterday during qualifying. So
yeah.
I'm sure that led to some setup changes, and, they got to make some adjustments, but they've got some good water, good conditions today.
Well, Taylor, Coy Curtis is getting quite the collection of checkered flags from the IHRA.
He absolutely is, and I'm going to go find him right now. Coy, I think you're going to get sick of talking to me this weekend because this makes it 2 in a row. How are you feeling after that win?
Good. That was a gnarly battle for the first few laps. Track got definitely a lot rougher. And made the pass for first, just kind of rode my race in, and I almost threw it away on like the third to last lap. I subbed really hard. But we're good and ready for the last one.
And I'll talk about that pass out there. Really, it's yours to lose. Once you had that lead, though, you were about 17 seconds out in front of the person behind you. How does it feel? Do you feel like you're racing competitors, or do you feel like you're racing yourself in the waves?
Yeah, I feel like I'm racing myself more, honestly. Just trying to click off more wins and pretty much, yeah.
Congratulations, Coy. All right, we're going to get back to more racing later. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. And Pro Class 1.
Looks like Justin's down in the pace boat trying to get them guys lined up. Everybody's raring to go, and they don't want any slingshot starts, so they're going to try to get those guys lined up perfectly as they can so everybody's got a fair shake on the green flag drops.
And it's Monster Energy MCon at the front of the gang when we were in St. Petersburg. Green flag is out, and we are off and racing. Is it WHM jumping out front?
That's what it looks like. We got Billy Moff and Jay Mueller stepping out there early.
The big yellow canoe, as the gang at the team jokingly calls it. Fastest canoe in the world.
With some massive horsepower.
Oh, buddy.
I think he did that in St. Pete where he had a good start and
he
kind of
right
jumped
to
out.
the front.
I think that boat might be maybe a little bit on the smaller side. Maybe, that way it has a little bit better start that way. We got the Monster Energy skater pulling out there.
This is, if it's your first time watching offshore powerboat competition, this is the top tier of offshore powerboat racing. Weighing in at 11,800 pounds without the tabs, 12,050 with the tabs, running twin Mercury Racing 1,100 competition engines. Total output of horsepower, 2,200.
Yeah, this is an awesome stock class. I mean, these big Mercuries, these guys run off pump gas.
This is 170 mile an hour boats.
Yep, with good conditions.
Yep.
Propped correctly. I mean, yeah, these guys are absolutely fast as it gets. I'm pretty happy to see that boat right there after the tumble they took in in St. Pete 2 weeks ago. But look at that. They got it put back together. Boat looks like it's running good right now, shaking it down. They didn't have much time to test, but here
all
they
they
are.
got was, what, like a lap earlier today?
Yeah.
They went out for one lap, really just a shakedown lap, make sure, hoses were all tight, nothing was leaking, and here they are racing.
It's like we got Willie Cabiza in the MTI GC Racing. We got Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly and DMR. Can't see through the spray who's on the other side there. It looked like Out of Pocket.
Right now showing Monster Energy MCon, Billy Pyburn Racing, MTI GC Racing, Out of Pocket, and WHM, your top 5, with Discreet showing up in 6th of the 6 boats on the track. Running 14 laps, one of our longer events too, because these boats are so fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of laps and there's a lot of things that can happen. So these guys really want to make sure they can make it live too. With as rough as it was yesterday in practice, even though these big boats can eat up this rough water, you can still break parts.
Here comes Johnny Tomlinson and Cabeza and that big pink and black MTI holding down 3rd.
Yeah, and they're running, looks like kind of neck and neck with the Out of Pocket Racing guys over there in the Red X Insurance boat. That's Billy Moore and Kevin Burrow. They're one of the guys that broke a prop shaft yesterday and lost a prop.
Yeah.
But they got a great crew behind them. They had it back up and going. It didn't seem like it took them very long to get that boat fixed. That's the guys we were just talking about right there. That's Billy Moore and Kevin Burrow.
X Insurance, LCS Site Services, LLC, sponsoring them. It's their first year, right?
Yes, I mean,
Racing
Billy Moore is
together?
not, but yes, as far as racing together, that's correct.
Just their second race together as a pair.
The pack's staying pretty good bunched up.
Yeah.
They're coming around that, whatever the corner is we're going to call it, the rough corner, over there in front of VIP.
Myra Coyle, the driver, and Tyler Miller, the throttle man of the Monster MCon, out of the Lake of the Ozarks. Multi-time world and national champions.
Looks like we have the GC Racing guys sitting in 2nd, Out of Pocket in 3rd, DMR sitting in 4th. Looks like Billy Mopp and Jay Muller are sitting in 5th, coming through the start-finish gate. We got the new Discreet team. We got Adam and Reese sitting in 6th. We got the X Insurance, the boat that had all the issues that they rebuilt it completely from 2 weeks ago, and they are here running, and we're happy to have them. Man, these guys are getting a little bit wide in here, but look at them go.
Tristan, we are thoroughly enjoying watching the racing action from here in our broadcast booth on the shoreline. How is it for the fans?
Guys, I'm down here at VIP, and I'm standing here by the Monster Energy MCon wife duo, Missy and Lindsay, and the boat's out front for what was lap 1. I can't see where they're at now, but the energy down here is high. Everyone with Pro Class 1 teams, crew, the VIP crew, everyone is having a blast, and this is the race of the day. I can't wait to see what happens out there. And, guys, this is a 14-lap race, so a lot can happen. And, yeah, let's see what happens.
That's a good one right now. That Monster MCon boat is out front. MTI GC showing in 2nd. You see them on the screen there. Look at this battle here.
Well, that right there looks like that's a battle for first place. Who is sitting there on the inside of the Monster MCon? Is that DMR?
It's
it
DMR,
sure is.
Yeah.
You got Bill Pyburn and Britt and Lilly right there in the 03 victory.
Timing and scoring hasn't really caught. Man, they got way out of the water there.
Gosh, those guys are.
They had to back out of it for a second, settle that thing down.
This is always a battle. These guys are
look at that.
Always neck and neck.
Look at the air underneath those boats.
My Lord, look at them.
That's a 388 Skater in that Dirty Money Racing boat. 2024, 2025 Supercat World Champs. 2025 Supercat National Champ, 2025 Pro Class 1 National Champ.
Man, look at this, guys. I can't believe what we're seeing. This is close racing at its
deck
finest.
Racing at its best in Pro Class 1. You're seeing it here with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Here, the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix on Lake Pontchartrain. You're not going to get any faster, any closer than this with these massive boats.
I got chills over here in this cold breeze. Look at this.
Just spectacular racing here today.
Everybody's got to be on their feet lining the shoreline around here in New Orleans. Look at this.
Two of the absolute best teams in the business just going deck to deck, flat out across Lake Pontchartrain. And they got another race to go yet tomorrow, but you'd think today they're racing for the world.
Oh, man. You got the MTI, Willie Cabiza and Johnny Tomlinson right behind them.
A little different line through the corners here. You can see DMR had to slow down a lot more, hugging that inside line, whereas the MCON boat carried a lot more speed around the outside.
But
they're right there still deck to deck.
Offshore racing at its finest. Look at these guys battling it out.
Think of the speeds and the size of those boats that they're doing it with, too.
Man, when the helmets come off, it's like the boxing gloves are on. Look at this. These guys are battling.
Now they're going to storm off down the backside of the course, headed towards the big causeway. Looks like about a boat length the distance difference here.
Yep. Yeah, and there's 3 short laps on the option.
Yeah.
So they have 3 short laps because we have a long and short, or a standard course with a short lap option. And so these guys can take 3 of their laps on the shorter version, which cuts about 3/4 of a mile out. You know, and some of the thought process behind that is if they're in heavy traffic, they need to take a little bit of that shortcut, cut some length off of that, get some clean water, or they're just trying to gain an advantage over some people that are running the standard lap. It's going to shake up the position. I know the teams are super excited about this new long and short lap configuration that they're running this season.
And there's a commitment buoy back there, and as you come to that commitment buoy, there's no maybe I'm going to go and then kind of come around. No, you commit one way or the other, and you're fully locked in. And you can see the Dirty Money crew; they're pretty pumped about what they're seeing.
You've got
Billy Pyburn and those guys having a great run.
Now we got a little in-cam footage from the Monster MCON team. Look at how focused those guys are.
Mm-hmm.
Back looking at DMR, the Okuma sponsored rig.
They ran a 234.872, and Monster Energy MCON ran a 240.71.
Well, it looks like in that.
Thinking Pyburn took the inside lane there.
He might have run a short.
Yeah, must have, because of 6 seconds difference.
Right there, we're watching Adam and Reese in the discreet Mystic.
Now, you and I were talking at the drivers' meeting earlier today, too, and we were in agreement that we thought taking those 3 laps early on might be the advantage.
Oh, here's our replay.
Look at how close they are.
Yeah, all these drivers are going to have a different strategy on that. I don't know what the right play is going to be, but we'll see how it plays out as the race unfolds. Man, you got Billy and Jay back there catching a little bit of air.
Yeah, WHM in yellow.
Man, that's like a battle of the Bills right there. We got Billy Moore, we got Billy Moff. How's that going to shake out?
Billy Moore, the throttle man, and out-of-pocket racing with Kevin Burrell, the driver. X Insurance, LCS Site Services, LLC, their sponsors.
It'll be interesting to see when they decide to take their short laps. how that's going to change the run order.
Yeah. MTI boat just turning a 246.669. Monster Energy MCon back to the top of the 226.989.
I wonder if that
Billy Pyburn ran a 251.713. So there you go again. That's got to be Monster Energy MCon taking the short course.
Yep, that's what I say. That you're seeing the difference in that short lap. That 3/4 of a mile or so difference in the lap. It's going to make
is going to be big.
It's going to make a big difference.
But then it's all going to come together at the end, you think, right?
Yep.
We'll see how close they are now.
Well,
the MTI boat third, the 246.669.
And I haven't heard anything back if they've taken any of their short laps yet or not.
I haven't either.
That's what's so cool about this short lap option, is that it's going to change the running order up. So these guys are really going to have to strategize on how they want to take it, when they want to take it, you know.
Yeah. Well, if you can run it at the right time, get yourself some course position. There's my recoil. A Monster Energy MCon boat still holding into the lead. Pounding through that rough water.
Yeah, this short lap, long lap thing is awesome for racing.
How about the Pontchartrain Punisher?
There you go. I love that corner.
For that corner, because that's what it's doing, right? It is punishing those boats.
Man, these guys, those ladies are on the edge of their seat, watching their husbands in there. It looks like right now they're in first place, but I think they took the short lap last round. So that put them back in front of DMR. So let's see what Bill Pyburn and what Britt Lilly do on their next lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on out there for you guys at home, this short lap, long lap thing, we want to kind of try to get a little more detail for that. You have a standard course, and then basically you have a shortcut on the right side of this course as you look at it from a bird's eye view. So that gives these guys the option to take a shorter line, and they have so many laps within one race, which they're allowed to do that. So that way
and
they
it's
can find
three with our Pro Class 1.
That's correct. This particular race, it's 3 laps where they have the option to do that. Here's
There's
our Pontchartrain Punisher! Yeah, baby! But what they have to do, as you mentioned earlier, Ralph, is they have a commitment buoy. So as they're coming through the start-finish gate, they're either going to be more on the inside or more on the outside.
Right.
And once they hit this commitment buoy or a slot buoy, they can't change their mind at that point.
No.
So that way you know which ones they're going to run, whether they're going to go through the short or the long lap. But it's changing up the run order. See, it looks like right now they might have taken the short lap for, Willie Cabiza and Johnny Thomason in the MTI GC Racing. So that put them jumping spot up into second place at this point. But, again, next lap it's going to change again.
Good. Some forms of racing, they might call that a joker lane. There's different names for all these same things in a wide variety of racing around the world. Some call it a joker lane, some call it a what have you. There's only one Pontchartrain Punisher.
And you're seeing it today. I think tomorrow it's going to be
it's
really
on.
bad.
It is on tomorrow.
We'll try to get us a little bit of feed in here from some race control, so hopefully they can let us know when these guys are going into that short lap.
It's hard we can't see. We're not above it to really see.
And that makes it anybody's game. You know, this run order will continue to change up every single lap because of that. Not every team's going to do it at the same time. A lot of them are going to do it at a different point in time through whatever their strategy is to try to, gain on their competitors.
Well, Shane, it can cause all kinds of havoc because I've seen situations where there's joker lanes like this where guys have forgotten to do it.
Yep.
And then it costs you the race because you never took it.
And the last thing you want to do is only have 3 of these short lap options, but if you take a 4th, you're going to get yourself some type of penalty. I mean, you can't do that.
You lose count of how many times you've gone through there. And
Yes, once you hit that commitment buoy, as they said in the driver's this morning, you can't cross traffic.
That's right.
We're sitting here on lap 7 of 14, halfway point, in our Saturday's Pro Class 1 race.
It's dirty money.
I see some smiles down there in the Dirty Money camp.
There's WHM holding down 6th. There's our ex-insurance boat running in 5th. Ex-insurance in on a short lap here, Shane. So his last lap was a 2:58.311.
What are we seeing there? That the consistency, it seems like it cuts about how many seconds off to take that short lap?
Well, let's see.
Let's see if that short lap option helps better their position after they come through the next time past the start finish.
Boy, if you could run 2 of the shorter laps early on, get yourself some track position, right? Course position, then hammer it down, inch away a little bit, and save that 3rd lap in your back pocket for later in the race if somebody starts to close in on you again.
That would be a little more my mindset, but I'm not in the boat, right? So,
yeah.
But I like the idea. What my concern would be is you have some type of mechanical, right? And you want to get as much ground gained early in case you threw a prop blade or something happened where you fall off pace and you can't maintain the appropriate speeds to where you're just going to go backwards.
Well, and the way the day went yesterday here, we really had to think hard about that this morning.
Yep.
But then, again, these guys have all had a chance to watch the earlier races today. We didn't really see many mechanical issues. Everything seemed to go pretty smooth, so they might get a more aggressive approach back in play.
Looks like Bill Pyburn's got the thing trimmed out just perfectly. That boat's riding really flat, and it's eating this water up right now.
He just ran a 2:31.704.
He just stepped back up into 2nd place with him and
Sure
Brett
did.
Lilly. There we got J.J. Turk and Nick Buis there. I know those guys are tired from all the work they've been doing on that boat, but I'm happy to see it here on Lake Pontchartrain.
They're sitting in 5th right now.
Hey, they didn't get to qualify yesterday and started last, so they're up a couple positions.
Yeah.
You got to be happy if you're sitting in that cockpit right
Is the
now.
MCI boat having an issue there?
I don't know. Let's see here.
There it is. Doesn't look as aggressive, does it? Looks like it's slowed down some.
Not sure what's going on there, what we're seeing here.
That's our 3rd place boat. That one's not slow at all.
There's Billy and Jay.
Giving
WHM.
Giving it everything it can handle.
Hats off to the plumber. Got a replay here.
And from that shot, it looked like the helicopter was closer to the water than the boat. Spray off the back of the MTI just doesn't look as much as it does off of like MCON here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It just doesn't look like they're charging.
I don't know if they've lost some power, or if they're experiencing some type of mechanical.
Could be. That's charging right there.
Yeah. So right now we're watching first place. That's the Monster Energy MCON entry with Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle.
The winners at St. Petersburg.
They are sitting first in points going into this, but I'll tell you what, the points race is tight, and the season is way early with all of the competitors we have here Pro Class 1.
It's almost not even worth mentioning at this point, right? There's so much yet to go.
Yeah, there's a lot left to come. Yeah, the racers, to hear them talk about the short lap, long lap thing, or the standard lap, and then have the short lap option, they're all really excited about this. You know, they do a little bit of this overseas. They're trying to incorporate that here. Everybody said, yes, let's do it. And I think it's making for some awesome racing. A little bit harder to track, but you guys at home, if you keep your eye on it.
There's a problem there.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little off pace, maybe pulling in the end.
And they were second in the points coming into this weekend.
Yeah.
And now you look at Billy Pyburn sitting there in second place right now, looking to have a good points day. And they did not have a great points day at St. Pete in the long run. Ended up sixth. They're going to have a good one here today. They're going to gain a bunch of points here this afternoon.
Yeah, there's going to be some shakeup after
It's going to turn upside down, yes, sir.
Right, here we got Billy Moore and Kevin Burrow,
who's third in the points in the out-of-pocket racing entry.
Yeah, Kevin's the first race in St. Pete was his rookie entry, so they had to start outside. And they had some great starts and just had some had a crank sensor issue in the first race, and they've got everything lined back out. Broke some stuff yesterday, but man, they had parts on the truck. So here we are.
And Billy there in WHM, he's fifth in the points coming into today. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all goes.
Looks like he's getting that 40 skater lined out with the new power and adjusting the ballast in it and everything. All right, there's those guys are all smiles. They're excited to see their crew back on the water after what happened 2 weeks ago. Looks like we're looking at the Discreet Mystic, I believe. Are they fallen off pace a little bit? I'm not sure. Oh, here's the X-Insurance MTI. Now we're back to Discreet.
This could be the first race of the day where we've actually seen a fair amount of attrition.
There's Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly sitting in second place.
With MTI and Discreet having issues in a field of just 7 boats, 2 of them out.
It's definitely going to shake the points up going into tomorrow.
Well, if they decided thinking that, we could push it a little bit more in this one, and maybe in the long run they couldn't, it bit them.
That's the interesting thing about this short lap. Like we were talking earlier, do these guys take this short lap early, or do they hold on to them in case they need them towards the end of the race? We're sitting here on lap number 10. We got 4 to go.
Well, let's see, like right now, we don't know how many laps, for example, Billy has done on the short course in WHM. But he sits in 4th. He's got one in his back pocket. If he runs it here late, he might find himself in 3rd.
I'd be interested to know right now how many short laps the top 2, top 3 competitors have left in the back.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Because if they can shave 25, 30 seconds off a lap.
They have Discreet definitely having issues.
Hats off to those guys, though. New team. Everything's new for those guys. They're getting stuff worked out as we go. Yeah. But as the season unfolds, the guys in the boat and the team behind them, that's going to be a competitive boat later on. And Billy Moore's got that boat trimmed out, doesn't he?
Oh, sure does.
But Kevin's having the ride of his life, though.
Mm-hmm.
Especially through the Punisher.
Yeah. Is this
Who we got floating here? What are we?
Is that discreet?
We got to hatch up. They were having some power problems. Like they were losing power, electrical power, I think, yesterday. So I think they're fighting some electrical gremlins in that boat.
I think that was discreet, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I talked to Adam the other day, and he said that was something they were fighting yesterday. They thought they had it lined out, but maybe it's still rearing its ugly head today.
Yeah, we got confirmation that was discreet. We were seeing.
Kansas, and I think they call Lake of the Ozarks home. So
is that their home base?
That's hometown boys for Lake of the Ozarks. I was just over at the shop the other day. I said, "Hey, I need some stuff to go down on truck. Can you can I Billy goat you some stuff down there?" And they said, "Yeah, just bring it on over." So
there you go.
David McIntyre, Mike Powell. You got Craig Antmeyer behind the MCON team there. Plus others. That's not a good situation. Something's hot or leaking. I'm not sure what we're seeing here. Oh, we got a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, we do.
Hopefully that's
two of them.
Hopefully that's just precautionary, and that whatever that electrical issue was, maybe that wasn't something that was related to that. That is a tough break for those guys, especially being a new team.
Looks expensive too.
Sitting on a lap 11 of 14 with 3 to go. Who still has their short laps left in the bag? We're going to figure it out real soon.
Not much has changed on course. It's just sheer speed. It's going to take somebody having that edge with the lap to utilize that could make a difference here.
I'll tell you what, those guys are digging, and they're not out of the hunt. Right now they're sitting on a podium position, and they want to try to better it.
Billy's got some company on his heels, doesn't he?
That's a race right there for 4th and 5th position.
Yeah. So, boy, if either one of those boats has that inside lap availability left here, it's going to decide that position for sure.
Well, you got JJ and Nick digging back there. Like I said, they didn't get a qualify. Boat just got put back together and completely re-rigged.
And they were fast before they had the damage.
Yeah, but they were riding in second, in St. Pete when they had that damage.
They were.
So for them to dig themselves back up to 5th place, and they're right sitting there nipping at Billy and Jay's heels, we might see a shakeup in this stack right here.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a team with more experience between the driver and throttleman than this boat right here. The amount of years those two have been at it?
They've been doing it a lot of years. They have been in about every class, I think, known to man.
And won about every class and championship there is to know.
Punisher, heading towards the start finish. Finish lap 11, going into lap 12. Couple to go.
You'd be hard pressed to slow these boys down this year too. They have really, I mean, the way they came out of the box at St. Pete, and they just have not shown any signs of weakness, really, have
they? Well, they've got a brand new boat sitting at home getting rigged.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to get out of that one.
Yeah, which we might see Coco.
That might be the
Hopefully.
rumor. Yeah. We got Bill Piper and Britt Lilly sitting in second, and they are reeling in Monster Energy.
Last lap at 240.998 for Monster Energy MCON. Billy Pyburn Racing ran a 240.348. So just 0.6 of a second off on the lap time. Man, those opening couple of laps were thrilling here, weren't they?
It's a great start. I wonder what the conversation looks like in that boat between, Billy Moore and Kevin Burrow right now, sitting in third place.
What do you think it would be?
Man, I don't know. They've got to be trying to hunt, the DMR team down. You got Monster up there. I think it's still anybody's game. A lot can happen in 2 laps.
Yeah.
Especially when we've got, 12, 13 miles to get this done.
Yeah. Just depends on what you've got in your back pocket still, right? If we only knew.
We've seen a couple mechanicals. It can still happen to some teams out there. These guys are running hard and they're pushing this stuff to the limit. When you do that, in rough water, stuff breaks.
Things happen. Again, you got to remember these boats weigh over 12,000 pounds.
Yeah, that minimum weight they were talking about, that's what they have to come in after the race is over.
Right.
So, I mean, they're even heavier when they're full of fuel and they've got driver and throttle in them. So
right. Hitting speeds upwards of 160 to 170 miles an hour.
Blistering fast. I mean, just look how fast the causeway is going by in the background, and that bridge is a ways out.
And there's Discreet being attended to.
Looks like those guys are okay. I'm happy to see that, though.
Yeah.
Hopefully, what happened with the whatever's going on in the boat was minor.
Getting down the last couple laps here.
Sitting at lap 13 and 14, 1 to go. What's it going to be, guys? I bet you everybody's standing up. If I'm sitting at home on my lazy chair, my easy boy, or whatever you want to call it, I am not sitting down for this last lap.
Sure wasn't at the beginning of this race, I can tell you that. I'm not sure anybody had a short lap left.
I don't think anybody
Looks
did.
like everybody's going a long way around.
We've seen these guys reel people in before, so you can't ever count DMR out.
No.
There's a lot of experience in that boat as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were way behind at St. Pete and fought all the way back up.
Oh, man, that was impressive. It was an impressive show watching them pull all the way back up like they did. JJ and Nick. Looks like they even got some of their rap back on there.
Mm-hmm.
Billy and Jay are sitting in fourth, still trying to hunt that third podium spot.
They are. Coming into the Punisher for one final run.
Man, I wonder what the in cockpit fin cam looks like right now as they go across start finish line. There's some stress right there.
On the final lap now, right?
Uh-huh.
14 of 14.
Looks like he's turning that boat pretty hard. Myrick's on the wheel.
Yeah. One more trip past the causeway till tomorrow when they do it again. I wonder how many guys are going to rethink their strategy on the short lap tonight based on how things played out today.
You know, I'm sure there's going to be some adjustments in everybody's strategy.
Yeah, but then again, if that wind kicks up like it's supposed to do, that could change your thought too, right?
Yep. Every day is different. And in the offshore race world, every lap is different. So,
yeah.
You know, they'll probably make some adjustments. They'll probably get up early in the morning, check conditions. You might see some wrenches getting turned in the pits, you know, setting different ride heights, maybe making a prop adjustment. They're probably going to do some pre-checks tonight just to get everything ready for tomorrow, though.
Everybody's going to crawl out of bed first thing in the morning, head straight for the window, and see if the trees in the parking lot are blowing, right?
Yep.
Through the Pontchartrain.
Hey, that looks like it looked like Billy Moff was pretty darn close.
He was right on it, wasn't he?
Yeah, to out of pocket there in that fourth and third run.
Yeah, and then X Insurance, the other boat right behind him.
Yep. That's a pretty tight race there for like third, fourth, fifth.
Got to finish strong here in Pro Class 1.
What's going on? Do we got Billy Moff making a pass potentially? Is that going into third? Yep, looks like he did. There's a podium spot. Can he hold on to it?
That's fantastic. They were racing hard. Checkered flag falls. Myra Coyle, Tyler Miller, MCon Monster Energy taking the win in Pro Class 1 here on a Saturday afternoon on Lake Pontchartrain, the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix.
Those guys have to be celebrating inside the cockpit of that boat right now.
No doubt about it.
And I bet the ladies that we just saw holding their hands on their head were probably taking a deep breath finally after that race. All right, and we'll be right back, guys. Right now, he's coming off his cool lap. These guys right here are really excited to go get their checkered flag. They're pulling over to the start-finish boat. There's another one to hang on the wall in the shop. They've got to be excited about that. Race 1 of the Grand Prix here in New Orleans on Lake Pontchartrain. There's our 5th place position right now. It's JJ and Nick. It's been a long couple weeks for those guys. A lot of fiberglass work, a lot of re-rig work going on in their camp. But they've got to be excited to complete this race, especially after a fresh re-rig. All right, let's see these helmets pop out of the hatch. Got Billy still out there after he made that 4th to 3rd place pass. He's trying to come around and finish things up so he can lock that podium spot down. Hands up. They're excited. They just got the checkered flag. We got Billy coming back around trying to finish up his last lap so he can lock in that 3rd place finish. All right, these guys are idling back to the crane. They took the checkered flag, but they still have to make weight, get things checked out, and go through some post-race tech inspections. So they are thundering their way back to the pits. That's a sad race right there for those guys. I want to get a little shout out here to Towboat USA. Look at them doing some work. We really appreciate them being part of this, getting our guys back to the pits safely so they can get to the crane. Luckily, the guys, put out whatever it was that was going on we were seeing there a little bit ago. Hopefully, we'll find out a little bit more as soon as they get on dry land. Here's our unofficial results of Pro Class 1 on Saturday in the New Orleans Grand Prix. All right, guys, you're seeing a bunch of great racing action on here at Lake Pontchartrain. We will be back with you shortly. Stay tuned.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
People that doubt
him. When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Good West. #1 plate.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
And we are back here at Lake Pontchartrain, where our event is brought to you by Monster. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Golf International Marine. And Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Yamaha Wave Runners, built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. And we're getting right into our next race here with the Pro Watercraft, and this one looks like it's already underway, Michael.
Yeah, this is the Ski GP3 class. We had a couple of riders that are not going to be in attendance. I just found out during my little break, went over to the pits. And unfortunately, Gary Holbein, who took a second in St. Petersburg, not going to be here. But we still have Emmy Garcia, who we got there on boat number 11, as well as 851 Britton Reinhardt. And those were the top two in St. Petersburg.
Showing Knox Ritchie right now out in front of Emmy Garcia. And Britton Reinhardt, who had a really good run at St. Pete. Also up near the front.
Yeah, Knox Ritchie wasn't in St. Petersburg, but he is a champion from North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia in that area right there on the IHRA Regional Series. So Knox making his first appearance, already taking a win earlier this week in one of our ski classes on Friday. So coming out here to try to back that up. Now we had Knox Ritchie look like that might have been red flag. They're going to bring him back to the line, and we're going to restart this one right here. Let's see if Ritchie can back that up. Ritchie on, I believe, some borrowed property also this week. Not on his normal boat. As we get ready to start here, you're looking at 4-stroke 1050s or 2-stroke 850s. Hull length on these boats, 104.5 inches, width 30.1 inches. As the green flag drops and they head toward the MasterCard buoy. And here we go. 15 minutes plus a lap here in the Ski GP3 class. And, Knox Ritchie. Let's see if he can grab that hole shot, if he can make it stick right here. Emmy Garcia, again, a winner over in St. Petersburg. Britton Reinhardt took a third over in St. Petersburg. Knox Ritchie not in attendance, but Gary Holbein missed. Well, he didn't miss a flight. A flight was delayed and not able to make it to the starting line. And so I talked to his mom during the break, and his mom said he'll be here tomorrow.
That is a tough one.
Yeah. Well, he's only 17 years old, had a school project, had to fly out, and was trying to get back here and just couldn't get back here. So you're looking at, I believe, Ritchie, who grabbed the hole shot. He's up front, followed by Emmy Garcia and Britton Reinhardt. Cash Crawford out of Lake Havasu in the 4th spot, and Lucas Severa rounding out your top 5. He's also out of Lake Havasu. I think we got half the town of Lake Havasu here racing personal watercraft, I'm saying.
Well, Knox Ritchie out of Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. I have no idea where that is, but I love the name.
Yeah, it's just outside Chattanooga. Yeah, he's been racing with us for about 3 years up in that area. Him and his brother both raced. They're both champion wrestlers, state champion wrestlers in Tennessee.
Well, that'll get you in shape for racing one of these.
Yeah.
This kid's something else. I mean, he is a live wire. You never see him. If he's not on a ski, he's on the one wheel, running around the pits. Emmy Garcia, who took a win in the women's class yesterday, only 18 years of age, sponsored by Rick Roy Products, as well as M-Pros up there into second.
Emmy, 18 years old, out of Lake Havasu.
Yeah, originally her family came over from France, and the entire family races, which is really cool. You know, they moved here just a couple of years ago, got in with that whole Lake Havasu crew.
Let's go meet our winners from the Pro Class 1 event. That's the Monster Energy MCON boat, and they're standing by with Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down here with your Monster Energy MCON race team, our Pro Class 1 first place finishers for today. How was your race?
That was heart-pounding from green flag to checkered flag. I tell you what, when you're racing deck to deck with guys like Dirty Money, Johnny in the GC boat, and Willie, there's nothing like it. Great race. Our crew did an amazing job. Made a prop change right at the very end. Worked off data, and man, the boat was as good as it gets today.
You guys look great out there. Myrick, how was your race?
I'm still shaking. I don't know what it is. Just the adrenaline. This man throttled unbelievable. He put me in the turns to where I wish everybody could feel what it's like going in a turn at 140 miles an hour and just spin it the other way and take off. But it's an unbelievable feeling. I'm glad that we got to do it in front of all these great people here in New Orleans, and really excited.
Hey, you guys made it look easy, and I'm pretty sure that's your second checkered flag for the season. 2 races in. You guys are looking really good for points. Congratulations.
Hi, Tristan. Thanks. Those guys will relax a little bit, try to calm the nerves down, lower the adrenaline levels, and get ready and do it all again tomorrow, Shane.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't know if they're going to have to change much at all, but, you know, when the weather changes, just like you said, last-minute prop change, it was a gut feel. They looked at their data and the depth of information that they have from all the years of racing, and obviously they made a good change. So I'm sure those guys will be ready to try to pinpoint whatever tomorrow holds and get it done again.
Well, as we go back out to the Ski GP3 class, Emmy Garcia has taken the lead from Knox Ritchie, and Ritchie sliding all the way back to 4th place. Garcia with a 2-second lead over Cash Crawford and a 6.5-second lead over Britton Reinhardt. So Emmy, once she gets out in front, can pull away. Now that number 11 boat we've seen that Devin Farthing used that in the Ski GP1 and got towed in. So they must have spun some wrenches there or had a backup boat that Emmy's on. Good look at Emmy right there.
You can definitely tell the difference, and it's rougher further out. You know, that whole marina, that seawall there really is protecting that course a little bit.
Like I say, the water, when the waves are coming in, it's kind of dissipating there. You know, it's not giving that reverb that we've seen in St. Pete.
Yep.
But when they get back outside that jetty, watch out. They said there's a lot of holes out there.
Oh, yeah. We were seeing that on the offshore course a little further out, too.
Mm-hmm.
It messes with the boats. And I'm sure these guys, being a little smaller, it really pushes them around.
It sure does. And Emmy probably weighs about, 80 pounds soaking wet. You can see the lead that she's got over Cash Crawford, Britton Reinhardt, and Lucas Severa, all out of Lake Havasu. Knox and his brother Axel, as I pointed out, both race up there in the Midwest, and both of them winning their classes in 2025.
Emmy just ran her personal best through the north side sector. There's 3 sectors on our course, east side, north side, and the split lanes. Let's go back to the pits with Tristan to find out about the Dirty Money guys, how they feel about their second place finish.
Hey, I'm down here with Dirty Money Racing Pro Class 1 team. How'd you guys finish in your race just now?
Just got second. Hats off to MCon today. Those guys really did it. A lot of wild driving out there. We kind of got swallowed up right at the start, put us back. The short lap saved us. Took the short lap, got back out to second, and we were able to hold on to that all day. Bill did a phenomenal job.
And Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race. Definitely at the first lap or two, we had some people that were just wandering all over the course, running us all over the place, not using the mirrors. But we made the decision to get into clean water, take the short lap right then, got freed up, got clean water, and then raced door to door with MCon for about a lap and a half or so. And at that point, we just sort of settled in and followed their lead with how they were running their race, and knew that we weren't going to catch them unless something happened really. So we just dropped in and kept the boat together, and know that we got to come out tomorrow and run good and try to make up that distance on them.
Yeah, you got another race tomorrow, so good luck to you guys, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
What did you think out of all that, Shane?
I'll tell you what, that's we just have some very humble guys in this sport. I mean, everybody's giving hats off to each other. They're racing hard. I love the fact that they talked about that short lap. We keep talking about that for the viewers at home because it's kind of a newer concept. And as you just saw right there, rough start. The short lap saved them, and they put them in the second place position. They were able to hold that. And that's really, really going to make a big difference, as these guys strategize moving forward.
I felt like he downplayed how fast their boat really was because to me, they seemed like they were right on MCon all throughout the race till the very end there.
Yeah, there
last couple laps they weren't. But
there wasn't much deficit there. I mean, those guys were, like I said, deck to deck for that couple laps we watched. It was super intense. But maybe they knew maybe it was a prop difference or whatever it was. I tell you, the boats look super competitive. Bill said that he's kind of settled in a little bit. Maybe it was that was a strategy to make sure he saved parts.
Could be.
So that way he can come out, make that tweak for tomorrow, and get after it again.
Tell you what, Emmy Garcia, she's looking strong. She's halfway through here. Green flag out.
Yeah, Emmy ahead of Cash Crawford. Cash riding for one of our local sponsors over there in Lake Havasu, Jet Trim, who they make custom mats and seat covers. And
they both just ran personal bests. Emmy ran a 152.3112. Cash ran a 152.119. So they are lapping very similar in time.
Yeah, Britton Reinhardt only a second behind him with a 153.5. So keep your eyes on Britton. She's another one of those ones that she gets a bad start, she can work her way through the pack. And she was, I believe, second on the women's podium, or actually third on the women's podium on Friday.
Yeah, we saw her. She looked really good in St. Pete. I mean, like you said, she can dig her way and claw her way to the front.
Well, she races against the guys, too. They actually mesh the GP 2 up with the women's, and she beats most of the guys. So
I'm sure nobody likes to talk about that when they get back in the pits.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to hear you got beat by a girl.
Tell you what, she'd smoke anybody in this booth. I can tell you that.
That's what I'm saying. They are just as capable as anybody. I promise you. Everybody's as equal as it gets out there.
Oh, believe me.
They're all fierce.
And this one here, Amy Garcia, I mean, she's just amazing. Again, she's racing against the guys out there, too, you know, leading them around the pack, and that's pretty much what she did yesterday.
Take that split lane right there.
Kind of get out of that,
Get
out of dirty water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like Amy had a 3.5-second lead over Cash Crawford. I believe that was Crawford. You could see in the background there as she exits that inside split and gasses it down the front straightaway.
See her stand up tall there for a minute just to stretch everything out, loosen up that back a little bit.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot, especially toward the end of the races. You know, they want to stretch that back out, especially the guys that are a little older, you know, or a little more experienced, I should say seasoned, you know. But Amy only 18 years old, but she lets it all hang out. And when you're there and you're watching her life, like, you can't believe that she can even hold on to this boat. I mean, she's such a small girl, and there's so much horsepower that she's got underneath her. Again, this is a 4-stroke 1050, 2-stroke 850 class. You can see them working their way through that slalom section on the back section of the course. Good shot there by the drone. A series of right and left-hand turns. A red buoy is a left-hand turn. A yellow buoy is a right-hand turn.
Very, very busy course here this weekend. These racers not getting much of a break. Even on the front straightaway, it's the longest section, but not very long.
Now, once again, around the MasterCard buoy, this is where you make your decision, and this time she's going to the outside. Went to the inside on that last lap. They said that the outside was a little bit rougher yesterday, just because you go beyond that jetty right there. And the inside was a little bit more protected. So top 5 here, as we've got just over 3 minutes left to go, is Amy Garcia out in front, Cash Crawford, Britton Reinhardt in third, Lucas Cervera in fourth. And fifth spot, 33.5 seconds behind your leader, Cash Crawford, and that is Knox Ritchie. Lots more racing left to go after this. We'll see the amateur 200 and 300 enduro class, which will be coming up next. And then the final race of the day will be our Pro 300 class, and that'll be their second moto. They're showing Emmy, who's in second, trying to chase down Cash. Cash was able to get around her. And taking a look here, Cash Crawford, last lap time of 1:49.413, and for Emmy it was a 1:52.654. So Cash trying to work on that lead, put a little more distance between he and second place.
That's Cash right there in the 177.
Your race leader working the inside split right now. Cash Crawford, his weapon of choice, Yamaha. He's got the Yamaha 4-stroke out there. And you can see how he's really moving around in that tray right there. Setting up for a left-hand turn. He's going to put his left foot first. When he sets up for a right-hand turn, he's either going to dip down in the tray or put his right hand first. Or right leg first, I'm sorry. So Knox Ritchie has moved up to fourth and gotten ahead of Britton Reinhardt. Cervera looking for his best finish of the 2026 season here. go back on board here with your leader, Cash Crawford.
Coming down to 30 seconds and a lap to go. See if Cash gets to triple zeros by the time he gets back to the flag stand.
Well, they'll have 2 more motos tomorrow, and it's going to be interesting when they throw Gary Holbein into the mix, too, because he's definitely going to shake those points up. So Crawford, I believe, will be getting the white flag this next time around.
Yeah, you should get it going to triple zeros.
Kind of a unique riding style, kind of bent over the bars a little bit.
He really pushes down far on the bars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He gets them all the way flat.
Do you feel like that's a different weight distribution for him in the condition that he's racing in right now?
I think it is. You know, I mean, everybody rides, they've got their own type of style. You know, you see some guys that are standing up all the time, and some guys that are really, really pushing it, and other guys like Coy Curtis, it looks like he's not doing anything out there. He's just on a Sunday ride on a Saturday afternoon.
White flag is out. 1 to go for Cash.
Well, I got to hand it to you. You know, both in the GP3 and the GP1, those riders from Arizona are just, they're killing it out there.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing. I'm just scratching my head on all of this because I've never seen this kind of dominance from just one city coming out to a race.
Well, they're all pushing themselves back home, right?
That's for sure. That's for sure. Like they say, Body Beach is a very busy beach there in Lake Havasu. It's been kind of a mecca of personal watercraft racing.
One rider down.
Not going to affect Crawford, though, as he is able to get by. And you can see still just a little bit of chop. Checkered flag will be coming out next time around for Cash Crawford. And once again, Cash sponsored by Jet Trim and Blosian, Scott Wheeler and the folks up there in near Pacific City, Oregon.
Here comes Cash, just about home. It's the only guy that doesn't want to take a break tonight. Let's just go again.
Yeah, well, this is only their first moto.
I know he doesn't want to wait till tomorrow to go again. He wants to go right now.
When you're on a roll, you might as well keep rolling.
Why don't we just make it 30 plus 2?
Yeah, why not, right? Let's just get it over with.
With one pit stop.
He's on a roll. And there's a checkered flag for Cash. That's what he's been looking for 15 minutes ago. Let it all. Well, I guess he had to get around Emmy a little bit there, right? Once he did, it was all over. Cash took off.
That's really going to help him as far as points go.
And he's got another one to go tomorrow.
Yeah, so 2 more left in the ski GP3. Those will be tomorrow. And congratulations, Emmy Garcia coming through in second. Cervera coming through in third. Knox Ritchie out of Tennessee in fourth. I think Caden Webster actually made it up into that top 5 position.
Not just out of Tennessee, Saudi Daisy, Tennessee.
Believe it or not, that is a hub for some of our watercraft racers. We had 3 racers here yesterday from Saudi Daisy, so I think they all kind of caravan down from the volunteer state. And that's Richie, 4th place, getting ready to come through. Like I say, great family. Brings his mom and dad to all the races. Only 15 years old, been riding since he was 8.
Now, does he bring mom and dad, or does mom and dad bring him?
I think mom and dad bring him because they enjoy the travel just as much.
You know, that's one cool thing about racing. I don't care what type of racing it is, it always turns into a family affair. And, you know, you make so much more family in the pits, in the racing community. I mean, it's for people who aren't race fans, I just don't even know how they have a friend network. You know what I mean? The camaraderie and stuff that you get with these teams, it's outstanding.
Yeah,
it's second to none.
Definitely unparalleled as we take a look at Cash Crawford, your champion there, moto number 1 of the GP3.
It's our big winner. Celebrating. Hoping that's not the last one of those he gets this weekend. Well, we've got some more watercraft racing coming your way here today. We're done with the boats today, right, Shane?
Yes, sir, we are.
Boats are done.
Those guys are getting ready for the pit party tonight and the concert, and probably got their guys getting things ready for tomorrow.
We'll be right back.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And Diggin is the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
It's the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, Diggin wins the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross 250 West. Number 1 plate.
We are back here in Lake Pontchartrain, outside downtown New Orleans, here in Louisiana. Here's a look at the unofficial results from Ski GP3 Moto 1. Cash Crawford, the winner by 3.4 seconds over Emmy Garcia. Lucas Cervera was second, or third, I should say. Then Knox Ritchie fourth, and Caden Webster running out your top 5. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this one.
Well, it looked like Knox Ritchie had a great start right there, grabbing the whole shot right from the get-go. His first round here, and you see right there, he just came off of his boat, and that probably got in his head.
Yeah. Look like Emmy Garcia might be the star of this one here for a while.
And that's Crawford right behind her, looking to take advantage. Some great drone footage there, as you can see just how close Crawford is to Emmy Garcia.
He finally caught up to her, got around her. And once he got out front, Cash was pretty untouchable in this one.
Yeah, he led pretty much the last quarter of the race, half the race, yep. Once he was able to get around Emmy, and unfortunately we didn't see the pass on Emmy, but we can tell you that he got past her and put in some really quick lap times.
There's another rider down there, and there's a checkered flag. I'm wondering if he got her in the split. If he went one way and she went the other, and he just got through it a little bit quicker and was able to.
Yeah, we may not have seen a bobble or something. Maybe she bobbled just a little bit. They're opposite sides of the split, and that's all it takes, you know.
Well, let's hear from Cash. He's with Taylor.
Cash, what a race that was. For a minute there, we thought Emmy might run away with it, but you came in, and I can see that smile on your face right now. Congratulations. How'd you get it done?
Well, on the start, I kind of got buried because my ski's not the fastest. We're out here with 4-strokes, and my 4-stroke actually broke 2 days before the race, so had to get on my 2-smoker and get it done.
And you did just that. We know it doesn't come down to just speed. It really comes down to talent and who wants it more. You wanted it more out there today. How much are you going to want it in these next couple motos now that you finished first?
Oh, I'm hungry, dude. And thank you, Marine One, for building my ski and making it a rocket and making it as fast as possible.
All right. right, keep an eye out for Cash Crawford. He's coming for everybody in the next couple motos.
I like it. There's a young guy, but with an old soul, calling it a two-smoker, right?
Amen. I had to laugh sitting here, dude. Listen to that. That was awesome.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. He's heard some stories over the years, hasn't he?
Well, being out there in Lake Havasu, you know, I'm sure he's learned the lingo.
I'll tell you what, he keeps racing like he's racing. He's going to have a few of his own stories to tell.
Oh, for sure. Looks like they're bringing the amateurs out right now. Amateur Enduro, big winner in St. Petersburg was Garrett Lofton on the VR Racing Sea-Doo. And this Sea-Doo should play into his favor this weekend with the water being as calm as it is.
So this will be Amateur Enduro 300 and 200.
Yeah, another rider to watch for would be 193. That's Cooper Caldwell. Coop out of Fort Worth, Texas. And he was unstoppable in the amateur class last season. Wanted to grab another title before he stepped up to pro. Just a young man at only 18. And he's got Monster Energy and MTI Boats sponsoring him. Also out there representing the 300 class, we've seen Caden Baldwin, who shown a lot of brightness when we were back there in St. Pete. It looks like our marshal's getting ready to start him. And I believe we had about 26 riders in this one.
Yeah, the 200 class, this is really where this is a great jumping into the sport kind of category. Entry to mid-level competition, whereas you get to the 300s, they get a lot more powerful. You up to 325 horsepower in the 300s, and it really intensifies things in a hurry.
Yeah, and for you race fans that are watching on, the 200 class means 200 horsepower. And 300 class, you can have up to 325 horsepower. So the only bad thing for these 200 boats is they have to separate their classes because there's only 5 riders in that class. And the problem is that there's a lot of lap traffic as we get toward the halfway mark. And a lot of those 200s slide back into that lap traffic, and the 300s got to negotiate around them. So I believe what they're doing here is a refresher lap. They got to hit the water once yesterday at the end of the day for their qualifying. I think our marshals want to take them through one more time, and this is for safety purposes.
On this 300 class, you want to keep your eyes on Caden Baldwin. Caden pretty strong.
Yeah, great racer from your neck of the woods, Cheryl's Ford.
Cheryl's Ford.
And sponsored by his father, Champion Power Sports, Fly Racing, Rich Cum out there on the West Coast, and, of course, Monster Energy. The Dolly brothers are a pair to watch, too, from JetX.
Noah and Nathan, right?
Yep, Noah and Nathan. So Todd Sarsinski, who hole-shotted all 3 races in St. Pete, also in this one.
He was a beast out of the hole.
Yeah, he's something else, and he actually owns a Sea-Doo museum up in Canada. From what I understand, he's got like nearly 100 Sea-Doos in his warehouse.
Well, shoot, Ralph better not let him know about his. He'll be one to buy that machine he's got.
Well, most of his, I think, are antique.
So am I, buddy. So am I.
Oh, boy. Good stuff. Jason Seeley, another rider, a newcomer, sponsored by One Ethanol. He's going to be another one to watch. He did very well in runabout GP3 yesterday in the closed course. He's on the Remarkable Racing team.
That sounds like something I should be a part of.
It's funny because my co-announcer for the live show is Mike Remar, and Mike and I have been announcing together for about 35 years. And so he started his own team, and he calls it Remarkable Racing Team. That's the story behind it. Like Paul would say, now you've heard the rest of the story. One of our This is a great story here. One of our older riders out there. This guy is one of the nicest guys you ever meet. He's actually from the Honduras. Wanted me to say hello to his family. He's 71 years old.
Oh, wow.
Racing out here, 71.
There's hope.
Yeah.
Don't sell that unit just
Not
yet,
yet, baby. I'm hanging on to it. I'm hanging on to it.
Yeah, but then you got Stephen Brendel. He's 51. Troy Sider, who's 51. Todd Sarsinski, 56. You know, so you got a lot of experienced riders. Kevin Sullivan, 54. So you got a lot of riders there that are over 50 years old, and it's great to see them race with the kids, because we got a couple of 17-year-olds out there, a couple of 18-year-olds out there, and a couple of 16-year-olds out there. So
with that old age and treachery every time.
Mm-hmm. Good look at the back section of the course, the outline. I told you it was like kind of like a slalom on the backside, so you can see that.
Find that rhythm back there, right?
Right. Now on the first race each weekend, they give them normally like 2 to 3 sight laps. Okay, they'll take them once all the way around, and then take the inside split once all the way around, and take the outside split. And then they'll normally take them to the top right-hand side of the track, as we view it here on Lake Pontchartrain, which would be the, I believe, northeast side. And they'll turn them around, line them all up, and bring them back down that back section of the track. They won't have to hit that slalom section. I think the first buoy that they hit is the big red and yellow, the MasterCard, which will be all the way at the top left-hand side as we view it from here. So this is going to be a good race. I'll tell you, you know, there's a lot of talent here between Caldwell and Baldwin and Lofton. Benjamin Montel, he hit the podium a couple times down in the Cayman Islands earlier this year. Sealy hit the podium. Dollies, you never count them out. But my money for the whole shot is on Todd Zarsinski.
Especially after St. Pete. I'm with you on that.
Pretty safe bet. Pretty safe bet.
I think he does all the wrenching on the dolly boats. Him and their father, Ryan Dolly, who used to race.
All right, let's line it up right here.
And that's, see, Caden Baldwin right there, 5:02, sitting in pole position. That's not a bad draw. He was your top qualifier from yesterday. So it'll take him just a second here to get in the gate before we go green here.
Wind's picking up again, isn't it, Shane?
I feel like it is.
Maybe blowing the strongest it has all afternoon right now.
That's probably just getting primed for tomorrow is all I can figure.
Well, it does look a little more choppy out there than what it looked like before lunch.
I was thinking that first, and then, you know, obviously these sit-down units, they're a little bit bigger, heavier. You know, they're going to cause a little more wake, but even their sight laps, it just looked like they were in some rougher condition already.
Yeah, when you got 26 personal watercraft, you know, 25 of your best friends next to you, things are going to get bumpy.
Still no sheep on the bay, though.
That's right. In the 200 class, Baron Marinick, 17 years old, out of Fort Worth, Texas. He's going to be one to watch. Andy Martinez has showed signs of brightness in this class as well, sponsored by the Jack Attack Racing Team. Kevin Sullivan from just down the street in Orange Beach, and Ian Newski out of Gulfport, Mississippi, representing the 200 class. And that's a big lineup right there. You know, at NASCAR, at least it's like 1, 2 at a time, and you're kind of staggered. Here, you got 20.
I like this a lot better.
Oh, yes. It's a lot more exciting. 26 people going into one turn.
Yep. That's what I always liked about moto. Whether it's Supercross or motocross, lined everybody across.
That first buoy is always interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of motocross, pretty crazy today. They started at 3 o'clock in Nashville. All right, trying to get them all lined up. And again, very difficult to do in these kind of conditions. You know, in a lake, it's not a smaller lake, pond, it's not that big of a problem. But when you get to a bigger lake like Lake Pontchartrain, and like you say, it's not all fresh water either. It's brackish here.
what do we say, 630 square miles. Here we go, green, and we're underway. Headed to that first buoy. Will Sarzinski get there first?
He's moving.
He's right there.
He's
see with the
moving.
orange. Here he comes. He's going to get there first once again. Todd Sarzinski has just got to figure it out. But here comes Lofton. Lofton to the inside. Lofton's just going to beat him there by about a boat length.
Nice move there by Lofton, getting to the inside, getting that position.
Had that run been about 20 yards shorter, Sarzinski would have had it. Let's see if Lofton can take advantage of it now.
And you can see the difference there, the gap between Lofton and Sarzinski. Lofton gets a little bit sideways there, but able to save it.
Lofton out of Athens, Georgia. Vanjie Ramgeet, who we saw racing earlier today, actually owns this boat. He was second overall in the 2025 season. It's a Sea-Doo.
And when Lofton gets out in front, he's hard to catch. Sarzinski's still there in the second place position, but here comes Caden Baldwin, Noah Dolly, Gavin Russo, all running in the top 5, and then we talked about Caldwell also being very fast. Chad Sider, a local boy, used to race about 20 years ago. Just came out of retirement to race this race because it was right here in his backyard.
There's the flag waving green at the starters, or the flag stand.
Maybe he'll have a good showing today, and he'll decide to pack it back up and head on the road.
Now I'll tell you, you get bit by that bug, and anything could happen, Shane. So again, this is 30 minutes plus a lap.
Here's your race leader, Lofton, sponsored by Triad Mechanical, Dean Strong Performance, Athens Equipment Rental, DMS Incorporated, T-Crane Grading, Lanier Jet Ski Rentals, Alpha Insurance, Victory Marine and Performance.
And you can tell it's getting a little bit rougher out there. As we were just focusing on Lofton, he was really airing it out. And that was along that back section of the course that we talked about, which is a little bit rougher, right when they make that turn up there by the point. Because they're kind of getting a cross wave right there. Lots of race fans coming from all over to descend upon Lake Pontchartrain here for the New Orleans Grand Prix.
Lofton ripping around on that big Sea-Doo. In this category with the Sea-Doos, it's the RXP X, RXT X models, right?
Yes. And then you got the Yamahas.
The SPHO.
Yeah, you got the SPHO and you got the GP 1800s. Well, now they got the GP 1900s that just come out, but there was only a limited production, I believe, in 2025. In the 200 class, you got Baron Mernick is your race leader, and he is 21 seconds ahead of Kevin Sullivan. Iannuski in third out of Gulfport. It's great to have this GPS timing and scoring. This is the first year that we've had it. And the 200 class, I felt bad for them because they never got the credit where credit was due. We always talked about the 300 class because the 300 class was always in the lead. So we didn't know where the 200s were.
Yeah.
They kind of get lost in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
this is really good for that class.
So it's nice to give credit where credit's due. Baron, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha Jet Tribe, Riva Racing 60 helmets, and again, his father, good friends with the guys at MTI Boats. As a matter of fact, he's got 2 of them in his backyard.
Yep. We were just talking about those in the boat world the other day because I saw, it wasn't St. Pete, I saw some of the MTI crew over there and I said, man, that's my nephew.
The 917. That's Nathan Dolly.
Oh man, tough break. I believe Noah, his little brother, currently sitting in third right now, just behind Sarzinski. Caldwell moving up to fifth. Russo moving up into that fourth spot. But Garen Lofton, Todd Sarzinski maintaining that lead.
Yeah, they got a long ways to go. Yeah, 20 minutes in a lap.
Lofton right now starting to separate. You can see he's got an 8.5-second lead over second place right now, Caden Baldwin.
And he's spending the whole time just sitting in the saddle, isn't he? He's not standing up at all.
Well, you know, he'll probably stand up right toward the end. You know, just we were talking about that little back stretch. But Lofton, he's a young gun, again out of Georgia. Very strong rider, 23 years old. A lot of these guys wanting to clinch a championship here to move up into that pro class where they get a share of the money, a share of the cash purse.
And Baldwin riding along in second, just 16 years of age.
Great kid, Caden Baldwin. Known him since he was just a little grommet running around on the beach. His father, Brian Baldwin, was a former endurance racing champion. So he definitely comes from good stock. Sarsinski back to third. Oh, here comes Russo. I know Russo's going to be all over Sarsinski.
There's the split right here. You feel like one lane gives an edge here today, or are they pretty even?
You know, I would, if I was racing today, I think that I would take the inside because it just seems a little more protected. You go outside, you're kind of going outside that jetty, and the wind just blows straight across over to where the VIP area is. We've actually got like 3 different pit areas for those of you who are listening in. And it's about, 2.5 miles from one side to the other.
That's why I have shuttles doing a great job of moving all of our fans around so they can get through all the different pits and meet their favorite riders, drivers, and throttlemen and get their signatures, buy their shirts, and have a great weekend here.
That's going to be a big part of the pit party coming up here shortly.
Yep.
Coming up after this race right here, we'll have one final race, and that'll be our Pro Enduro Moto number 2. Make sure you stick around for that. Right now you're watching Garrett Lofton. You can see the gap between him and Baldwin right there. 13 seconds is that gap. Sarsinski about 5 seconds there behind Baldwin. And Daly about 3 behind Sarsinski. So that's the way they stack up 1 through 5, and the gap between them still over half this one to go.
Shane, are you seafood trucking it tonight?
You know that's where I'm going as soon as we get done today.
It's that final checker flag, green flagging for that?
I'm heading to that orange
You haven't been
trailer.
there all day. You must be dying, son.
Man, I'm ready.
You got to be dying over there.
The cuisine in this town is amazing.
Yeah. Wait, what was it yesterday? The shrimp?
Yeah. I had some shrimp over there, and it was great.
We didn't get the alligator spaghetti, though, did we?
I don't know exactly what that was.
I wasn't really sure.
Dustin Kluwat with Kluwat Cartel Offshore over there, boy, he's got a whole cooked trailer in there. He's breaking it all out. No, I didn't make it over there in time for that.
Now, is he from Cajun territory?
Yeah, he's a local area, New Orleans resident.
Oh, okay.
So he's bringing all the finest out.
Man, kicked the back end out of that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of helps to have the party in your backyard, too.
Yeah, it sure does. Sure does. He's got, this is Lofton right now, but he's stealing the lap traffic.
Making more turns in midair than he is on the water.
I don't think the lap traffic knows that he's there. And
Nor do they care.
Yeah, probably one of the 200 boats. But as they come around back to the front section of the track, they'll get a blue flag with a yellow stripe. And when you get that thrown at you, that
that's your move over.
Yeah, that means there's a race going on and you're not in it.
Pretty far wide coming out of the corner there. But he's got that big 300 in there, so he should be able to close the gap here pretty quick. Look at that. Look at the difference in speed between the 300 class boat and the 200. And he knew that. That's why he moved way out to the outside there. Give that rider on the inside a lot more room. He could carry a lot more momentum on the outside like he just did into the corner there. Probably figured, and smartly so, that that rider in the 200 category maybe doesn't have the experience that he has. So give him plenty of room. clean racing, right?
Right, that's it. You know, and you want to find that good place to pass. You don't want to pass, you know, around one of these tight turns or anything. Wait till you get a straightaway. You know you got the horsepower. You know that, you know, you can just fly right by them. So let them go around that turn. If they don't know you're there, sweep wide around the outside, tuck in tight, and then hit the hammer.
Veteran experience.
Garrett Lofton, yeah, he's been racing with us for, I believe, 4 years now, and then hooked up with Banji Ramjeet, as we were talking about, PR Racing. And since he's got together with Banji, he's done very well. Like you pointed out, taking a second place overall last year in the Endurance Series. And this year started off good in St. Pete with the first place.
It's like Shane over there at the line for the seafood truck. You kind of fake to the inside and go around the outside, get to the front of the line a little bit quicker.
Hey, we got to know each other real well yesterday. I'm not going to the line. I'm going to hit in that back door. Get my orders submitted.
You got the VIP pass.
I'm ready.
There you go. Lofton, I believe, approaching the MasterCard buoy right there.
Yeah, he's led all the way. Should be seeing the halfway green here. He has dominated this one. He beat Sarzinski that first buoy, and it's been all over from there.
Yeah, it looked like he was working his way around that outside split, and I'm sure our flagman will give him, that's Ryan Scaglione, our flagman, he will give him the green flag. And special thanks to all the IHRA officials for all of their hard work and teamwork this weekend.
You know what you notice Lofton here is easy on the bars.
Yeah, you don't want to...
Not over gripping too hard, you know. Not wearing your arms out with the death grip on there.
Well, if you do that also, and you come down at an angle, and all of a sudden you're going to go flipping through the water like a sandstone.
Easy to get arm pumped doing this.
Lofton now with almost a 15-second lead over Caden Baldwin.
Pretty healthy.
22 seconds ahead of Sarzinski, who is in third.
13 minutes and a lap to go.
You've got a pretty even split of guys taking, you know, the inside line versus the outside line there.
Yeah, see, the split, the way that it's supposed to be created is the inside is a little more tighter, a little more technical, and the outside is a little more wide open and sweeping. So it's a little bit longer on the outside, but you can keep it pinned.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Are you seeing a difference between the 200 and the 300 boats, you know, versus which direction they seem to be taking?
Well, if I was a 200 boat and I had a 300 boat behind me, I would take whatever direction
they weren't.
They weren't, because you're kind of looking back, because those 300s, they come up on you quick. Baron Marinick still leading in that 200 class, followed by Sullivan. And Marinick now, he is a minute and 33 seconds ahead of third place, Newski. Just shows you how fast that Cooper Caldwell racing team is. I'm sorry, John Caldwell. Cooper's actually his brother racing in the 300. And Cooper's currently running in the 7th place in the 300, right behind Bryce Ford, Gavin Russo, who is in 5th. No changes up top, though. It's still Lofton, Baldwin, Sarzinski, Dolly, and Russo, 1 through 5. Talk a little bit about Noah Dolly, who currently sits in that 4th place. Noah, again, out of Canada, sponsored by JetX Racing, the BRP Museum, Riva, and Map Tuner. And this kid, he's a professional snowmobile racer in the winter. I guess that makes sense being from Canada. You know, he's getting a lot of seat time, whether it's a jet ski in the summer or a snowmobile in the winter.
So Lofton getting that win at St. Pete, points leader. Up 70 points. He's in front of Sarzinski, who right now runs in 3rd. Sarzinski was 25 points back.
Yeah, Sarzinski with 3 good starts in St. Petersburg, but faded toward the end of the race.
And then Noah Dolly, Cooper Caldwell, Gavin Russo, the top 5. And Nathan is the one that had troubles here, not Noah, right? Nathan Dolly.
Right. Yeah,
and Nathan's all the way back in 10th in points, so his hole is going to be bigger. Then Baron Mernick is the points leader coming out of St. Pete in the 200 category, 20 points up on Andy Martinez. I don't believe Andy is here today, is he?
Yeah, Andy, I believe, is in 4th place in the 200 class, but he's way off the mark. That's Armando Martinez.
It's Armando.
That's his dad.
Right. seeing Andy on the board. Oh, he's way down in 15th overall. On one timing and scoring, it shows him in 15th. On the other one,
yeah, he's in the 200 class.
No, I realize that. And then you have Kevin Sullivan and Ian Nuschke. That's your top 4 of the points coming into here at Lake Pontchartrain.
And looks like Martinez on the move right now, getting past Nuschke in that 3rd place position. Now chasing Sullivan down, trying to get Kevin Sullivan in his gun sights. A lot of these riders, the younger, less experienced riders, or somebody who just got the bug, and they had a 300 boat or a 200 boat and said, hey, I love what this is. I love the family atmosphere. And, they'll just jump in and jump on tour with us. And that's pretty much how most of these guys got in. They just went to a regional race or maybe came out, to here at Lake Pontchartrain. And they're like, man, this looks cool. I'm going to go. I've got one of these at home. I'm going to go find out what I need to do. And they can go to the IHRA and pick up a rule book and get your boat dialed in, because I believe we're going to be at Lake of the Ozarks here pretty soon.
Well, the easy thing is there's not a lot you can do in these 2 categories.
Yep.
Pretty much.
But if you have the boat.
No, that's what I'm saying. Once you have the boat, there's not a whole lot you have to do to it.
Meet some safety requirements.
Yeah.
Make sure everything's good.
Yeah,
Leave it stock.
I think that you can, there's just a couple little handling things that you can do. But that's it. It's all bolt-on, no internal work on the engines.
Lofton inside of 9 minutes and a lap.
See the causeway there in the background. Now that is really a causeway. That's the longest causeway I've ever seen, and I live in Florida.
Well, it's the longest one at 23, almost 24 miles.
Oh, is it? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, if you'd been listening at the beginning of the show.
Oh, was I here for that?
It's all right, Mike. I got an education earlier as well.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, Ralph could probably give us both a little education, that's for sure. Now, Noah Dolly's moved up into that 3rd place position.
Well, that was kind of the same thing at St. Pete, wasn't it? Nathan had issues there, and Noah kind of saved the day for the family a little bit.
Yeah, he pushed through it, and that's the younger brother right there. He's another one that he probably weighs 75 pounds soaking wet. 16 years old. And Noah out of Canada, again, sponsored by JetX, who is his father's company, dealership and aftermarket place up there in Canada. Now Sarsinski fighting back with Dolly. Sarsinski moving back up into 3rd, putting Dolly back in 4th. Russo back to 5th. Top 2, no changes. Just over 7 to go here. Great day for racing, race conditions,
It actually has been a beautiful day, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Perfect day for the spectators.
And a nice little breeze now coming through.
And we expect the weather conditions to be the same tomorrow. It should be another sunny day, beautiful day. We'll see what the wind does, which won't impact things too much for our spectators, but it should be a challenge for our racers.
Well, in the 200 class, Andy Martinez on the move, just able to get past 3rd place Kevin Sullivan, who was in 2nd. So Martinez up into 2nd. And now he'll try to catch Baron Mernick, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. 6 minutes may not be enough time. Mernick with a huge lead right now. And Lofton with a 37-second advantage over Caden Baldwin.
Seems like a forever here right now, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. 37 seconds, that's a long time. That's at least a quarter of the track. So Lofton, now the thing that he's got to worry about, he's got to make sure that he's got his mental game together.
Yeah, don't get out of your rhythm.
Well, and watch how you get past these lappers, because you're going to obviously be coming into lap traffic. Still got, 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. So you're going to be coming up to some more lap traffic. Don't challenge them. Know where you're at on the track.
Like right here, You got racers spread across the lanes. Get outside, take your time, get them one at a time.
That's it.
That's the other thing about this lake. One thing we haven't talked about is how, as big as it is, it's notoriously shallow. Most of the lake averages 12 to 14 feet in depth, which for a lake that's 630 square miles, pretty shallow.
Yeah, that's very shallow. I remember last year, though, they found one of the deepest parts of the lake out here with the offshore powerboat racing. They lost a couple of engines, and they found them in like 130 feet of water. And they had divers go down for 3 consecutive days to find the engines.
Got a yellow flag out here. But that's unusual, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the majority of the lake, like we said,
right,
much shallower than that, and that's going to really impact what this water does.
Well, you can see the color of the water right there. How you look a little further, it's bluer out there, but this is churned up, and that's because it is so shallow. So Lofton through that inside split. I think he knows it's his race to win or lose. And I know his team from VR Racing are all over there cheering him on in the personal watercraft pits. Over that, what did you call it? Secret Beach? Or?
Well, it's called Secret Beach here, yeah.
Secret
we
Beach,
had Spa Beach at St. Petersburg, which was definitely Taylor's style.
Oh, yeah.
Secret Beach, I think she's doing okay with it, but...
she likes the sand.
She likes the sand. She likes being able to get in the water while she's over there working, lounging around. If we could give her a beach chair right in the water on a sandy beach with the waves just kind of lapping up on her legs as she's sitting there, I think she'd be like, okay, this is the perfect location.
I think I'd park my chair right next to her.
You would be, wouldn't you?
That's Sarsinski that went down, and the reason for the yellow flags.
Oh.
I thought I seen him slipping back in the lineup, and that is why. I'm not sure if he came off the boat, lost his lanyard, but the marshal's right there to protect him. And again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our Progressive Insurance safety team.
I'll let Shane fool you. He'd park his chair right over by the seafood truck.
Or VIP. I mean, you know, they look like they're having a great time over there.
Oh, they do.
They have some amazing views over there.
I bet. It would be really nice if we had a shuttle.
There's Taylor. Look at her. She's all relaxed over there. Taylor, how you doing?
Well, I'll tell you, you're right. I do prefer the sand. However, I found a little spot here on my asphalt parking lot with some of the riders. How's the view? Would you prefer sand, or how are we feeling with this?
I mean, gotta love some sand, but you're not getting dirty right here, so.
That's a point. That's a point. How are we feeling about this race?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Going into the next race, I think it'll be good. Water looks rough, and amateur race looks crazy, so I'm looking forward to getting out there.
Amateur race is crazy. I talked to Lofton earlier. Sea-Doo is where it seems to be at. I know it's got they have those deep V-holes, so they find that really, really tight technical stuff easy, right?
Yeah. Sea-Doos work good, but, you know, I'm here with Yamaha, and we're going to make it work in this next moto, so I'll show you guys how it all looks in the next race.
I like it. Battle of the riders and battle of the manufacturers. All right, I'm going to be here not on the sand, but over here in the pits.
Well, don't get too upset about it, Taylor. I got a funny feeling we get to Cocoa Beach next May 15th through the 17th. Plenty of sand for her.
Oh, there's more sand than anybody's going to want to deal with.
Yeah.
And that was
miles of it.
That was Devin Farthing, who she was interviewing right there.
Yeah.
And Dev Dog not having the best of days, but you know what? Still had a smile on his face.
He's got one more left to come. He can redeem himself.
Oh, yeah. He's in that next Pro 300 Enduro race. Had
Coming up.
6th in number 1. Yep. So Lofton still way out in front with just over a minute left. Baldwin still in second, Dolly in third. Bryce Ford has moved up to fourth, and he is on boat number 243. And I'm taking a look down here. I'm trying to find Bryce on my sheet. I don't have him on my sheet, so it could be a borrowed boat. But this is Bryce's first appearance here in our amateur 300 class.
Lofton continuing to just pick his way around as we get down inside the final 30 seconds. He's going to have one lap left to go. And from the looks of things, from where he is out on the course here, going through the split lane, I think he's going to see the flag for 1 to go when he comes by flag stand on this lap. This should be going to 000s here in a second, or 10 seconds for that matter.
You know, I was talking about Bryce Ford. He actually did change numbers. He was number 23 here on our sheets, riding the Sea-Doo for Ford Brothers Racing and Dean's team.
There we go, 000s. So, waiting for him to come by the flag stand. We should be seeing the white.
Marinick still leading in the 200 class, 30 seconds ahead of Andy
there
Martinez.
It is. There's that white flag. Marinick continuing to lead over Martinez, Sullivan, and Nuschke in 200 category. They're going to have 1 lap to go. And here's a look at what's going on in the 300 class, where Lofton is out front over Baldwin, Noah Dolly, Bryce Ford, and a whole bunch of others that have seen nothing but the backside of Lofton's boat.
You know, well, they haven't even seen the backside of Lofton's boat because Lofton's
when
almost
he's gone
a minute
by
ahead.
him, when he's lapped him, some of them have seen it, but that's as close as they've gotten to it, right?
I'm telling you. That's Baldwin right there that we're taking a look at, boat number 502. Baldwin, another one of those racers underneath the Farthing Racing compound. Once again under white flag racing conditions here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Lofton.
Well, he's just rode a brilliant race. Kind of like Curtis did in that Ski GP1 race. You know, once he got out in front, man, he just took off.
Yeah. And that boat has done everything he's asked of it here today.
Well, I'll tell you, I got to hand it to Vanjie Ramjeet, man. He's definitely spinning the wrenches the right way. Vanjie, I believe, ending up 3rd overall in the Pro GP. We'll get to see Vanjie in this next moto, but 3rd in moto number 1. And now his rider out there in 1st with less than a lap to go. One final time through that outside split for Lofton.
That Sea-Doo just handling beautifully here today. He's carving through this technical course. He has had a good time, and he knows it. Checkered flag is waiting. There it is. Garrett Lofton will win the Amateur Endurance 300 category here at the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Grand Prix in New Orleans.
And it looked like as he came through the checkered flag, he kind of lifted his right hand up as to say, where is everybody? Did I miss a Lily? What's going on?
Baron Marinick should be taking the checkered flag in our Amateur Endurance 200 class. Comfortably over Andy Martinez.
Marinick again riding a brilliant race. Riding for Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, and Commander.
Come all the finishers across the line.
Well, Dolly made it up to 3rd place. Cooper Caldwell made it all the way up to 4th. And newcomer Bryce Ford back there in the 5th on the Dean Strong boat. Dean Chirier used to be a master tuner from right here in the New Orleans area. And unfortunately, we lost him this past year.
I think it's got to be getting a little cool out on the water too, huh?
Especially with this breeze coming in.
Yeah.
Looks like it's picking up a little bit.
Lofton, Baldwin, Dolly, Caldwell, Ford, your top 5. And we'll have one more race to go. One more endurance race. Half-hour affair. It's going to be the pros coming back out for moto number 2 for them. So make sure you stay with us. You're not going to want to miss it as we work towards the end of the day here our IHRA Professional Watercraft Series in New Orleans.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Is the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross US #1 plate.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Our coverage from here in New Orleans has been brought to you by Monster. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boat, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Harvey Gulf International Marine. Jefferson Parish, brought to you by Councilman Hans Liljeberg, Jefferson Parish Council District 5, and Jefferson Parish. Yamaha Wave Runners, built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Show you the results from the two categories that just wrapped up. We had the Amateur Endurance 200 class. Baron Mernick with a nice 32, almost 33-second gap over Andy Martinez. Kevin Sullivan behind that, and Ian Nuschke rounding out the field of four. And in the Amateur Endurance 300 category, it was a dominant performance by Garrett Lofton on his Sea-Doo with a massive win over Caden Baldwin's Yamaha. Then two more Sea-Doos after that, Noah Dolly and Cooper Caldwell. And Bryce Ford, Armando Martinez, Gavin Russo, Gaddis, Mantle, and Seeley wrapping up the top 10 as we take a look at the highlights here. We thought Sarzinski was going to get...
Well, he got the whole shot. He got the whole shot, but then Lofton got him about half. Buoy. Yeah, Lofton got him right there, about halfway into the lap right there, and Lofton never looked back. Led the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Good look at Lofton there. And I'm telling you, he was airing it out there on that back straightaway. It's a nice ride there by Lofton.
Yeah, he just, once he got out front, boy, he just pulled away. Caden Baldwin did a great job getting up to second, but man, just could not do anything with it after that.
And
but better than he had in St. Pete, because in St. Pete he ran up front. Long portion of the race. What was it, 5 minutes to go in the race?
Right, yeah.
And he crashed?
Yeah, he hit his chest on the bars, I believe. And, and just didn't feel it. Took off and went back to the pits.
Did basically the same thing in both races, didn't he?
Yeah.
Not necessarily taking it in the chest, but he had two issues late in the race.
And I think he re-injured an injury that he had last year from Clearwater.
Yeah. So a much better day here for Caden Baldwin. Something for him to build on as we look towards Cocoa Beach and the rest of the weekend here.
Great shot of the marina here.
Yeah, and we got one more race to go. One more endurance race.
Yep, Pro 300, and this should be a dandy. Jay Edworthy, unstoppable in that first race. He looked good.
If you think Garrett Lofton put out a dominant performance, you haven't seen nothing yet till you get this guy out there next, right?
Yeah, and he's from Cambridge, Ontario, Canada. Been riding for the Dolly family and JetX for most of his career. They're all best friends. They all ride together. There used to be a Canadian tour they used to race, and so they're all friends. And when the Canadian tour dissipated.
So now they said Taylor has braved the water to go out and interview our competitors here. I'm wondering, Taylor, did you really brave it, or were you just dying to get out in it?
I braved this water, okay? There's no sand for me to exfoliate after, but I'm out here because I wanted to talk to Garrett on that incredible run. It was kind of just you out front. You were just running your own race. When we spoke before the race, you were calm and collected, and that's all it took.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much I got out front, and once I kind of looked back, I saw Cade behind me, and I knew he was going to stay on me for sure because of his ski, and he can ride really well. So I knew I had to get up front and leave him. It did get rough out in the front. I knew it would, so I just kind of kept my composure and, rode smart. Just want to shout out Dean Strong. We got these skis dialed in, and, I mean, there's nothing out here that's going to catch it. So the ski did its job, and I did my job, so.
You are not wrong about that. You definitely did your job. But when it comes to lap traffic, because that's what you were racing towards the end, pick them off one by one. What's your strategy? Because you do have to finish to win.
I don't want to hit anyone, mainly because I don't want to damage my ski or come off or anything. So typically I just slow up for enough to get around them if I can. Obviously they do their own little thing. So I just try and get around them safely. Obviously don't want to mess up my ski or anyone else's ski. So just got to ride it safe.
Well, congratulations. That was an incredible finish.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm going to be out here. It's too slippery in here, so I'm just going to jump on this ski. Excuse me. All right. I will see you guys later.
How did I know? Some way, somehow, she was going to end up on that boat and get a ride in, right?
Hey, that's a $100 fine not having the life jacket on.
Yeah.
You know that?
Working smarter, not harder.
That's right. Hey.
She did the same thing in St. Pete. That's going to be her thing each and every race round. Is at some point in time in every broadcast, Taylor's going to end up on a ski.
Gotta love it.
I really like what Garrett said there. I mean, it just shows the maturity level, right? He knows he's got the boat. There's no doubt he's got a fast boat. If I don't do anything stupid, if I race smart, I should be able to beat everybody in the field, is the way he's thinking. And he did that, and a minute plus gap between him and second.
Well, he used to ride, before he moved over to the watercraft side, he used to ride professional motocross as well. So, I think he's got that mentality set, that racer mentality. He knows what he's got to do, and he knows what he needs to do to get it done.
So here's what I'm going to tell you about that. Most kids that start in moto start out at extremely young ages, right? My good buddy Ricky Carmichael. Goat there, he started, I believe he was 4, he told me once, when he first swung a leg over a little mini bike and started putting around in the yard, right? So you think about how many years and laps of racing he got by the time he retired and started his NASCAR racing career, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing here with Lofton. How old is Garrett? Garrett was
23,
right?
Mm-hmm.
So easily probably put in 10-plus years of racing in moto at various levels before he got to this. He has learned everything about can't win it in the first corner, can lose it in the first corner, save my equipment, be smart, all those things that take years to learn, that if you start at 15, Garrett's got huge advantage on you. And we're already going green. And look who's already going to the front.
Oh.
Edworthy right there. Those neon numbers and that bright yellow helmet, but he's going to get beat to the corner.
Yeah, that's Camden Powell, who took second. Remember, Camden was chasing him right there at the end of Moto number 1, and Camden wants to make a statement here.
Well, Camden knows if I got any shot at this at all, I better get out front early and try to squirt away, and that's what he's doing right here. But just to finish that off, I mean, all those years of moto made a big advantage for Garrett. He's learned all those because to me, those are the hardest things about racing to learn, right? Anybody can train. Anybody can hold the throttle wide open. Mastering racecraft is really hard, and Garrett seems to have that at just 23 with a long career ahead of him still.
Like you said, a very mature racer.
Yeah.
So we are off and away here with the Pro Endurance 300 class. Camden Powell with the whole shot over Devin Farthing up there in third. Now, Devin's where he wants to be. Noah Skipp's right behind him. That's one of his teammates. And then Dave Davidson out of Canada back there in the 5th spot.
Well, Jay Edworthy, certainly a veteran racer at the age of 52.
Yeah, Jay's put in about 3 decades, and a couple of years ago we were racing in Michigan City and had a real bad broken leg, very bad broken leg, and we were glad to see him back. He took about a year and a half off and came back about a year and a half ago. So we're glad to have him back, and to watch him up there near the top is really inspirational to anybody who's out there watching racing.
Again, this is 30 minutes plus 1 lap, showing 28 minutes and a lap to go still.
And Powell, part of the Syracuse Mafia, putting that boat up top exactly. I'm sure he's had a couple trailer talks with his dad as well. His dad was a expert ski champion back in the 90s and early 2000s. And I talked to his dad yesterday, and he said, Mike, he's like, we've been working on this ever since St. Petersburg. He's like, I think that we got the right package. And you see, he did very well in the GP ski race, and he's doing well here in the Pro Endurance. Nice overhead shot there. 44, Camden Powell, only 22 years old.
Looked like he kind of tagged that buoy and sent him outside the corner there a little bit.
Well, he didn't want that buoy to pop up on the wrong side, because then he's got to go hit a penalty buoy.
Absolutely.
And then, with Edworthy right behind him, he'd probably lose the position. So he had to pop over those bars real quick, and he was able to make it just in time.
Powell on the Commander. Edworthy on the Sea-Doo. Devin Farthing on the Yamaha. So we got all 3 of the top brands. We even have Cowie out there. Jeff Dowell riding Kawasaki. But basically all 3 of the top brands right there in the top 3. So we'll see who chose the right weapon here today.
And one thing that you may or may not have noticed, Ralph, the one thing that we don't see out here, the manufacturer that we don't see, is Kawasaki here in this sit-down class. In the Enduro class. We don't have one Kawasaki.
Just Jeff Dowell, right?
Oh, Jeff Dowell. Okay, Jeff is a new rider here with us.
Jeff Dowell is on a Kawasaki.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the Kawasaki's, especially with the endurance racing, they just haven't performed well. We haven't had one on the podium in several years. But nothing bad against Kawasaki. It's just they're a heavier, they're a longer boat, and they can't corner as well as a lot of these Yamahas and Sea-Doos do.
Sounds like you're describing me, Mikey.
Are we going back to the orange trailer thing?
No, we love our friends in green.
That we do.
And great folks over there in the green camp. Our old buddy John Rawl doesn't work at Kawasaki anymore. Still stay in touch. Just a wonderful guy. Had a lot of fun with John on the water over the years. Taken me on a lot of press tours of Kawasaki, different events and venues, and done a lot of different things with them. They make a great boat, fast boats. Obviously, we wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for Kawasaki, right?
Yeah, right,
because
100%.
The whole jet ski thing is them.
Yeah, they started back in 1972 with Clayton Jacobson III's idea.
Got to see the original jet ski once at the factory out west. Corporate offices, I should say.
Yeah, pretty neat stuff. I got to tour the plant when I was over in Osaka last year.
Yeah.
It was pretty neat.
Great people there.
Camden Powell about a 2.5 second lead over Edworthy right now, who still remains in second, right in front of Devin Farthing. Looks like Dave Davidson has moved up into that 4th place position, and this will be Dave's best finish of 2026 if he can stay there. Finlandson now getting past Davidson as I speak. Finlandson a winner in St. Pete and had to fight through the pack for a decent finish a little earlier today.
And it wasn't all that long ago that they weren't still competing at the top level, and they still have a lot of those very successful races like Kanamori.
Oh yeah, I seen him last week.
Yeah, still heavily involved. Kanamori-san, heavily involved
king.
with their programs, and he actually let me ride his boat once at Havasu. Back when he was top of the
those old
board.
STXRs back in the day.
Call it what you will. I'll just call it fast. That's all I know. And it's like, well, if he's giving me the opportunity to ride it, I said, I got to hold this thing wide open, right? Man, what a rocket.
Yeah, I think that was right before they went to the 4-strokes. That was one of the last years of the 2-stroke boats. And McCluggage was his teammate.
Yep. Yeah.
2001.
Chris?
Yeah, Mac's probably watching in over from Spain now. His boys racing superbikes now. Retired, semi-retired from personal watercraft racing, one of the most winningest riders in jet ski racing. So Finlayson now able to get past Davidson for that 4th place position. Just taking a look down, Camden Powell turned in a 1:52.084 that last lap around. Edworthy with a 1:52, so Edworthy's shaving some time off.
I'm really enjoying this technical course layout here today, and to be honest, as a fan, I'm looking forward to potentially having rougher water tomorrow, because I think the mixture of this technical course design with the rougher water is going to make for some spectacular shots.
Yeah, you got that right. You know, the water gets a little bit rougher, like we were talking about. There's sheep on the bay tomorrow.
Are we going to get sheep on the bay, you think?
Yeah, it could.
I think they're going to stack up tomorrow on the bays. What's going to happen?
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be neat. Either way.
For those that don't know, because we've been joking about the sheep on the bay, because you said that at St. Petersburg, and Shane and I cracked up over it, and we've been loving that terminology. We're talking about whitecaps.
Whitecaps, that's right. That's why. See, we called it sheep on the bay because I grew up near the shores of Lake Erie.
Yeah.
And it was always sheep on the bay in Lake Erie.
Always, yeah. I can imagine. Camden Powell, I'll tell you what, I know we're not too late into this race, but even in the early stages here, still inside of 9 minutes in, he's done a great job of fending off Edworthy so far. But you know he's lurking back there. He's far from done.
I was looking at Skips, who sits back there in 6th. He had a great finish earlier today and had a podium finish back in St. Pete. So I'm imagining he's going to probably move up the lineup too. And I could see Jay Finlayson also moving up. I don't know if Powell's going to be able. If Powell stays together, I think that he may have this. Even though there's 20 minutes left, I know it's a big prediction. But if he stays together, he's going to have this because he's had some mechanical issues in the last couple races.
Well, he is 30 years younger than Jay.
Yes.
Not that means anything. But when you're talking about an endurance race, that's got to be worth a second. Has to be, right?
Right. Edworthy's still only 2.5 seconds back.
No, I mean, that dog's not done hunting.
No.
He's going to be on it all the way through. And Camden knows that, right? Camden knows Jay's back there somewhere. He saw him going into that first buoy. He knows he passed him. He knows he didn't fall that far back. He's not going to have a minute lead on him, even if he stays out front. Jay's going to keep this thing close all the way. Even if he's not right on him, he's going to keep it close. So the pressure is always going to be on Camden Powell not to make a mistake. Now, the question is, does Camden do what Garrett Lofton did and race smart all the way through this? Because if he stays out front, does he smartly take his time and pick the right spot and the right location and the right timing to get through the traffic? Because he's going to catch it.
Well, you know, I wouldn't want to have Edworthy on my tail.
No.
First off, because
Lord, no.
Edworthy is one of those racers who isn't afraid to take chances. Looks like Farthing now moving up. And what happened to...
got around the lumberjack.
Yeah, Edworthy back to, what was it?
Keeps falling.
6th.
Yeah, what happened to Edworthy? All of a sudden disappeared on our timing and scoring. He must have fallen because he is nowhere, guys. Oh. Well, now timing and scoring showing him in 3rd. Or 2nd.
They might have transpired.
I was going to say,
because all of a sudden
he wasn't there,
falling,
right?
But yeah.
He was not. I didn't just make that up. He was not there.
No, I seen it. I'm like, where did he go? But, yeah, he's still right there. He's still pressing Powell. Farthing's still in the mix, too.
Right off the board there for a minute.
You got to remember, Farthing's a youngster, too, being a senior up at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. He's going to be all over Edworthy. Finlayson, another one not to count out. when he won last week or 2 weeks ago in St. Petersburg. He started out in 9th place and still ended up with an overall win. So don't ever count out Finlayson either.
And again, Powell on the Commander, Edworthy on the Sea-Doo, and Farthing riding on the Yamaha.
And we just seen Finlayson get past Farthing.
Yeah, and he's on a Sea-Doo as well.
Finlayson turning in the fastest lap time that last time around with a 1:51.425.
And Skip's on a Yamaha too.
Ramjeet's now starting to move through the pack. Started out in 9th place. Same thing he did last race. You know, he started out, I believe, in 6th, made his way all the way up to 2nd. Don't know if he'll be able to make his way up to 2nd, but again, we talk about consistency, and that's what builds champions. And what he needs to do is just make sure that he makes another podium here this week. As we take a look at Powell negotiate his way through that outside split. So 3rd place, about 11 seconds behind your leader right now. That's Finlayson, who is Powell's best friend.
There's your move over flag.
Yep.
Get it figured out. Get out of the way.
That's right. The leaders are coming through.
And if you see one, pretty good chance there's another one behind him.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so just get out of the way. You know that you're in the way right now.
And hold your line, right?
Hold your line, right. And a lot of riders, Ralph, are really sportsmanlike. You know, they'll just go way around an outside turn, and they'll say, hey, take the inside, and they'll dive in when they can. And that is the sportsmanlike thing to do. That was 77 Jason Russo right there. And Jason owns a dealership down in the Sarasota area. Russo's Marine. He's currently sitting in the 10th place, right behind Dennis Mack and Sea-Doo's Anthony Radetich.
I'll tell you what, if you're going to own a marina,
Sarasota's
not a bad spot to choose, right?
For sure.
The weather's got to be good for marine business year-round.
Well, you know, and I'm bummed out, and I talked to Lucy, who works with us here at the IHRA, I was bummed out that we haven't been going to Sarasota here the past couple of years with the big boats.
Can you get that handled?
It's above my pay grade. But if somebody's listening, help us out. Ramjeet now into 6th, right behind Skips. As we stay with Camden Powell here, working his way through the outside split once again, closing in on the halfway mark. Derek Powell, I'm sure, would like to go wire to wire. You see him just take a look over his shoulder right there.
Well, he knows Edworthy's back there somewhere, right? He says, where?
See, I don't know if that's a great place to do that, though.
That's not where I would have encouraged you to look.
Right, because he was on the split section. If he's looking behind him, he's not looking over at the other section because Jay made a split to the other section.
Wait till you get on the straightaway.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay focused. Anyway, watching these guys on these boats, whether it was St. Pete or here, all it does is make me want to get home, jump on mine and go.
Get out on Lake Norman.
Have you winterized it yet?
Oh, son, yeah. We went out this last week, right after St. Pete.
Yeah, you had the bug bit you.
No, the old guy Wave Runner Club was in action. You betcha.
Look out, Lake Norman.
Oh, yeah. Went to lunch with my buddy Dennis, and we got out there and having a good time over the Blue Parrot. And I said, hey, I got to tell you, there's a kid on the lake here running in our IHRA Pro Watercraft class. He's fast. We got to find him. We need tips. Yeah.
You could probably find him.
We just got to find out which cove he's hanging out in.
Any given day over at Champion Power Sports, over at his dad's shop.
Yeah, I might have to go by there. Hey, where's your kid at? Where's your boy?
I need some lessons.
Yeah.
Some tips.
So Powell again riding for Speed Racing, his dad's company, and Ignite Racing Fuels out of Indiana that make the racing fuel out of corn, which I thought was interesting. But a lot of
racing fuel out of corn. Yeah. Sure.
Well, that's a lot of our racers have changed to that because it's not as bad for the engines.
IndyCar was using that too, weren't they?
Yes, sir. Here comes Powell. Getting from that inside split this time. Edworthy and now Finlayson moving up into third. I told you he'd be on the move. Didn't have the greatest of starts, but again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and 30 minutes gives you a lot of time to make that finish. So Powell about 7.5 seconds ahead of Edworthy. Finlayson about 12 seconds back from Powell, your race leader. Let's take a look at this replay. Look, he slides out just a little bit, and luckily he was able to hold on and keep control right there. So great recovery there by Camden Powell.
Got to minimize those mistakes. 13 minutes to go in a lap.
Again, heading down that back section or side section of the track over here along the causeway, and you can see it's a little bit rough over there as they're not protected right there. Spending a lot of time in the air.
And I wouldn't say that sliding that boat like that is necessarily a mistake. That's just hard racing, right? He's just pushing still.
He tried to put it up and set it down, and the wave dissipated. You know, and just slid him out just a little bit. But like I say, it was a great recovery, and you could just tell the strength. The kid is built like an Iron Man. He really is. Works out all the time with his pops and Jay up there in Syracuse, New York.
Hey, Taylor, we're past the halfway point here with a lap and 12.5 minutes to go. How are things over there? Any updates for us?
Well, I was able to speak with Powell before the race, and the first word out of his mouth when I said, "How are you feeling?" he said, "Sore." He was rubbing his legs. If you guys remember, he's running double duty, so he did those stand-ups earlier. This is his third race of the day. When they call it endurance, they really mean it. So he's got that lead now, but he cannot back down at all. He's got both the Jays behind him, and they are not running double duty today. So he's really got to hold his own. He said whole shot matters. Luckily, he made that happen today, but can he make it all the way to the end? I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, he checked the first box, didn't he, Taylor? Got that whole shot, beat Edworthy to the first buoy, and he's been out front since.
Just doing the math, he's spent an hour and 15 minutes out there racing today, plus 3 laps.
But Edworthy was 3 seconds quicker on that last lap. Camden ran a 1:55.335. Edworthy ran a 1:52.768. So, as we said early on, Jay's not going to just roll over here.
Well, less than 5 seconds split the top 2, and less than 10 seconds split the top 3. So this race, even there's 11 minutes left, a lot of time to go. A lot of time. Barding back there in 4th, trying to better his 6th place position from earlier today. Skips in 5th. He took a 4th earlier today. And Ramjeet in 6th, who took a 2nd earlier today in moto number 1. This is their 2nd moto. Their 3rd and final moto will be tomorrow. We'd like to invite everybody back here to Lake Pontchartrain, because we've got all kinds of great personal watercraft racing and offshore powerboat racing right here as part of the Orleans Grand Prix. So Edworthy shaving another second off there. Now he's only 4 seconds back. So Edworthy is on the move. I think that he knows it's getting close to a couple thirds of the way through this, and I'm sure that he would like to take care of this and not have to do it on the last lap. And I think that could be the problem, is Edworthy on the Sea-Doo riding behind the Yamaha creating a little more rougher water for Jay, and that's why when Jay is out in front and he's got that clean water in front of him, that's where he excels. Camden again sponsored by Riva Racing, as well as Circus Media, helping him out this season. And Jay shaving another second off, now only 3 seconds behind.
He's digging.
He is.
He's pushing hard.
He's pacing himself very well.
Yeah, and he's got time. There's still 9 minutes and a lap to go. Powell ran a 152.544 in the last lap. Edworthy a 150, almost a 150 flat. He ran a 150.003. So he's not getting slower, he's getting quicker.
Well, I think he's like a shark. He can smell the blood in the water right now.
Well, he can see him, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's all he needs.
Uh-oh. And Powell's starting to make mistakes now.
That's the mistake right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'll buy you a 10th.
He keeps
Is that
looking over
Edworthy
his
right
shoulder.
behind him?
Right.
That's Edworthy right behind him, right?
The best advice I could give to anybody watching, the race is in front of you, not behind you.
Yeah.
That's right. But it's the hardest thing.
Knowing that somebody's knocking on your door.
It's the hardest thing. I still believe being the chaser is easier than the chasee.
Finlayson.
Another look over the shoulder there.
I'm going to have to talk to him about that in the pits later on tonight.
He ran a 151.569, and Edworthy ran a 151.694.
Oh, man.
I mean, just no break.
No break at all. These guys are pushing each other to the absolute max. Farthing still remains in front of his teammate, Skips.
And they keep uncorking personal bests in different sectors. Powell, personal best in the north sector. Edworthy, personal best in the east sector. And now is when Powell's legs are really going to be screaming.
Yeah,
right? Final 7 minutes and a lap to go. If he was sore before, he's really feeling it now.
Yeah, as Taylor pointed out, he was sore before he got on the boat for this one. And this is his second moto today, so obviously he's going to be a little bit sore. But how's he going to feel tomorrow for that third and final moto? Because if he's sore now...
It's not going to be a wild night on Bourbon Street, I can tell you that.
No.
He just has to keep his head in the game and run a real clean
He really does.
race.
But easier said than done when you got Jay Edworthy on your tail. And they both ran personal best in the split. So let's see what we get here time-wise.
Now getting ready to come out of the outside.
Another look over the shoulder. Powell, a 153.949. Edworthy, a 152.865. So, boy, it is on, fellas, with 6 minutes and a lap to go.
Boy, I'll tell you, some great racing here for round number 2 in our pro endurance class here with the Monster Energy IHRA Tour. Some great racing all day long today, you know, in the big boats.
Really has been
fun watching the big boats. MCon and Dirty Money was at that. Was those two battling it out there?
Class 1 race.
That was crazy.
Incredible hull-to-hull, deck-to-deck racing.
Powell looking for a little relief. He's like, somebody get this guy off my butt.
There is nowhere on the course where he's going to get it.
Yeah, Edworthy pressing it. I think, you know, he's got a little chip on his shoulder, taking the second overall last year with some bad luck in the final round. And then last week, having some problems out there of some mechanical issues.
See what we do when we get to the split here. Edworthy. Gonna take. He went inside, right?
Right. They'll make the turn there at the yellow tetrahedron. They'll come into the MasterCard buoy, and this is where they make the choice, inside or outside. And it looks like Powell is going to go to the outside.
Oh, he's going outside to the blues.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Edworthy must have went to the greens right there.
He must have. Because I don't see him right behind him anymore. But if they're this close, that's what you got to do. Go where the other guy isn't. Let him catch a glimpse of you over his shoulder, right? Make him nervous if nothing else.
Right, get in his head.
Yeah. Which, you know, Edworthy's already there because Powell just knows he's back there.
Yep.
And we're inside of 4.5 minutes and a lap to go. So let's see what we get. They both go personal bests again. Holy cow, these two really, I mean, just throwing haymakers out there.
Oh, jeez. Take the riding gloves off. Edworthy less than 3 seconds behind Powell.
There they go, up along just in front of the flag stand. See what we get time-wise.
Looks like he might have fell off about a few tenths on that lap.
Yeah.
But still so close.
158.58 to a 151.870.
Now, here's the interesting thing. If Powell can stay where he's at and Edworthy stays where he's at, they're tied up for points for tomorrow's finale.
Oh, man, that's gonna make it a real battle.
Yes, for sure.
Well, if you're Edworthy, you're wanting to do everything you can to change that tie.
Right, exactly.
It looked to me in that previous shot like Powell was getting thrown around physically a little bit more. Doesn't it look like his head is moving more? Look, even right there, he had to shake himself. Yeah. I wonder if he's feeling it more now and doesn't have quite the strength he had before to hold himself upright the way he needs to here, you know?
Well, he's definitely using a lot of upper body strength, but that jarring on that leg right there, that could not have felt good.
No. And he went to the blues again here. Powell and Edworthy inside of 3 minutes and a lap to go. He's got to hold on for about 2 to 3 more laps.
He's doing everything he can, and there's your gap between first and second.
How about a 149.879? That's what you got to do, Camden Powell, especially when your competitor runs a 151.063. That's exactly what Camden Powell needed to do right there. Put in a heater, put a gap, and slow Jay Edworthy down and make him feel the pressure.
Right. Make Jay say, okay, I'll settle for second on this one, and we'll work it out tomorrow. But Powell really pressing it here as we head toward the latter stages of this one.
And to tell you how strong that was, Camden Powell's quickest lap of the day was a 149.667. So he was 0.2 of a second off his quickest lap inside of 2 minutes to go in the race with a lap. That's impressive.
Very impressive. And you just know he's getting chased when you put in a time like that.
He knew it was go time. I got to get it now. I got to give myself some gap here. And he just put a heater on Edworthy, and man, almost made a mistake there. He got right into the buoy there, but boy, if that could have been really damaging.
Yeah, that would have definitely gave Edworthy a lead if he had to go out and take that penalty buoy.
Yeah, that would have been disastrous right there.
You lose about 7 to 10 seconds when you go and pick up the penalty buoy.
That would have ended his day.
Well, it looks like he's going to have another lap after he comes out of the outside.
Yeah,
and
he's going to have to go again before he sees the white flag.
Yeah, so he's got a couple more laps to go. As we are just under a minute here. He's still got Powell, Edworthy, Finlayson, Farthing, and
he ran a 151.449 that lap, a 151.449, so he slowed down. And Edworthy ran a 151.760.
They gained about, 0.3 of a second?
Yeah. They'll see the white flag definitely this next time by.
Well, great race here so far for Camden Powell. You know, he's not really made any mistakes. He's had a couple of rough turns, but not really made any mistakes. And Edworthy's been right there to capitalize. So hats off to Camden Powell, who's rode a brilliant race so far. You can see Edworthy coming back up into the picture here as they work their way down the front straightaway. And let's see if we got the white flag. Should be coming out. Going to have to make 2 more trips through the endurance, or I'm sorry, through the split section. Again, Powell riding for Caldwell Racing, as well as Speed Racing.
Here's Camden Powell on his final lap. Caldwell Racing, Speed Racing, Circus, Media Ignite, Racing Fuels, Riva Racing, Commander Industries. sponsoring this young man out of Syracuse, Indiana, working his way around after getting a great hole shot.
And here comes the white. So less than a lap to go. And the gap between Edworthy and Finlayson has changed, but 4 seconds now, almost 5 seconds between Powell and Edworthy here on the final lap.
Well, he put in another quick one, a 1:48.859.
That was his new best.
That was his best.
Yeah. Man, you talk about drive. He's not giving up.
But I'll tell you what, Edworthy did it too. He ran his best.
Yes, he did.
A 1:49.628.
So his best was a little quicker.
How about that?
Or, well, almost.
Almost. A 1:48.859 to a 1:49.628. After racing for 30 minutes, they both uncorked their quickest laps of the event.
And to have them that close 30 minutes after the race begins, because you don't see that too much in endurance racing. You normally have a 10 to 20 second gap between first and second place. Here within 5 seconds, that's pretty amazing in the Pro Endurance 300. Camden Powell again out of Syracuse, Indiana. His buddy Jay Finlayson running in third. And these guys will be celebrating tonight as it's Finlayson's birthday as well.
We've got a lot of birthdays this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to make Finlayson, what, 22?
No, he just turned 21. It's I think he put his new age.
Camden working his way around the last few buoys, headed towards the checkered flag.
It looks like Jay can see
it. There it is. Checkered flag for Camden Powell. He ran a 1:52.290 on his last lap. Edworthy right behind with a 1:52.1.
What a ride.
I mean, those two just kept throwing haymakers at each other all the way through this one. That was a heavyweight title fight right there.
It'd be interesting to know what place they lapped all the way up to. Because I know that I seen them lap Redetich there in 8th, so they may have lapped all the way up into 7th place. That's
wouldn't be surprised.
Pretty incredible when you got a field that's that talented.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, okay. Lapped all the way up to Devon then, huh? Yeah. All the way up to 4th place.
Up to 4th.
Wow.
That's some drive.
And, when you got somebody pushing you like that, and he's a strong young man. Like I said, he spends a lot of time in the gym, gets a lot of seat time, and learns from one of the best, his father.
Well, it tells you they have a lot of respect for each other, too, because they knew the only way I'm going to win or I'm going to catch the other guy is by racing that hard, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to do that or I'm not going to stand a chance.
Here's 116 Ramjeet. Ramjeet going to have a 6th place finish in here, and that'll be a 2-6 finish for him for his first 2 motos. So it's been a great but long day of racing here.
And we get to do it all again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern. 9 o'clock Eastern on Speed Sport 1. We'll have all the action for you over there, live and free all day long. From the beginning of the day to the first race to the last race. Should be a wonderful day of racing here on the water. Lake Pontchartrain. We hope you'll join us on Speed Sport 1 tomorrow. Final competitors coming across the line, taking their checkered flag.
That was Jose Acosta we just seen from Pinned Up Performance.
Well, Michael, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you coming by. We'll see you back out here tomorrow morning, right?
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, you will. And you have a wonderful evening tonight, and stay off of Bourbon Street.
Yeah, you stay out of trouble, Mikey.
There you go.
I'm going back to the hotel after the party. That's it. You guys have a good day.
All right,
Thanks,
buddy.
Mikey.
So Camden Powell, outstanding run. All right, stay with us. We're going to be right back to wrap up the day.
intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is making a debut at Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama, May 7th through 9th. Don't miss Top Fuel, Alcohol, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and much more outlaw drag racing all weekend with fun for the whole family. Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Welcome back to New Orleans, where we just finished the last pro race, our Moto 2 of our 300 endurance class racers. And I've got our winner right here. He's pulling up, kind of shaking it all off from the day. Camden Powell, what an incredible run that was. We spoke before. You told me you were sore. You hoped you could get it done. You got that whole shot, and that saved your day.
No, I think the whole shot was a lot. We got a good start finally, and it kind of, I don't know, it showed its face, and I think it was good. The boat worked great. Huge shout out to my dad and Caldwell's of everyone, and I'm really thankful.
And not only the whole shot, but you guys were throwing out some of your fastest laps right in the end of that race, right? Right when you think you should be tired, that's when you were putting down those fast laps in the last 5 laps. Where did that come from?
Blame the guy with the hoodie. He was pushing me a little much there at the end. I wanted to take it easy, but when you have someone like him who's as fast pushing you, it makes you uncomfortable, but that's racing, and it was fun.
He's pointing to Edworthy over there who's walking away, and really that's what it's all about, right? That makes it more fun when you turn around and you see that guy right on your butt. You cannot give up.
It's frustrating, but yeah, you can't give it up. You said it just right, but I don't know. It was fun. I had a good time.
I'll tell you what, you finished second and first, and Edworthy finished second and first. So Moto 3 is about to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, we're excited for that. He's a good racer, and I'm glad to be up here. So hopefully it goes well tomorrow and everything's safe and fun and smooth.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. That was an incredible run out there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Camden Powell taking that win in Moto 3. You're good to go. Go relax. I know we talked earlier he was sore. We've got another day of pro watercraft as well as offshore racing tomorrow. It's going to be incredibly exciting. The sun is still shining. I'm down here on Secret Beach, and there's going to be a lot more to come tomorrow here in New Orleans.
Yes, there is, Taylor, and we're looking forward to all of it, starting live at 9 a.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. And, boy, what a day we had. And we got done wrapping up our pro watercraft here, but what a day we had with our offshore powerboats, huh?
Action-packed all the way around. The bracket races were tight. The Pro Class 1 race, absolutely amazing.
Stunning.
And the water sports racing all day long. I mean, you can't ask for a better day of racing.
Qualifying was so intense.
Oh, it was crazy.
Thousandths of a second separating boats.
That's just going to show you that tomorrow you better tune in because it's going to be an awesome day.
Well, you were just looking at the weather. What are you seeing for tomorrow?
Well, I was trying to look. They're talking about anywhere between 19 mile an hour to up to 24, 25 mile an hour wind gusts tomorrow between 9 and like 3 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. So I think it's going to get a little crazy.
Well, we said the bracket racing was really good today. They did the awards ceremony for those competitors a little bit ago while we were continuing with our racing with the watercraft. So let's show you some of the highlights from the awards ceremony now for the bracket categories.
Ding!
Watermelon Racing. Does anybody see anyone from that team? No? Okay, moving on for bracket class 200. Your second place finish, team number 208, Justice League. Congrats. Moving on to our first place finish for class 200, number 221, OC Racing. Congratulations, racers. Here's your bracket class 200 racers for Saturday's race. Okay, moving on to your second place finish for class 400, team number 407, team 407 Offshore. And your first place finish for bracket class 400 is team number 421, Shocker. Congratulations, class 400 racers. Moving on to your class 500 racers. In your third place position is team number 588, Fuel Team 1. Fuel 1 team, I apologize. Moving on to your second place for class 500, team number 577, Yabba Dabba Doo. And your first place finish for class 500, team number 576, back in action. Congratulations, class 500 racers. Up next, we are at our class 600. Third place finish is team number 611, Ride Legal. And our class 200 second place finish is team number 605, Islandscapes. And your class 600 first place finish is team number 628, Hammerheads. Congratulations, Class 600 racers. And last but not least, moving on to your Class 700 racers. Your third place finish for today's race is team number 730, Red Rum. Your second place finish for Class 700, team number 789, Dirt Legal. And your first place finish for Class 700, team number 744, Piston Broke.
Well, that wraps up the podium celebrations and the award ceremony. Tristan doing a nice job over there, giving everybody their props and their hardware. Jeff with the checkered flag as the Piston Broke guys take the win here today. And Lake Pontchartrain, okay, tomorrow, Pontchartrain pound.
The Punisher's going to get them all.
Pontchartrain Punisher, I think tomorrow is going to be a real challenge. What do you think?
I think it is, especially with the wind kicking up. I mean, they're forecasting gusts that's going to be bigger than today. So, man, everybody just needs to sit tight. And when you get, 5-10 boats at a time coming through the Punisher, you better hold your breath.
You want to be the first one through there, I think, on that opening lap tomorrow. Get that little bit of a gap and maybe take advantage of that. And then when we get to the big boats, the P1 boats, they got to start thinking about that whole dog leg thing back there and which lane am I taking, Joker lane, when, how often.
Yeah, the short lap stuff made it really, really interesting today. As you heard from our second place finishers, that kind of cleaned them up and got them, fixed and repositioned off a bad start. And it's going to make a big difference tomorrow for all the classes.
Going to be great. We got to get out of here because he's got to get over to the seafood truck. They're waiting.
I'm ready,
They've
guys.
been wondering where. They think he's been lost, like a lost child all day today. They don't know where he is.
I guarantee I'm on a milk carton near you right now. So,
if you're over there at the seafood truck, that's for sure. It's been a great day on the water. We got another one coming our way tomorrow, right here live all day on Speed Sport 1. For Tristan and Taylor, for Michael, for my buddy Shane, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Lake Pontchartrain. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.